The Apothecary Diaries Volume 3. Chapter 10, Third Time's the Charm, Part 1. The next day Lan returned from the clinic, but Mao Mao, much to her chagrin, found herself summoned there by the middle-aged palace woman who had collared her the day before. So that's why they want to see Mao Mao, Gyakuyo said to Lan, her hand on her chin. They were in the living area, where Gyakuyo lay stretched out on a couch. Her belly was well and truly round by now, large enough to slow her down. She wore clothes designed to hide the bulge, but even so, it would probably be best for her to avoid attending tea outside the Jade Pavilion for the duration. "I'm so sorry," Lan said. "I should have taken it here instead." Lan, it seemed, had taken the cold medicine Mao Mao had made her while she was still at the clinic, where one of the ladies had spotted her and pressed her about where she'd gotten it. That'd do it, all right, Mao Mao thought. Medicine wasn't allowed at the clinic because there were no doctors there. You couldn't have people just walking in with it. They had to find out the story behind Lan's medicine lest official eyes take notice of them. Mao Mao was thinking that it would be best for her to head right to the clinic, take her scolding, and get it over with, when Lan said something most unexpected. "They want to know if they can borrow her for a while." "Goodness," said Gyakuyo, looking at Mao Mao with curiosity. Lan watched them both with concern. Mao Mao could only think what a headache this seemed likely to be, even as she contemplated the ingredients for a new medicine. Ultimately, Mao Mao found herself returning to the clinic effectively under guard. It wasn't Lan escorting her, but Yinghua. She'd probably seemed right for the job. Shorter than Lan, she was nonetheless more outgoing and more determined to face things head-on. Even though the clinic was situated within the rear palace, it was quite a walk to get there. Yinghua, ever the talker, couldn't keep herself from chatting on the way. "Hey, Mao Mao. After you dropped Lan off yesterday, did you do something with the lanterns in the garden? You saw that?" It had been on her way back from the clinic, or more precisely, after she'd bumped into Jinchi and Gao Shun on the way home. Struck by an idea for a new medicine, she'd set out immediately to find components. "I was just looking for the ingredients for some medicine." She'd lit a lantern when it got dark, attracting bugs. As well as a certain creature that ate bugs. "Ingredients? Tell me it wasn't bugs." "It wasn't bugs." Despite Mao Mao's assurances, Yinghua continued to frown. She seemed to sense that there was something even less pleasant afoot. Mao Mao, about your room. It's gotten pretty full of stuff lately, wouldn't you say? It's really starting to stink of medicine. Lady Hong Niang isn't very happy." "Now, that's scary. You don't look very scared." Nothing could be further from the truth, Mao Mao thought. The chief lady-in-waiting had a very quick hand. But then, perhaps one had to be strong like that to survive in the rear palace. "I think one of these days she's going to kick you out of your room and make you live in a shed in the garden," Yinghua said with a smirk. "I'd like that very much." A garden shed would be larger than the room she was in now, and more importantly, well separated from the other ladies' sleeping quarters, so nobody would notice any clattering in the night. It drove Mao Mao crazy that despite having discovered a treasure trove of unused tools in the medical office, she couldn't make use of them here. "I'll be sure to inquire about the matter with Lady Hong Niang as soon as I get back," Mao Mao said, her eyes shining. "Huh? Wait, They arrived at the clinic before Yinghua could get out whatever she had been about to say. "Let's head inside, then," Mao Mao said. "Hey, that thing I said I didn't." Mao Mao didn't really hear Yinghua. She was too busy wondering if, with a building of her own, she might be able to do work that involved fire. Her heart swelled with anticipation. The middle-aged woman turned out to be named Shen Lu. On close inspection, her eyes had a green hue just like consort Gyakuyo's. Maybe she had some Western blood in her veins. The color of her eyes might also have inspired her name, which meant deep green. Mao Mao and Yinghua were shown into what seemed to be the clinic's reception area, which smelled faintly of alcohol. Shenluo brought tea. They were seated at a simple table, which looked sturdy and well used, like the chairs and shelves around them. My sincere apologies for my rudeness to you, Shenluo began. I'd no idea you were a servant of the precious consort. Think nothing of it, Mao Mao replied. Shenluo, like many of the palace women who didn't serve directly in the Jade Pavilion, referred to Gyakuyo by her title. Unlike many of the palace women, Mao Mao didn't have a particularly distinguished upbringing. She was, in essence, beyond her station here. Shenluo sounded calm and collected, with no trace of the firm maternal tone she'd adopted while swamped with laundry the day before. It was obvious now that she was a properly educated lady of the rear palace. I knew she was sharp, Mao Mao thought. Not every lady of the rear palace could even read and write. To have stayed here as long as Shenluo appeared to have done, she must have been a woman with her wits about her. Or else there had to be some special reason for keeping her around. At the moment, Shenluo's expression was somewhat dark. Was it because she now knew Mao Mao was one of consort Gyakuyo's ladies? Mao Mao was none too pleased with the idea that she might be receiving special treatment. People had a distinct tendency to look the other way when it came to the doings of the upper consorts and their ladies-in-waiting. Yet Shenluo had summoned Mao Mao here personally, a fact that seemed to make her almost as uncomfortable as Mao Mao. At length, though, Shenluo looked directly at Mao Mao and heaved a sigh. I have a favor I'd like to ask you. Yes, ma'am. Shenluo briefly looked taken aback by how nonchalant Mao Mao sounded, but she quickly composed herself and said, I'm afraid it may sound somewhat forward. You don't mind? Go ahead, please. Mao Mao was more than used to being treated rudely. In fact, she was usually as guilty of it as any of her conversation partners were, or at least she suspected she was. Thus, she had the confidence to let most things roll right off her back. If I asked you to make a medicine for one of the ladies who serves the wise consort, then... What? The reaction came not from Mao Mao, but from Yinghua, who slapped her hands on the table and leaned forward. The tea sloshed in the cups, a few drops spilling onto the table, where they left dark spots. Do you know what you're asking? Yinghua demanded. Shenluo sighed again. Believe me, I'm all too aware. She looked at Mao Mao. Mao Mao looked back, seeing that Shenluo was serious. I presume you have some reason. Mao Mao. I'm sorry. But it can't hurt to hear what she has to say, can it? Yinghua sat back down, her eyebrows pinching together. She took a sip of her tea, which was cold by now, and appeared to be trying to pull herself together. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to tell me what's going on, Mao Mao said. Very well, Shenluo replied, and began to tell the story. This is getting out of hand, Yinghua said, uncharacteristically slumped over. You're not wrong, Mao Mao replied. She agreed with Yinghua that it was only going to be trouble, but she couldn't ignore what she had just heard. One of the maids in the residence of the wise consort, Li Hua, was desperately ill. The patient was at the Crystal Pavilion at this very moment. This maid had often done her washing at the laundry area in the northern quarter, so she and Shenluo had come to know each other. The maid had developed an unsettling cough a bit back, and Shenluo had suggested she get some rest. It had been 5 days since then and Shenluo hadn't seen the woman. Maybe she was doing her laundry somewhere else, or maybe the person in charge of the laundry had changed, Mao Mao had suggested, but Shenluo had shaken her head. Even if that's true, I'd like her to come and get checked out at least once. So, a cough, huh? Mao Mao thought. According to Shenluo, it had been an unusual one. It had begun several days before the woman stopped showing up at the laundry area, but even before that, she'd felt tired and had had a mild but persistent fever. Mao Mao asked if the maid had formally come to the clinic, but apparently she hadn't been able to get permission. Nasty place, Mao Mao thought. A simple maid probably wouldn't have asked consort Li Hua directly for permission to go to the clinic. She would have talked to one of the ladies-in-waiting, who most likely had ignored her. Considering the symptoms, Mao Mao wished they hadn't. You really think she's there? Yinghua asked. I firmly believe we need to look into it, Mao Mao said. If what Chen Luo had told her was true, they had to deal with the problem, and soon. Otherwise, it could well spread far beyond the Crystal Pavilion. Yinghua studied Mao Mao closely. I know these sorts of things get your attention, but this is the Crystal Pavilion we're talking about. You need to at least wait until we can arrange a formal visit. You know that, right? You can't go charging in there again. I know. Although Mao Mao had some acquaintance with consort Li Hua, she couldn't just go showing up at her residence. She'd just made that mistake recently. She was desperate to go to the Crystal Pavilion the moment she could, but the stars simply weren't aligned. She had to at least be with Jinchi or she would never get in the door. All right, freaking out isn't going to do me any good. Mao Mao was trying to distract herself by thinking of something else when she spotted it. She went rushing over to it, although she had to hop up and down like a frog a few times before she was finally able to grab it. Mao Mao. What was I just saying? Yinghua cried, picking up the hem of her skirt and following her. Mao Mao frowned, feeling the thing between her palms. Sorry. I couldn't help myself. I saw something I've been looking for. What? A bug? You. It's not a bug. And it wasn't. But it also wasn't a body. That, sadly, had gotten away, but it had left Mao Mao with what she wanted. She could still feel it squirming in her hands. Look, she said. She opened her hands to reveal a lizard's tail, still flouncing wildly. Lizard tails could fall off, but they could also grow back. That was the point. You can't give up on anything. The moment you give up, it's all over, some immortal had once said. If you want to create a new medicine, first look into other things with similar effects. And I want a medicine that makes things live and grow. Hence Mao Mao's interest in lizards, which she'd suspected might eat the insects that gathered around the garden lanterns. I wanted to try to find out how and why the tail grows back, she said. She was feeling pretty pleased, but there was no response. She looked over to discover that Yinghua, her face pale and her mouth open, had fallen clean over backwards. Mao Mao wrapped the tail in a handkerchief and tucked it into the folds of her robe. She ended up having to look after Yinghua until she was feeling better. Chapter 11, Third Time's the Charm, Part 2. There was a general hubbub. People rushed to see what was going on. The elegant entrance hall was already packed with palace women, up to and including maids standing dumbstruck with dust cloths in their hands, completely forgetting that they had been wiping railings and window frames. And what, may I ask, brings you here now? Asked a lady with her eyebrows drawn together. She was looking directly at the one and only medical officer in the rear palace. This was most unusual. The doctor hardly ever left the medical office. It had been nearly a year since he had last been seen in the Crystal Pavilion. How could he show his face around here after the death of the young prince? He was notorious now for being a doctor in name only, otherwise incompetent. He had remained in this garden of women, unpunished, chiefly because there would have been no one to replace him. And now here he was. What could he possibly want? The doctor carried an outsize bundle and a palace woman followed behind him. The woman was slim, nearly emaciated, her movements were efficient and precise. On her mouth, which she kept closed, was a touch of bright red lip color, and there was a dusting of pink on her cheeks. Had there been such a woman in the rear palace? They asked themselves. And wouldn't it be more typical for the eunuch doctor to be assisted by another eunuch? Maybe they were wrong about that. And anyway, there were 2,000 palace women here. It wasn't that surprising if there were one or two they didn't recognize. Since everyone else was busy whispering, she had taken it upon herself to step forward. Can we help you? When they heard her speak, the other ladies immediately stopped chatting. The maids promptly returned to their tasks, although their dallying didn't go unnoticed. She might not know every face in the rear palace, but she certainly knew every face here at the Crystal Pavilion. Her name was Shin, and that was her job. She had come with Li Hua when she had been chosen as consort, and had worked ever since to gain the emperor's affections. "We'd like to see the wise consort, if we might," the doctor said. Shin narrowed her eyes. Wise consort was not an expression she wanted to hear from this man. "My apologies, sir," she said. "I don't believe Lady Li Hua wishes to see you." The doctor's face with its sad excuse for a mustache drooped at the polite but unambiguous refusal. His facial hair was truly pathetic. As a eunuch, he was no longer able to grow a mustache worthy of a man. He was as far from the emperor, with his glorious beard, as the clouds were from the dirt. The eunuch looked back with an expression of distress. The palace woman behind him, with an eminent air of competence, whispered in his ear. The eunuch hesitantly reached into the folds of his robe and produced a piece of parchment paper. "We've got a letter, you see." The parchment was covered in flowing script and bore instructions that the doctor was to be allowed into the residence. The name at the end read, Jinshi. Jinshi, the first person anyone in the rear palace would think of if you said the words gorgeous eunuch. He was so lovely that, had he been a woman, he could have brought the country to its knees, but he was not a woman. Nor was he a man. He was beautiful enough to make even Shin sigh in spite of herself, but, unlike the other palace women, he evoked no more feelings than that for her. When she thought of why she had come to the rear palace, she knew she had no time to be distracted by eunuchs. It was vital that she gain the emperor's affections, not just for herself, but for the sake of her clan. That thought had been drilled into both her and Li Hua since they were girls. Shin's mother was the older sister of Li Hua's father. Shin and Li Hua were the same age, thus they had entered the rear palace together, and thus Shin oversaw the Crystal Pavilion, where they now lived. All the ladies-in-waiting of the Crystal Pavilion were the daughters of prominent families, of blood suitable to serve His Majesty. Very well, then. Shin didn't like it, but she knew when she was beaten. She resolved to show the visitors inside. She could have left the task to one of the other women, but if the doctor was here on the orders of the eunuch who oversaw the entire rear palace, that changed things. It made her wonder what he was after. The doctor usually only showed up at a consort's residence when she was feeling unwell, but Li Hua had shown no sign of ill health. Shin was at her side constantly. She would have known if Li Hua were sick. But today, like every day, the consort had eaten breakfast with gusto. She was feeling fine. As Shin was puzzling over the meaning of this visit, she realized she no longer heard footsteps behind her. She glanced back to see that the doctor and his attendant had stopped. They were looking at a small building, something of a hut or shed, standing near the garden. Li Hua's room was still far away, the innermost chamber on the uppermost floor of the pavilion. This was just one of the small outbuildings on the way there. "Is something the matter?" Shin inquired. "Oh, no, I was simply wondering what that little building was. It's just a storage shed." Shin was impatient to show them to the consort. Why were they wasting time asking about random buildings? The Crystal Pavilion had been built out when it had appeared that it would be the home of the heir apparent. Was it so strange that there would be freestanding baths or storage buildings? Then there was the weird freckled girl who'd come last year and had some bizarre thing built next to the bath. A sauna, she'd called it, but Shin didn't like it much, although Li Hua used it from time to time. Despite Shin having told them that the shed was for ordinary storage, the palace woman the doctor had brought with him wouldn't stop staring at it. What did she find so interesting about it? A shrub that bore yellow flowers grew near its window, but that was the one distinguishing thing about the place. It was just a storage building. They needed to keep moving. The palace woman tugged on the eunuch's sleeve, whispering in his ear again. The eunuch frowned, then said to Shin, "Have you done anything different with this garden lately?" "No," Shin replied. "We leave it to the groundskeeper." I see. Then a wave of doubt caught Shin. Had those plants always been there? When had the gardener done that? The eunuch fell silent, but the palace woman nudged him again. He puffed out his cheeks. He was easy to read, but the palace woman's expression never shifted as she turned to Shin. Her dark eyes bored into the chief lady-in-waiting, who said nothing, but tried to avert her gaze. "You're wearing perfume today, aren't you?" the palace woman asked. Her voice sounded familiar, somehow. Then that graceful mouth began to twist. She was smiling, but not in a nice way. There was a savagery to the expression, like a wild beast eyeing its prey. Shin was struck speechless. "It's been a while, Lady Shin. I must apologize for my rudeness the last time I was here." Her face, with its copious whitening powder, carefully accented eyes, and long eyebrows, came closer. The ostentatious accessories she wore distracted from the shape of her face, but it was round, young. And the way she stared, Shin remembered that look. She felt ice run through her veins. She knew from experience that this woman usually meant trouble. She'd come to the Crystal Pavilion for the first time the year before. She'd nursed Li Hua assiduously, but during that time she'd also done a number of outrageous things that had left half the ladies here without the ability to defy her. Shin was not one of them, but then, the woman had appeared again only recently and all but torn Shin's clothes off. She was not, suffice it to say, someone with whom Shin wished to have much to do. The woman continued to stare at her. Shin found herself involuntarily backing up. It was at that moment that the doctor suddenly raced for the garden. The plump little man appeared to be trying to reach the storage shed. Shin tried to go after him, but found her path blocked by the unpleasant woman. Shin shoved past her and tried to pursue the eunuch, but she was too late. He was holding the bar of the door in his hand and standing there in mute amazement. A distinctive odor drifted from the entrance. It was the same way Li Hua had once smelled, the reek of a sick person on her way to the next life. The other palace woman was rubbing her behind. Maybe she'd fallen on it when Shin had shoved her, but she didn't look particularly concerned. There was just a slight furrow in her brow. She grabbed the bundle the eunuch was holding. No longer bothering to whisper, she shouted, "Hot water! Boil some water right away, please." Then she rushed into the shed. The patient was resting on a crude bed, just some woven mats piled on top of each other. She was one of the laundry maids. "Yes, of course, miss," the eunuch said, pelting off again so fast his chin jiggled. The palace woman gave the maid what looked to be water, then turned to Shin. "Why is she in here? Do you have to ask? We're isolating her so no one else gets sick. It's only common sense." The lady obviously wanted to shoot something back, but she restrained herself. Instead she said, "Indeed it is. However." The maid was coughing, but it didn't sound normal. The visitor pressed a handkerchief to the maid's mouth as she coughed, and when she took it away, it was speckled with red. "True, this is an infectious disease. Not highly communicable, but one thing is certain, if you continue to treat her like this, she will die. But what's one dead maid, eh?" She moved away from the sick woman, about to go farther into the shed. Before she knew what she was doing, Shin tried to grab her by the shoulder, tried to stop her, but the intruder slipped easily out of her grasp. "No. That's..." Shin tripped on a wicker box as she made another attempt to stop the woman, but now she was too late. The woman was picking something up, a small box. "When I entered this room, it brought back memories," she said. "Memories of when consort Li Hua was ill." "What does that have to do with this?" "You were burning incense to try to disguise the odor." "Yes, but so what?" Shin reached out to snatch the box back. "I noticed something similar when I came in here. But the other way around this time." The woman opened the box to reveal a collection of small, colorful bottles. "You seem to be using this sick woman to disguise the aroma of these perfumes." She popped open one of the bottles and took an experimental sniff. The ladies of the Crystal Pavilion do like their secrets. And letting innocent eunuchs take the blame. The woman had opened a bottle of perfume oil, something that had come from the caravan the other day. Most of them had been confiscated by the eunuchs. Each individually is only minimally toxic, but if you combine them, who knows, the woman said melodically, her eyes narrowing as she smiled. Then the woman, Mao Mao, asked Shin a question, what exactly are you doing trying to make a drug to induce a miscarriage? Now, what to do? Mao Mao wondered as she wiped her face with a handkerchief. She hated the feeling of the whitening powder, and the rouge just wouldn't come off. She'd have to give her hair, which she'd styled with perfume oil, a good, thorough wash later. To disguise her relatively expressionless eyes, she'd cut the ends of her hair short and then glued it near her eyes. She wore a longer skirt than usual, hiding high shoes that made her look taller than she was, but maybe that hadn't been necessary. After all, the ladies of the Crystal Pavilion had hardly even noticed her. Feeling a bit sullen, Mao Mao took off her elevated shoes. She also changed into a different outfit, because the sick woman had coughed some phlegm onto her when Mao Mao had been examining her. The disease was only mildly infectious, true, but she wasn't about to go walking around in those clothes, and had asked for a new outfit for safety's sake. They'd had to settle for a lady-in-waiting's outfit from the Crystal Pavilion, though, so it lacked something in practicality. More than anything, Mao Mao wanted a bath, but there was no chance of that, so she gave up the idea. Finally looking a little neater, she went into the room where everyone was waiting. The people gathered in the reception room all wore brooding looks. They were dressed in every kind of finery, and when Mao Mao came in having removed her makeup, she found herself feeling distinctly out of place. Consort Li Hua was there, as were Jinshi and Gao Shun, and a slim woman with a classically beautiful face. At a word from Li Hua, the rest of the ladies-in-waiting withdrew. The quack doctor looked like he would have liked nothing more than to be part of the assembly, but he had other work to do and decided to give it precedence. Quite frankly, having him there would have been no particular help. The beautiful woman was Shin, Consort Li Hua's chief lady-in-waiting. They were cousins, and as a woman of distinguished blood herself, Shin had a proud streak. She was, to be fair, lovely enough to attract attention even here in the rear palace. Her face even somewhat resembled that of Li Hua, perhaps another sign of the familial connection. She was only a chief lady-in-waiting, but her social status could have qualified her for a position as high as middle consort herself. So, is that why she was made chief lady-in-waiting? The consorts weren't the only ones who might gain the emperor's affections. Cases in which even lowly maids had fallen under the imperial gaze and become mothers of the country were not entirely absent from the annals. So why have just one beautiful flower in one spot when you could have, as it were, a bouquet? If a lady-in-waiting became the emperor's bedmate, and that lady had a social background distinguished enough to warrant being a consort herself, the rank would almost certainly be given to her immediately. So what does that mean for them? Mao Mao wondered. She didn't know anything about Li Hua's family background, but she could guess that feelings between her and Shin must be complex. It would make one feel secure indeed to forge a bond of trust that would transcend such conflicts. How lucky consort Gyakuyo is! Her chief lady-in-waiting, Hong Niang, hadn't been put here to serve some special purpose, but seemed to exist purely to oversee Gyakuyo's women. In the service of this cause, she'd even missed the usual window for getting married, so hopefully Gyakuyo would be able to arrange a good match for her someday. The consort's other ladies-in-waiting likewise were all sweet and attractive, but none of them harbored ambitions of drawing the emperor's interest. But as for consort Li Hua's ladies-in-waiting, what is the meaning of this? Jinshi demanded, pounding the table with his fist. On the table was a collection of perfume oils and spices, the ones that had been found in the sick woman's chamber. No one of them alone was particularly conspicuous, but together they produced a noticeable aroma. An aroma that clung to the chief lady-in-waiting, Shin. Even though the last time Mao Mao had been here, she'd worn no perfume at all. Did that mean her purchases hadn't been confiscated? Or had she simply managed to hide them? Shin stood silently with her eyes closed. Not talking, huh? Her crime was twofold, not just possessing the forbidden substances, but attempting to use them to make some kind of concoction. Her isolating of a maid in a storage shed probably wouldn't be considered an offense. Getting the sick woman out of the main residence to avoid spreading her disease had been an appropriate response. With only one medical officer for the entire rear palace, maids often weren't seen immediately. And yet he's got so much time on his hands that the medical office is practically becoming a cafe for the eunuchs. A mere serving woman might not even be able to entrust herself to the clinic. Not everyone liked to see women take charge of medical care. If someone died because of that attitude, it was a nuisance, but little more. Maids were just that expendable. Jinchi would use the evidence in front of him to prove what wrongdoing he could, but Shin stood looking as if she knew nothing about any of this. Besides, her family was important enough that she might be able to object to his investigation no matter what he said. Most inscrutable of all in the room was Consort Li Hua, who simply looked at her chief lady-in-waiting, her eyebrows creased. The expression was one of sadness. Shin refused to look at the ground, but met the eunuch's eyes. Huh! The woman's got spirit. Most palace women would have wilted under interrogation by Jinchi, but it looked like his almost supernatural powers weren't going to work on this opponent. I haven't the faintest idea what you mean, Shin said. It's true, I was the one who instructed that serving girl be moved to that building. But I think there's a much more obvious problem here, visitors who show up out of the blue demanding to see Lady Li Hua and then barging into our storage buildings. Wouldn't you agree? Her tone was clipped, confident. It was true, there was no way of proving that the items found in the storehouse belonged to her. As the building housed a sick person, nobody was likely to have much more contact with her than to bring her meals, but by the same token, almost anyone might have gone in there. Then we need simply ask the maid herself. If you believe you can trust the word of a woman who's been addled with fever. So you're aware she was highly feverish, Mao Mao interjected. Shin's expression shifted, she seemed to resent the intrusion. How kind of you, Mao Mao went on. Taking the trouble to see how a mere serving girl was feeling. I suppose that would explain, then, how the smell of this perfume got on you. Her tone was brazen as she picked up one of the little bottles on the table. All right, time to dial it back, Mao Mao thought, but her body wouldn't listen to her, it kept moving. She didn't like it one bit, but there were things that made her so angry that concerns about her social standing faded away. This is what you smell like. This perfume oil. Even though it was tucked neatly inside a wicker trunk. I wonder if the smell is really so powerful that it would seep out like that. Perhaps I might be allowed to check. Mao Mao grabbed for Shin's sleeve, but the lady-in-waiting was too fast. She pulled away, at the same time raking Mao Mao's cheek with her long fingernails. The room started buzzing. Mao Mao ran her thumb along the cuts. They'd pierced the skin, but they weren't really bleeding. My apologies, she said. It's not for someone of my lowly stature to touch one of your station. We should have someone else, someone more appropriate, perform the investigation. She spoke nonchalantly as every gaze in the room settled on Shin. The other woman was barely restraining a scowl, and her eyes were bloodshot. An unpleasant smell of sweat wafted from her. Her pupils were dilated. People sweat when they get nervous, but it's glistening stuff that's distinct from that induced by exercise. The pungent odor can bother even the person producing it. The eyes likewise change when a person is anxious. Although not as obvious as a cat's, human pupils do change size. This was more noticeable in consort Gyakuyo, who had lighter irises, than it was in many people, so during tea parties with other consorts she could often be seen to squint slightly as she laughed. One more push. Mao Mao had just taken a step forward when someone said. Perhaps I might be more suited to handle the matter, then. The voice was proud, but not haughty. It belonged to Consort Li Hua, who stood up from her couch, her long skirt rustling as she walked toward Mao Mao no, toward Shin, who stood just across from Mao Mao. Li Hua's clothing was quite similar in style to what Gyakuyo had been wearing recently. It would make sense enough, if she'd also bought clothes from the caravan. What crime would she be charged with? Lady Li Hua, Shin said. There were a great many conflicting emotions in her eyes, but desperation was not one of them. She refused to beg. If she's found to have even attempted to create a drug that would induce a miscarriage, it would be considered the same as if she had murdered the emperor's child. Jinshi closed his eyes, knowing this was all he had to say. I see, Li Hua said softly. And that would be true regardless of which consort was her target. Upper, middle, and lower consorts are all alike in this regard. Li Hua cast her eyes to the ground, then looked at Shin. A thought flitted through Mao Mao's mind. The names Li Hua and Shin were something of a pair, meaning pear blossom and apricot, respectively. This woman, Shin, certainly didn't seem unintelligent to Mao Mao. And yet, the world was full of perfectly smart people who did stupid things, often when they had let their emotions get the better of them and lead them into a mistake. Shin, thought Mao Mao, might be one of them. Then Li Hua delivered the coup de grace, even if her only intended victim was me myself. Consort. Jinshi exclaimed, leaning forward. Do you mean that? Gao Shun was likewise wide-eyed. For Mao Mao, however, Li Hua's question made everything fall into place. She'd always thought it was strange that a woman as capable as Li Hua should be so unable to find decent ladies-in-waiting. Surely she should have attracted better servants. It hadn't been her fault. The one who had formed the group of ladies-in-waiting at the Crystal Pavilion was none other than Shin. After the incident with the toxic face powder, a single lady-in-waiting had been forced to leave, but those above her head had continued their work uninterrupted. And now, Li Hua confronted her chief lady-in-waiting. Shin. You've never once treated me as befits a true consort. I suppose you never thought I deserved to be a mother of the nation. That, too, rang true to Mao Mao. She'd noticed that Shin had never once referred to Li Hua as consort. You and I. Until the very last moment, we didn't know which of us would be the consort, did we? Li Hua's voice was sad. She had real sympathy for Shin. But did Shin feel the same way? She bit her lip and looked at Li Hua, her eyes blazing with resentment. How dare you talk down to me, the chief lady-in-waiting sneered. I've always hated that about you. I was a better student than you. I was better at almost everything than you. So why did everyone fawn over you? Bust size, Mao Mao observed privately, but she had the decency to feel bad about the thought as soon as she had it. After all, Shin wasn't exactly small herself. No, wait, that wasn't the point. It wasn't about having a bigger bust, but being a bigger person. Is it because you were the daughter of the head of our family? Did you think that made you better than me? Don't make me laugh. I was raised my entire life to become a mother to this nation. Shin looked like a wolf baring its fangs. Thinking the chief lady-in-waiting might leap at the consort at any moment, Mao Mao moved to put herself between the two women, but Gao Shun and Jinshi were already there. May I understand you to be admitting to the accusations? Jinshi said. In response, Shin grabbed the bottle of perfume oil off the table and flung it at Li Hua. Gao Shun slapped it away and the bottle smashed against the floor. May you wither in this garden, a barren woman. Shin spat as if pronouncing a curse, as Gao Shun grabbed her hands and restrained her. How dare a eunuch touch me, she cried. Unclean, filthy thing. She struggled, but she couldn't hope to free herself even if he was a eunuch. Gao Shun was still a man. Her noble lips continued to produce a stream of foul invective. You do run into her kind sometimes, Mao Mao thought. When Shin finally had to pause for a breath before she could resume her tirade, Mao Mao stepped in front of her and smirked. What? Shin demanded. Oh, nothing. I was simply thinking, you must truly revere His Majesty, Lady Shin. Of course I do. What are you blathering about? It simply looked to me as if it was the status of Mother of the Nation that you truly loved. Unlike consort Li Hua. Mao Mao gave another wide smile. Shin's mouth hung open. It was all too clear now what Li Hua had that Shin did not. Shin. So that's how you felt. Though she looked as if she was fighting back tears, consort Li Hua's voice was clear and firm. Then she stood in front of Shin, raised her hand high and slapped her across the cheek. I guess that's the least she should expect, Mao Mao thought. Then, however, consort Li Hua said something that even Mao Mao hadn't expected. Sir Jinchi, I release this chief lady-in-waiting from my service, on the grounds of using abusive speech toward her mistress. So much so that I had to raise my own hand against her. This time it was Jinchi's turn to go slack-jawed. Consort. I see an open hand was not emphatic enough. Even as Shin stood looking dazed by the slap, Li Hua grabbed her by the collar and made a fist. Jinchi and Gao Shun rushed to stop her. Only Mao Mao found herself downright impressed. The lady knows how to handle herself. Li Hua was no longer the consort she had been, waiting vacantly for the thread of her life to be cut. I release this woman from my service. And I formally request that she never be allowed in the rear palace again under any circumstances, Li Hua said, clearly and confidently. Even if Shin were to become a mother to the nation, she would live her life not for the country's people, but for her own position. She sought only power, she had no interest in fulfilling the duties and responsibilities that would come along with it. The nation had no need for such a queen. Shin still hadn't recovered from the slap. Did she understand what mercy she was being shown? Or would she think Li Hua had wronged her, and resent her all the more? Maybe it doesn't matter. No matter how noble the blood, a woman who left the rear palace under scandalous circumstances would be unable to retaliate against a consort. Personally, Mao Mao thought Li Hua was being a bit soft, but let us consider what humiliation this treatment must have brought to such a proud woman. Can I ask you something? Jinchi said as they walked through the halls of the Crystal Pavilion. He was looking at the building where the sick maid had lain in bed. Yes, sir. I know you were aware that the sick woman was here at the Crystal Pavilion, but you didn't know exactly where she was, did you? I mean, you even went to the trouble of putting on a disguise, presumably so no one would be suspicious if you visited repeatedly. He was right, Mao Mao had worn that outfit because she herself was by now most unwelcome here. She'd realized she might not figure out where the sick woman was in a single visit, so she'd taken care to keep people from knowing who she was. Yes, a palace woman accompanying the doctor attracted a certain amount of attention, but certainly less than Mao Mao would have received without a disguise. The serving women of the Crystal Pavilion knew how to keep their mouths shut. Or perhaps they had been taught how through harsh discipline from the ladies-in-waiting above them, somewhere consort Li Hua wouldn't have seen. Ah, but I did know where she was, Mao Mao said. She'd already had a sense of where a sick person would be staying, somewhere moderately isolated from the sleeping quarters of the other maids, or anywhere else inconspicuous. When she'd been here full-time, maids who weren't feeling well were given new sleeping quarters to ensure that whatever they were sick with didn't spread. There was even a dedicated sick area within the pavilion. But a storage shed, yeesh. The odor wafting from Shin had given her a strange feeling, but she'd never imagined things had gone that far. It was sheer luck that she'd noticed the place. That was my clue, she said, pointing to some white flowers. The bush must have been planted recently, because the earth below it was a different color from the rest of the garden. It was awfully poor placement to be the work of a gardener. Right beside a storage shed. The bush bore black fruit full of the white dust that would become face-whitening powder. How so? In Feng Shui, green-colored things are considered good for the health. Supposedly, it's ideal to combine them with white. White like all the flowers on the bush. Though the plant was known as white blossom, or sometimes the 4 o'clock flower, red was a more typical color for it. Mao Mao had realized that someone must have specifically chosen stock that would bloom white. She didn't remember the bush being there at the Crystal Pavilion. Someone had planted it, she didn't know who, but it must have been someone who felt for the sick woman. Mao Mao found a wave of relief rolling through her to know there was at least one person there who did. White Blossom, though. Mao Mao contemplated the irony of what she had found in the flower's presence along with the sick woman. She let out a long sigh, then realized someone was staring at her. She glanced back to see them half hidden by a pillar. "What's the matter?" Jinchi stopped and looked at her. The person watching Mao Mao looked stricken. "You go on ahead, Master Jinchi." "What? Why?" "Because you're in the way." Her blunt response seemed to annoy Jinchi, but Gao Shun talked him down the way one might a frustrated ox, giving Mao Mao a fresh opportunity to appreciate just how good it was to have someone around who could actually intuit what was happening. Mao Mao looked toward the woman hiding behind the pillar. "What is it?" she asked. The other woman looked perhaps a little bit older than Mao Mao, but she also appeared distinctly intimidated. By Mao Mao, or by her companions? It was hard to say. About the woman in that building. There was a fresh, white flower in the young woman's hand. Green and white, the colors were unmistakable. The woman carried herself well, although she spoke hesitantly. "She's no longer there." It was decided that she would leave the rear palace, but they're sending her somewhere it will be easier for her to get better. Consort Li Hua, feeling that responsibility rested with her, had volunteered to pay the woman's medical costs and give her a stipend to live on. "Oh. So she left," the maid looked at the ground, but at the same time, appeared relieved. She let her hands brush her cheeks in an attempt to hide the tears that were spilling down them, then bowed to Mao Mao and went back to her work. Behind her there were only small, white petals on the ground. Chapter 12, The Shrine of Choosing. It's said that once upon a time, a different people lived in these lands. These people had no chieftain, but a woman of noble blood came to them from a far place and took up residence among them, and conceived in her belly the Son of Heaven, who would become the country's first emperor. The woman was called Wang Mu, the Mother Royal, and some said she was an immortal. She possessed eyes that could see even in the dark of a moonless night, and it was with this strength of vision that she led the people. The elderly eunuch read aloud from the book in his soft, gentle voice. About half his pupils were listening attentively, the other half were either actively asleep, or struggling not to be. Mao Mao, fighting back a yawn herself, didn't blame them for feeling a little drowsy. From what she could see from her vantage point outside the classroom, there appeared to be about 20 students, though she didn't know if that was a lot or a little. So it went, she thought, but the eunuch beside her seemed somewhat let down. "Sir, they'll see you," she said to Jinchi, whose face threatened to be visible through the window. Nobody would be able to concentrate on their studies if they knew such a beautiful creature was watching them. "I was told there were only about 10 students to start with, so I think the numbers have gone up a little," Gao Shun said placatingly. They were at the Rear Palace's Institute of Practical Studies, which Jinchi had spearheaded. He'd wanted to hang out a sign boldly proclaiming that it was a place of learning, but Mao Mao had dissuaded him, arguing that making a big deal about it would only make things more difficult, so in the end the school went ahead quietly. They'd refurbished one of the less dilapidated buildings of the northern quarter to serve the purpose. In fact, this was the building that had been used when the foreign emissaries had visited recently, so it was looking very nice indeed. Xiaolan was among the students. Mao Mao could see her rubbing her eyes sleepily, splitting her attention equally between the textbook and the teacher. She'd learned to recognize many common words by now and had moved on to reading simple stories. The one the teacher had just been reading was the story of how the nation had been founded, something everyone would have heard at least once in their lives. Mao Mao herself had no interest in learning such things at this point in her life, but Jinchi had invited her to come see how lessons were going, and she couldn't really say no. Anyway, it would be untrue to say she wasn't curious. Xiaolan was there, along with a few other palace women Mao Mao knew, and most of all, if Jinchi's plan succeeded, it could change the face of the Rear Palace. "Master Jinchi, it's time." Jinchi was a busy eunuch, as his attendant reminded him, and he reluctantly turned away from his brainchild. He probably would have liked to continue to observe for a while yet, but he had other things to do. "What are you going to do next?" he asked Mao Mao. "I'd like to stay here and watch a little longer, if that's all right." If you notice anything amiss, report it to me." Mao Mao bowed slowly. When class was over, some eunuchs appeared with baked snacks that they distributed to the students, who eyed the treats hungrily. Mao Mao found Xiaolan and went over to her. "Oh, Fueo," Xiaolan said around a mouthful of food. She looked like she was going to choke, so Mao Mao asked one of the eunuchs to bring some water, and by the time he got back, Xiaolan was indeed pounding on her chest. Alongside the textbook on her desk was a sand tray. The books were provided to the students, but handing out consumables like paper and brushes would soon drain the funds dry, so instead, students practiced their characters in small trays of sand. The smudges on Xiaolan's pointer finger suggested she'd been working hard. True, she'd looked pretty spent by it, but Mao Mao could pretend she hadn't noticed. Xiaolan took the cup Mao Mao offered her and took a drink, then a noisy breath. "Managing to pick anything up?" Mao Mao asked. He. "I've still got a long way to go. I want to ask the teacher about this," Xiaolan said, pointing to something in the textbook several pages ahead of what the instructor had been reading. "Me, I'm not that smart. If I don't work ahead a little, I don't think I'd ever keep up." She stuffed the rest of her food in her mouth and washed it down with another drink. Mao Mao decided to go with Xiaolan, just casually. They left the classroom and went through a covered hallway to an adjacent building where the instructor kept his office. Outside, Mao Mao could see the pond that had been used to stage their performance at the night banquet, and beyond it an old shrine. The shrine had supposedly been there since before the founding of the rear palace, and the architecture was different from what Mao Mao was used to. It was a long, narrow building oriented along a north-south axis. The relative lack of weathering compared to the other buildings nearby implied the shrine saw regular maintenance. "I wonder if they still observe some ritual there," Mao Mao thought. But in any event, they passed the shrine by and arrived at the teacher's office. "Excuse me," Xiaolan said. "May I have a few minutes?" It wasn't exactly a refined greeting, but the old eunuch welcomed them in with a smile just the same. Xiaolan's affable nature seemed to have gotten the better of him. He spoke to her as gently as if he were talking to his own grandchild. "I don't believe I've seen your friend there before." "Just tagging along," Mao Mao said. I see. Have a seat in that chair and wait, then, if you don't mind." The eunuch smiled at her. Mao Mao obligingly went and sat down. She looked out the window, gazing at the shrine they'd passed by earlier. Its pillars were closely spaced, and the interior appeared to be divided into a complicated series of rooms. "Wondering about that shrine?" the eunuch asked. "A little. I can't help thinking the architecture is somewhat odd." This was Mao Mao, who promptly became obsessed with anything that caught her interest. She'd been staring fixedly at the shrine without realizing it. That shrine was built by the original inhabitants of this land. Lady Wang Mu, the Mother Royal, chose not to forbid the people from practicing their faith when she ruled this place. Instead she used it, and made that faith concrete. Wang Mu was the woman who had appeared in the founding myth the eunuch had been teaching in class. She was said to be the mother of the first emperor. There were many interpretations of the story, the most popular being that she was either the survivor of a vanished country, or else a female immortal descended from the immortal realms. Any who would rule this land must pass through that shrine, and only those who choose the proper path may become chieftains of the land. Such was the charge Wang Mu laid upon the first emperor. Her son was able to pass the test and thus became ruler of the land. Very interesting. Isn't it? That shrine was the reason the capital was moved here, as well. The old eunuch smiled nostalgically. It hasn't been used in decades, though, and I question whether it will see use again in the future. What do you mean by that? Well, the eunuch handed Xiaolan a writing utensil, kindly allowing her to use his own brush. She took it and frowned, still struggling to hold the brush correctly. She didn't seem interested in what he and Mao Mao were talking about. All of the elder brothers of his former majesty were felled by an epidemic. Worse, many male children and infants died, depriving the imperial line of any potential successors. That was why the previous emperor, his parents' youngest son, had ascended the throne. The circumstances had long invited ugly rumors to the effect that the empress regnant his mother had had a hand in the plague. Mao Mao couldn't help thinking that the eunuch's story was not the most respectful toward the imperial family, but she sensed no hostility in his voice. If anything, he had the dispassionate air of a scholar laying out facts. Xiaolan plunged the brush into the ink, splattering polka dots on her cheek. Rites of passage were by no means unusual, but Mao Mao found her interest especially piqued by this one. She looked at the shrine, and the eunuch looked at her, though at first she wasn't sure what he was thinking. "I must say, I'm happy to know someone is interested in that old building," he said. "Not many want to hear such tales. It's been quite a long time." Then he, too, looked outside. "But there was someone once? In the past?" "Yes. A doctor who was here many years ago, a real eccentric. Whenever he had time on his hands, he would go wandering about the rear palace with a look on his face much like the one on yours now." A face floated into Mao Mao's mind. His name wouldn't have been Luo Men, by any chance? The eunuch's eyes widened with surprise. "You know him?" Mao Mao's old man Luo Men looked like an ordinary, reasonable person, but he really wasn't. For one thing, if he had been reasonable and ordinary, he wouldn't have planted medicinal herbs all over the rear palace. Oops. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned him. He had, after all, been banished as a criminal. Maybe it would have been better not to say his name. To all appearances, though, the eunuch didn't bear Luo Men any ill will. Mao Mao said only, but honestly, that Luo Men was a relation of hers, and that he now made his living, barely, as an apothecary. The eunuch looked at Mao Mao, clearly moved. Xiaolan, meanwhile, was gazing intently at her own unsteady characters. "I see," the eunuch said. "Yes, Luo Men, maybe he'd been friends with her adoptive father." She wanted to ask about it, but realized it was time to be getting back. She collected Xiaolan, who had folded the sheet full of characters, despite their crudeness, and tucked it lovingly into the folds of her robes, and left the school. 2 days later, His Majesty paid a visit to the Jade Pavilion. Mao Mao performed her food-tasting duties as usual and was just about to leave the room when he stopped her. "How can I help you, sir?" she said. If His Majesty wanted to talk to her, it was probably about the illustrated textbooks or the like. Unfortunately, she could now only distribute whatever she could get past the censor, so it was no longer so easy to slip things to His Majesty. She thought she'd asked Jinshi to tell him that personally. "I intend to go to the Shrine of Choosing now. I'd like you to accompany me." "Huh?" Mao Mao slapped a hand over her mouth before the sound could make it out. What in the world was going on? They went by lantern light through the darkness, heading for the northern quarter of the palace. His Majesty's 2 eunuch bodyguards were with them, as were Jinshi and Gao Shun. Jinshi was watching the entire thing with a probing eye. He appeared to have been called out here quite suddenly. What does His Majesty have in mind? Mao Mao wondered. The northern quarter was never exactly bustling, but at night it became eerily silent. The one silver lining was that at least they didn't hear any sounds of unhealthy love emanating from the bushes or the shadows of the trees. When they reached the shrine, someone was waiting for them, the old eunuch Mao Mao had spoken to earlier that day. "I've been waiting for you," he said with a respectful bow. The emperor, stroking the beard of which he was so proud, nodded at him. "May I enter once more?" "You may enter as many times as you wish, Your Majesty." The hairs on Mao Mao's neck stood up at what sounded like an undertone of provocation in the eunuch's words. The emperor, still working at his beard, remained perfectly calm, but Gao Shun and the other eunuchs didn't hide their displeasure. Jinchi alone didn't frown, he was staring intently at the shrine and seemed to be thinking. The old eunuch unlocked the shrine door and ushered the emperor inside. "And whom do you require for your attendance?" the eunuch asked, and again he sounded faintly mocking. "These two, if I may," the emperor replied. He was looking at Jinchi and Mao Mao, grinning. "What's this about?" Mao Mao wondered, looking less than pleased as she entered the shrine. She could understand why His Majesty would choose Jinchi. He officiated ceremonies and everything, so he was used to these kinds of places. But Mao Mao? What possible purpose could she serve? Women aren't forbidden in here or something? Mao Mao whispered to the old eunuch, but he smiled broadly. You may recall that Wang Mu and the Empress Regnant were both women. Mao Mao didn't respond to that, just put her head down and followed the two men. Just past the shrine entrance was a large, empty space. There were 3 doors, each of a different color, and above them a sign that read, "Pass not through the red door." Mao Mao squinted. The doors were blue, red, and green, respectively. The color of each was clear and bright, suggesting they were regularly refreshed. "Which door do you choose, sir?" the old eunuch said, stroking his chin. The emperor scratched the back of his neck, then headed for the blue door. "I chose the green one last time. Might as well try this one." "Indeed, sir." The party passed through the blue door. They continued through a narrow hallway, then arrived in the next room to find 3 more doors and another sign. Mao Mao cocked her head. The sign read, "Pass not through the black door." This time, the doors were vivid red, black, and white. The walls and pillars were noticeably dusty, yet the doors were freshly colored. "Looking after this place is a chore, I can tell you. Just when I thought it would never be used again, someone comes along saying he suddenly wants to enter." The old eunuch rubbed his shoulders pointedly, evidently he was the one who had to paint the doors. The emperor stroked his beard, then picked the red door. Beyond it was another hallway, and then another room. 3 more doors, and a new riddle. Mao Mao wondered despondently how many more rooms there would be. Without any windows to let a breeze through, the shrine was stuffy and warm. She had been right about one thing, the shrine's layout was certainly complex. Sometimes they backtracked, or went up a flight of stairs, until she had lost all sense of direction. Eventually she realized that some of the rooms shared doors with each other. Guess it's not meant to be over quickly. Quite apart from Mao Mao's impatience, Jinchi was staring at the doors and sign with an unusually serious look. "Pass not through the blue door," the sign instructed. The doors in this room were blue, purple, and yellow. His Majesty chose the yellow door. "Seems this is the last one," he said. The door creaked open, but beyond it was only a single door. In place of a question, the sign above it read, "Child of royalty, yet not child of the mother royal." It didn't exactly make sense, but it was a pretty clear rejection. "Same as last time, eh?" The emperor seemed to be hiding a bitter smile behind his bountiful beard. Jinchi was watching him closely. "Is it not given to me to know the will of heaven?" Your Majesty jests. "Ever since this shrine was closed away in the rear palace, I alone have been left to oversee it. Heaven's will has nothing to do with it." The eunuch put his hands in his sleeves and bowed his head. Something in his manner seemed to say that despite having been made a eunuch, he still harbored some unshakable pride. Most likely, this man had been overseeing this shrine for some long time, and when the building had found itself within the boundaries of the rear palace, he had gone so far as to accept castration to continue protecting it. The emperor had followed all of the sign's instructions to the letter. Had he still somehow made a mistake? The eunuch opened the door before them. "You'll find the exit this way, sir," he said. Mao Mao and the others, still unsettled, went outside. On what conceivable basis had the emperor been rejected? Mao Mao counted on her fingers, tallying up the number of rooms, thinking about which doors the emperor had chosen. She even sat down to ponder it, using a twig to scratch in the dust the order of the doors he'd picked as best she could remember it. She realized it probably wasn't the most becoming behavior with the sovereign himself still present, but she did it anyway. "I'm certain Luo Men would understand," the eunuch said. "My old man would?" Mao Mao thought. Was that so? Was this a riddle he might be able to answer for them? It was nice of the eunuch to give them a hint and all, but at the same time it made Mao Mao purse her lips in annoyance. She felt like he was saying, "Your old man would get it, but you never will." She knew her adoptive father was something special, but it rankled her to be completely dismissed like that. In other words, Mao Mao was angry. "You're saying my adoptive father would know what's going on?" "I couldn't say." "It's possible," the eunuch replied, suddenly evasive. Luo Men would understand, in other words, the key was something he knew. His knowledge was broad, but he particularly excelled in medicine. Was that where the solution lay? Jinchi and the emperor were watching Mao Mao expectantly. She felt a shiver run down her spine. Wish they'd stop that. They could look at her as hopefully as they wanted, she wasn't her old man, and wouldn't be able to come up with the answers so easily. That only made her more frustrated, though. And something still nagged at her. 3 doors, 3 colors. How did they go together? "Do you know what it means when it says I am not a child of the Mother Royal?" the emperor asked. "The Mother Royal?" Mao Mao thought. "Wang Mu?" "Yes, the mother of the first emperor, spoken of in the country's earliest stories. The tales never mentioned a father. Normally, one would expect that to produce an emphasis on the maternal line. Yet in Mao Mao's country, agnatic descent was the rule, inheritance passing from father to son. Once again, Mao Mao thought over the words on that last sign. Child of royalty, yet not child of the Mother Royal. Did the words hold some great secret? Could the expression child of royalty refer to the paternal line? It was said that male children received what made them fit to rule from their fathers. Meanwhile, in a matrilineal system, female children were said to receive what made them fit from their mothers. The imperial throne had been occupied by a direct line of male successors. True, the occasional empress had interposed herself, but as far as Mao Mao was aware these women's bloodlines hadn't continued. Suppose the blood of Wang Mu still remained somehow, what would it lead one to do? Suddenly, Mao Mao found herself remembering the story of the former emperor. The last of his family's sons, his older brothers dying young of an epidemic and clearing the way for him to take the throne. The fact that he alone had survived when all his brothers had died had inspired rumors that the empress regnant might have had a hand in things. But is it possible that? Mao Mao looked at the old eunuch, the emperor, and Jinchi, and then she went and stood in front of Jinchi. Master Jinchi. Were the brothers of the previous sovereign all born by the same mother? He looked perplexed by the suddenness of the question, but it took him hardly the space of breath to answer. I'm given to understand that not all of them shared the same mother, but that the mothers of all the imperial princes were sisters. Cousins of the emperor before last, I believe. Close kin, then. When it came to noble blood, marrying sisters and close relatives wasn't uncommon. Indeed, consort Li Hua herself was a not too distant relative of the emperor. May I ask something else? Mao Mao said, somewhat hesitantly. What? I'm afraid it may be considered terribly improper. Depending on their reaction, it could even get her killed on the spot. Speak. It was not Jinchi who issued the command, but the emperor himself. Mao Mao took a deep breath and let all the words out at once. Is it possible that many or most of those who have occupied the throne down the generations have had poor eyesight? It was neither Jinchi nor His Majesty who reacted most noticeably to this question, but the old eunuch. Mao Mao smirked. I have heard that many of them didn't see well, but the previous emperor had good eyes, His Majesty said, but this only confirmed for Mao Mao what she already suspected. She looked at the shrine. Would it be possible to go through this thing again? You believe you are qualified, young lady, the eunuch said teasingly. Women have been brought into the shrine many times, but they were always princesses or consorts. You were permitted entry last time, but I'm afraid I question allowing you in repeatedly. Particularly if you are going to advise on the choice of doors. Mao Mao was far too scrawny to be called a beautiful princess even in flattery. Evidently, it would be improper for her to enter the shrine repeatedly. The emperor laughed merrily. Perhaps I should name you one of my consorts, then. Though I think I would be lucky to survive telling Logon about it. Surely you jest, Mao Mao thought. Surely you jest, Jinshi said, stepping out in front of her. Imagine the looks your other ladies would give you. True, too true. His Majesty said, clutching his sides in mirth. He patted Mao Mao on the head. She was used to seeing him at his leisure in the Jade Pavilion, but tonight he seemed to be relaxing in a somewhat different way. I think he's mocking me. And perhaps he was. After all, Mao Mao was well aware that a lady had to have a bust of about 90 centimeters to even begin to excite the emperor's interest. Consort Gyakuyo and Consort Lihua both met that standard and more. Jinshi was looking at the emperor, perturbed. Was it Mao Mao's imagination, or did he look a bit like a pouting child? You take her, then, he said to Jinshi, and then he looked at the old eunuch. You'd have no objection then, would you? The eunuch pulled a face but looked at Jinshi. You would accept that? If His Majesty so orders, then I can only obey. Anyway, the girl is working something out. And I'm quite interested to know what it is, the emperor chipped in, chuckling. The old eunuch headed back to the shrine entrance, looking thoroughly exasperated. The emperor, who appeared quite pleased, jerked his thumb in the direction the eunuch had gone, as if to say, let's go. They went to the entrance once more, this time with Jinshi in the lead, followed by the emperor and the old eunuch. Mao Mao trailed behind them, surprised to realize that it seemed anyone at all could attempt the shrine. They entered the first room, and Jinshi turned back to look at Mao Mao. The red, blue, and green doors stood before them. Which shall I choose? He asked. Mao Mao narrowed her eyes. The sign above the doors said only not to pass through the red one. Slowly, she pointed at the blue door. Jinshi obediently opened it. It was the same one the emperor had chosen earlier. The old eunuch arched an eyebrow. In the next room, Mao Mao picked the white door, earning herself another eyebrow arch. Taking a different path from myself this time, the emperor said, stroking his beard as he followed Jinshi through the white door. Ordinarily, it might have been considered rude for Jinshi to walk ahead of His Majesty, but none of them, Jinshi or the emperor or the old eunuch, seemed to take it amiss. The sovereign had always seemed to have a fairly permissive streak, so maybe he wasn't particularly interested in standing on ceremony. Mao Mao led them through the next room, and then the next, until finally they arrived in the 10th chamber. This time the sign said something a little different. Choose thou the red door. There were still 3 doors, but none of them were red. Instead, they were white, black, and green. What is this? Jinshi said, sounding agitated. It was understandable, he didn't see any red door. That was exactly what, in Mao Mao's mind, made it clear that this was the final riddle. She pointed to the green door. Go through there, and you'll understand, she said. Jinshi must have trusted her, for he opened the green door without hesitation. Beyond it was a hallway, at the far end of which they could see a staircase. They ascended, their footsteps echoing on the stairs, and opened the door at the end to be greeted by a damp breeze. They were on the roof of the shrine, up high enough to see out over the entire rear palace. The square space seemed to have been constructed specifically to inspire the sense that one was gazing down on all around. The old eunuch's lips were twitching, whether he was fighting a smile or a scowl, Mao Mao wasn't sure. My congratulations. You have chosen the proper path, he said, looking around. In days of old, only those chosen by Wang Mu could become the next king. Eventually, the kings came to be called emperors. Throughout the ages, the first order of business of those so selected had been to give an address from this shrine. Considering the sophistication of the architecture at the time, the shrine had presumably been the tallest thing in existence. There were times when no one was able to choose the correct path. In such cases, they would return accompanied by a consort who was able to do so. The old eunuch looked at Mao Mao with a pained expression. Traditionally, only those of the proper blood have been able to succeed, but in this case it seems someone else has guessed the right order. This evidently didn't agree with him. The geezer makes that sound like a bad thing, Mao Mao thought, all too readily drawn in by his provocation. She'd chosen correctly. What was wrong with that? History lessons are all well and good, but perhaps you could explain what's going on so that I can understand it, the emperor said. Does one so august as His Majesty lower himself to ask teaching of me? The eunuch said. This time it was Jinshi's turn to raise an eyebrow, but the emperor was too even-keeled to be drawn in by the eunuch's taunt. Nonetheless, the old man said, you shouldn't hear it from my lips. I suggest you ask the girl. He was going to foist it off on her. Well, the emperor said, turning to Mao Mao. But there were things even she found difficult to say. Trying to decide how best to put the matter, she said, very well. Allow me to explain what guided my thinking in choosing the doors. Out of the first 3 doors, blue, red, and green, Mao Mao had chosen the blue one. The sign said only to avoid the red door, so one might think the green door was a perfectly fine choice. And normally, one might be right. But normal didn't quite apply in this shrine. There are certain people who would be unable to distinguish which door was red and which was green, Mao Mao said. Unable to distinguish one from the other? Jinshi asked, puzzled. His Majesty looked equally perplexed. The two of them were such different people, yet with that expression of confusion on their faces, they looked oddly similar. Yes, Mao Mao replied, and so they would choose the door that they could be certain wasn't red. That would be the blue one. The first chamber would whittle down the candidates by half. The next room is the same. If you couldn't tell the difference between black and red, you would choose the white door. And half the remaining candidates would be weeded out. In each room, there appeared to be 2 possible right answers, but in fact there was only one. The final riddle worked the same way. Because the candidate would be certain that the white door was white and the black one black, they would assume the final door must be the red one. It wasn't, of course, it was green, but because anyone who had made it that far would be unable to tell red and green apart, they wouldn't know that. Only half of those who entered the shrine would choose the correct door in the first room. In the second room, it would be a quarter, and by that 9th door, only 1 out of every 512 people would make the right choice. And what does all this mean? Jinshi asked, still obviously flummoxed. It means that those who are chosen by this shrine, those who prove themselves the children of Wangmu, have one thing in common: they can't see color. They could see some colors, of course. Individual differences would mean some people would still make wrong choices, and conversely, it was possible that some had simply guessed wrong. But they need only return with someone whose blood was closer to Wangmu's. That was why consorts were allowed into the shrine. It's not common in this country, but in the West, people are periodically born unable to distinguish between red and green, Mao Mao said. Her father had told her that roughly 1 out of every 10 people in the country where he had studied had this condition. It was evidently less common in women than in men. It was passed down from parent to child, and although it could be a hindrance in daily life, it was also possible to adapt to it such that others might never realize a person had the trait. That was why the old eunuch had said Mao Mao's old man might understand. Some also claim, she went on, that the more trouble one has distinguishing colors, the better one's night vision is. She'd never investigated that claim personally, so she couldn't be sure. However, for such a profoundly challenging trait to persist down to the present day, it was likely to occur with some exceptional benefit. And I believe in the founding story, Wang Mu is said to be able to see clearly even on a dark night. Wang Mu had come from a far land and had carried with her an inability that hadn't been present here before, the inability to distinguish color. It couldn't have been easy for her and the retainers she brought with her to start a new life in this place. Perhaps the solution was marriage. In the story, Wang Mu didn't have a husband, but it would be reasonable to suppose she'd wed the chieftain of this area. It was hardly unusual for people from other lands to be taken as spouses in order to help dilute blood that had become too concentrated. If that spouse had local authority, so much the better. It would explain why people here prized patrilineal descent despite tracing their ancestry back to Wang Mu. Yet Wang Mu, or perhaps one of those who had come with her, hadn't wanted lineage alone to determine the succession. Instead, while continuing the chieftain's bloodline, a different way was created to discern whether a person had inherited Wang Mu's blood, the shrine of choosing. The passage of time slowly but surely warped the truth of the matter. When a strange people with strange technology arrive somewhere new, over time they're absorbed into the local population, generation by generation. A simpler method was to leave a written record. Wang Mu's story was written down in characters the local populace didn't know, and as those who had witnessed their arrival died out, the story became the truth. A conquest patient and peaceful. Not that I can tell them that, Mao Mao thought. She proceeded to explain all this to Jinchi and the emperor, passing over the most inconvenient parts. They might look askance at a few of the things she said, but she doubted they would pursue the matter too closely, nor did she want them to. Everyone would be happier that way. So Mao Mao picked her way through the story, refraining from saying anything she thought her old man wouldn't have told them. So you're saying the blood of Wang Mu doesn't flow through my veins? It's true that my mother wasn't of royal lineage, nor my grandmother, the Empress Regnant. Mao Mao shook her head. This shrine exists only as a way of being certain that the blood is present, not demonstrating that it isn't. Sometimes a characteristic may be seen in the parent that doesn't appear in the child. There was also, of course, always the possibility that the emperor's honored mother had been unfaithful, but she would keep that to herself. In any event, allowing the blood to become too concentrated can bring serious problems of its own. All of the former emperor's older brothers had died of the same epidemic, for example, presumably along with many other close relatives. Perhaps the result of trying too hard to satisfy the shrine. When Mao Mao finished her explanation, she heard clapping. The old eunuch was applauding. Never once did I imagine the likes of this girl would really and truly solve the riddle, he said. Okay, so he could be rude sometimes. It's said that Wang Mu came to rule this land because of her unparalleled wisdom. After all, only a truly keen intellect could come up with something like that shrine as a means of maintaining their bloodline. If you wish to further thin the blood, might I suggest taking someone like this young lady into your retinue? Excuse me? What was that doddering old coot thinking? Mao Mao wanted to pull off a shoe and fling it at him. Amusing as that might be, I'd rather not make an enemy of Logon. And perhaps more importantly, her bust would have to grow about another 15 centimeters first. First, just how intimidated was he by the fox strategist? And second, really? I grant there are many who wouldn't smile upon it, the old eunuch said. He looked into the distance for a second, then glanced at Mao Mao. Do be wary. I'm well aware, the emperor said. I know you are, Majesty, the eunuch said, this time looking at Jinchi. Do be wary, he repeated. Jinchi nodded without a word. Just who is this guy? Mao Mao wondered. Simply a eunuch who had found favor with the emperor? It didn't matter. Mao Mao foresaw nothing good in knowing the answer. Maybe it doesn't matter who he is. She would leave well enough alone. Ignorance, as they said, was bliss. She was ignorant of something else, as well, however, that she would yet have cause to regret what she didn't know. Chapter 13, The Empress Dowager. Mao Mao was thrilled. Indeed, she could hardly have been happier. Behind her, Hong Niang and Ying Hua stood looking intimidating. Really? Right here? Mao Mao asked, watching Hong Niang carefully. Yes. Have a good, hard think about what you did, the chief lady-in-waiting replied with a snort. Mao Mao's eyes began to brim with tears, and she clasped Hong Niang's hand. Thank you so much, she said, bowing deeply. Wait. Mao Mao. Ooh, this is the exact opposite of what we wanted. Mao Mao, paying no heed to Hong Niang and Yinghua's dismay, veritably flew into the storage shed. This was to be her room from today forth. Don't you think that's a little harsh, Yinghua? Giwen asked as she poured some tea, which she offered along with a snack to Yinghua. I thought so too, but it's her own fault, Yinghua replied, managing to purse her lips and sip her tea at the same time. Today they were having a sweet-smelling fermented tea from the west. We kept telling her to stop, but she wouldn't. We know she was out collecting bugs again, she glared at Mao Mao. Hong Niang, it seemed, had thrown out all the fruits of Mao Mao's efforts. Mao Mao only cocked her head. She'd stopped trying to gather lizard tails, recognizing that work couldn't get done around the Jade Pavilion if the ladies-in-waiting kept fainting. What are you talking about? She asked Yinghua, genuinely surprised. I stopped after the thing with the lizard. There's talk. We heard a weird lady was going around the rear palace collecting bugs and laughing like a maniac. Mao Mao didn't say anything, but Yinghua and now Giwen too both looked scandalized. This was clearly some sort of misunderstanding. I don't do that, Mao Mao said earnestly. Yes, she'd collected moths one time recently, but that had been for work. She hadn't gone after a single other bug since then. Or lizard. And if I did do something like that, it wouldn't be bugs I was after. It would be herbs. But you admit you would be maniacal about it. Yinghua and Giwen looked thoroughly exasperated as they studied Mao Mao. Of late, they had finally started to grasp her true nature. Grr. She knew that look. They didn't believe her. But it was true. Mao Mao had only been laughing because she'd found some medicinal herbs, not because of any bugs. She did have some measure of common sense. She understood perfectly well what would happen if she tried to cultivate insects in that cramped room. It was summer, it would be a catastrophe. Mao Mao frowned and balled her hands into fists. This was a very grave situation. But she thought she knew who was really responsible. Huh? Hui's Bi Buingwei? Xiaolan asked, her mouth full of peach bun. Mao Mao offered her a bamboo cylinder full of sweet tea and nodded. They were chatting and snacking behind the laundry area, as usual. Mao Mao had made Xiaolan write a few characters in the dust to satisfy herself that the girl was paying attention in class. She certainly was. That Shisui. She's the most mercurial creature, Xiaolan said, drinking some tea. Maybe it was her recent academic bent that had introduced difficult words like that into her vocabulary. She hopped down off the barrel she'd been sitting on and trotted toward some palace women chatting near the well. Hey, you don't know where Shisui's been lately, do you? Mao Mao went after her. The three palace women answered Xiaolan with a friendly greeting, although they stiffened a bit when Mao Mao approached. Their reaction wasn't unusual. Xiaolan and Shisui were about the only women with tastes strange enough to enjoy talking to Mao Mao. She's an odd one of the ladies said. Just when you think you've seen her, it's like she's gone again. You know, I feel like she's been around. Yeah, me too. The one thing they seemed sure about was that they weren't sure. Ooh, where? Tell me, pretty please. Xiaolan, with no fear of anyone she might be talking to, began to pester them mercilessly. The three ladies looked at each other, obviously hesitant to say. They were probably feeling sensitive about having Mao Mao there. Her outfit wasn't like theirs. It was still plain and easy to move in, sure, but it wasn't one of the general uniforms the rear palace issued to its staff. No, she wore clothing given to her by her mistress, as befitted an attendant of one of the consorts. Those outfits created an invisible but uncrossable barrier between those who attended the consorts and those who didn't. Shoot! Mao Mao realized she should have kept her distance. Some of the palace women could be hostile toward those who served the consorts, but many of them simply clammed up, afraid that sharing the wrong rumor might get them in trouble. Few people were as carefree as Xiaolan. So, what to do now? She might have been able to lighten the mood with some snacks, but she'd given everything she had to Xiaolan already. Mao Mao felt in the folds of her robe, wondering if she might be carrying anything that could work as a bribe in lieu of food. Ooh! She thought as she ran across one particular item. If any of you have any details, I might find my way to giving you this. It was a lovely piece of cloth, pleasant to the touch and faintly perfumed. It was technically a handkerchief, but it was of such fine material that, with some imagination, it could be practically anything. In point of fact, Jinshi had given it to Mao Mao when her cheek had been injured. She'd been thinking she might be able to sell it to the quack doctor at the medical office. She didn't want to spend too long thinking about any interest in men he might have, but she might get a few coins out of him for something that had belonged to the gorgeous eunuch. Is that? It looks like silk, doesn't it? Most unsuitable material for a handkerchief, I dare say. One of the women took the cloth and brought it to her nose. Then her eyes went wide. This smell. It can't be. Can it? Mao Mao turned toward the woman with a slight smile on her lips, though she didn't let it reach her eyes. I'll leave that to your imagination. She feared that actually saying Jinshi's name would be counterproductive. Let them get a whiff of the idea and fill in the rest themselves. The woman with the sensitive nose was mumbling to herself, wait. But... can it really? Could it be his? Mao Mao couldn't be sure who she was thinking of, but she saw she had a taker. When they saw the woman's reaction, the other two ladies with her took turns sniffing the handkerchief. Mao Mao folded the cloth up and said respectfully, perhaps I could prevail on you to share your insights first. The palace women told Mao Mao that they'd spotted Shisui among the unkempt groves in the northern quarter. It made sense, that was where Mao Mao had run into her before. It was apparently a favorite spot of hers. Mao Mao went there and sat down among the trees. It being summer, there were a lot of noisy insects. The cicadas crying all around she could forgive, but she crushed a few mosquitoes that buzzed irritatingly past her ear. Should have brought a little burner to keep the mosquitoes away, she thought. They used mugwort and pine needles to produce a thick smoke that kept the bugs at bay. One was always burning at the Jade Pavilion because Princess Lingli was still so young. The area around the woods wasn't tended very carefully, and Mao Mao saw all kinds of things growing there, pampas grass, for example, and a bevy of red flowers. She leaned toward them. So this is where they grow. They were white blossom flowers. The trumpet-shaped blooms would start to open come evening. Mao Mao picked one and crushed the petals, staining her fingers with a red juice. It was a little game she'd often played when she was young. Meanwhile, the courtesans had picked the flowers for their seeds, which contained a powder much like face-whitening powder. But that wasn't how the courtesans used it. A question still lingered in Mao Mao's mind. It was about what had happened at the Crystal Pavilion a few days before, when consorts Li Hua's chief lady-in-waiting, Xin, had been found to be attempting to make a drug to induce a miscarriage. Xin had never used any perfume before. If the stuff contained ingredients that could be harmful to a pregnancy, and if she felt it was she who should be consort, it would explain why she wouldn't want to wear it. She'd probably hoped to take Li Hua's place. She might have thought that if the current consort failed to produce an heir, her family would feel compelled to give His Majesty someone else instead. And yet, on this occasion, she'd been so desperate to produce the abortifacient that she'd even worn the dreaded perfume. Why? Consort Li Hua had been wearing looser clothing than usual. Outfits that didn't cinch around the belly, just like consort Gyakuyo. And was it Mao Mao's imagination, or had she looked a little plumper than before? Gyakuyo was hardly the only one who received the emperor's visits. There was one very distinct possibility, but Mao Mao didn't dare say it. It wouldn't matter if she did, she was in no position to help consort Li Hua. Her nagging doubt was about the ingredients involved in whatever Shin had been making in that storage shed. Anyone could have bought the perfume oils and such from the caravan, provided they had enough money. That much was obvious. And yet, Mao Mao found herself perplexed. The courtesans gathered the white blossom seeds not for cosmetic purposes but to create a drug that would rid them of a child in their belly. It would be boiled with other ingredients, including lantern plant, tree peony, balsam, flowering peony, and quicksilver to achieve the desired effect. Quicksilver, or mercury, aside, these plants were all things that could be had in the rear palace, but Shin's brew hadn't included any of them even though it seemed like the easiest and cheapest way. That left Mao Mao with an unsettling thought, maybe someone had deliberately told Shin about the toxins. That person might still be here in the rear palace. She'd tried to give Jinshi an inkling of what she was thinking with an oblique suggestion, and she knew him well enough to expect he would look into the matter. She was less sure whether the proud, stubborn chief lady-in-waiting would be easily induced to talk. At that moment, the cacophony of cicadas suddenly subsided. Tring! She heard what sounded like a bell ring quietly, followed by a distinct rustling. She turned toward the sound to discover something large crawling through the pampas grass. It hopped along like a frog, then raised its hands and started laughing merrily. "I've got you this time," it shrieked. The voice had the same touch of innocence as Xiao Lan's, but was higher pitched. The owner of the voice had a grin on her face, a face that looked surprisingly young for how tall she was. The woman, obviously pleased from the bottom of her heart, took the insect in her hands and put it in a bamboo insect cage. "I can't believe it," Mao Mao thought, watching the girl cackle as she hopped around in the weeds grabbing at bugs. "They mistook me for that?" It was frustrating. She thought she was a little less deranged than that. Her curiosity satisfied, however, Mao Mao made to leave the area. She didn't get far. She heard it again, trying, this time from right by her ear. Puzzled, she touched her head to discover a bug sitting on it. This, it seemed, was the true source of the bell she'd been hearing. And that would have been fine, if it had been the end of the matter. Instead, a figure came charging at Mao Mao, colliding with her. "My bug," it cried. Then the figure looked at Mao Mao in surprise. Her face reminded Mao Mao of a squirrel somehow. "If you could get off me, I'd appreciate it," Mao Mao said, but the girl didn't move a muscle. Her hand was on top of Mao Mao's head, perfectly still. She looked a bit disturbed. Mao Mao quickly guessed what was going on. "Hurry up and take it away. I don't want to lie here with a bug on my head." There had been a squelch when the girl had tackled her. Something had squished, and she knew what. "I'm real sorry, Mao Mao," Shisui said, but she was grinning as she finally stood up. It felt wonderful to pour the cold well water over her head, but she couldn't wash away the feeling of disgust. The other girl handed the sopping Mao Mao a handkerchief. She took it gratefully and started mopping herself off. The insect cage hanging at the girl's waist was occupied by several bugs that were a sort of scorched color. They shook their wings, making a sound like a ringing bell. "So that's what you were trying to catch?" Shisui still looked a bit embarrassed, but her eyes as she turned to Mao Mao were shining. Mao Mao had known she liked insects, but she hadn't quite realized just how much. While Mao Mao was still trying to decide what to do, she found the other girl pulling her around to the far side of the well. That side was shaded by the trees, and there was a wooden box, a perfect place to sit down. Shisui patted the box, directing her to sit. Mao Mao was starting to get a very bad feeling about this. And her bad feelings were usually right. "These bugs are native to the island country to the east, see? They make noise by vibrating their wings," Shisui informed her, not looking up from the inhabitants of the cage. "I guess some of them must have hitched a ride with a trade mission and then gotten loose. I think this is the only place they live in our country, just like those moths. Mao Mao offered a half-hearted sound of interest. Their coloring makes them look like cockroaches, but they're not, so don't worry. Mao Mao could have lived without knowing that, she thought, once again rubbing her head vigorously with the handkerchief. The girl with the poor choice of words delivered this meandering lecture on insects for a full 30 minutes. If this went on, the sun would be down before they were finished. Mao Mao kept trying to break her way out of the conversation and leave, but each time, she felt a tug on her sleeve and was drawn inexorably back into the lesson. She well understood wanting to talk about something you were interested in, but she wanted to alert Shisui to what a bore it was for her audience. If only we were talking about drugs. Then I could survive this. The uncomfortable stretch was soon abruptly interrupted by the clacking of a wooden clapper. Mao Mao looked around, trying to figure out where it had come from. She could see the other nearby palace women doing the same thing. The source was soon revealed from the gate to the south. A figure appeared, flanked by a lady-in-waiting and a eunuch bodyguard to each side, with 3 more people trailing behind her, one of whom was sounding the clapper. The center of the parade was a woman dressed in colorful finery. Mao Mao thought she recognized her face, composed and gentle-looking. I do believe that's the Empress Dowager. She'd only seen her once, at the garden party the year before, but there were only so many people who could progress through the rear palace with such an extensive entourage. Comparing the person in front of her to that hazy memory, she concluded it had to be the Empress Dowager. She looked altogether too young to be the mother of the current emperor with his robust facial hair, but on she came, the clapper sounding all the while. Wonder where she's going, Shisui whispered. She was crouched in the shadows of a building. Why are you hiding? Mao Mao asked. Well, aren't you? Shisui had her there. In an almost conditioned reflex, Mao Mao had likewise crouched behind a pillar. All the other palace women around were bowing deeply. It had been drilled into everyone from the moment they arrived here that that was what one did when someone of higher status passed by. Strictly speaking, it was what Mao Mao should have done whenever Jinchi and his cohorts were present, but she'd gotten in the habit of forgetting lately. That won't do, she thought. She had to maintain proper boundaries. Shaking her head, she resolved to do better in the future. Is she going in the direction of the clinic? Shisui mused, putting her chin in her hand and watching the Empress Dowager. It was certainly true that the clinic was in the direction the parade was going. The clinic, huh? Mao Mao wondered what the Empress Dowager would be doing going to the rear palace's unofficial medical office. Quite unexpectedly, Shisui provided the answer. I heard it was her ladyship who started it. That was back when the Empress Regnant was still at her most powerful, so she couldn't do it publicly, and even now it's still kept pretty quiet. That would certainly make sense. The Empress Dowager was reputed to be a kind-hearted woman. It was said to be by her influence that both slavery and the making of eunuchs had been forbidden upon the accession of the current emperor. Either of those changes alone would have been revolutionary in its own right. Many people felt they were good choices from the perspective of simple humanity, but there were problematic knock-on effects. The slave trade, for example, had been a form of business, and pulling it out from under things had brought certain sectors to a halt. There was also the question of where to draw the line as to what constituted slavery. When people were herded and sold like animals, that was clear enough, but what about those who effectively made themselves collateral on a debt? Technically, they had entered into something like an employment contract, but this could also be considered slavery. Bring that into the equation, and even the courtesans at the moment, perfectly legal, could conceivably be considered slaves. Mao Mao remembered seeing the old madam discussing the possibility, pale-faced. In short, although outwardly there was no more slavery in the land, everyone was aware that in many ways the practice had simply changed its name and adapted to the new social standards. Mao Mao had no interest in finer details than that and didn't know anything about them. I think I'd better be getting back, Shisui said, grabbing her insect cage and standing up. Better watch out, Mao Mao. You'll get in trouble if you slack off here too long. Yeah, I guess. She wondered if the Empress Dowager's walk in the direction of the clinic had something to do with the recent events at the Crystal Pavilion. If her ladyship was getting involved, there might soon be another revolution, this time in medical treatment at the rear palace. Mao Mao wished she could be a fly on that wall, but she was scared of what would happen if she was found eavesdropping, and anyway, Shisui was right, Mao Mao would really hear it from Hong Niang if she was too late getting back. She crossed her arms and thought. It seemed like the other ladies-in-waiting had been doing nothing but getting upset with her recently. I suppose I better get back, she said, and reluctantly headed for the Jade Pavilion. When Mao Mao returned, she was, quite unusually, made to do some actual cleaning. She was told to dust the windowsills with more than the usual attention to detail, and her work only passed muster on the third try. That's 2 failures. She was starting to wonder if Hong Niang really was getting her back for her recent attitude, but when she saw that the other ladies-in-waiting each had to redo their work at least once, she figured it must be something else. Someone must be coming, but who? The only times they cleaned this carefully were when another consort was coming for a meal or a tea party. Such meetings had been suspended recently, and only consorts in whom they had the utmost confidence were received at the Jade Pavilion. Just as Mao Mao was wondering who might fit that description, the visitor arrived. It turned out to be the Empress Dowager herself. It's been too long, Lady Anchi. Consort Gyakuyo greeted her with a delicate smile and perfect posture. She was proving why she was the consort, with the exception of Hong Niang, her ladies-in-waiting all but wilted in her ladyship's presence. The Empress Dowager's gaze fell to Gyakuyo's belly, but only for a second. Thus it was that Mao Mao learned her ladyship's name, Anchi, but she knew it was a name she would almost certainly never speak. So that's what's going on, Mao Mao thought. As what amounted to Gyakuyo's mother-in-law, the Empress Dowager shared an implicit understanding with her. The fact that the deeply, and rightly, suspicious Gyakuyo would not only receive the Empress Dowager, but make her privy to the fact of her pregnancy, spoke to how deeply she trusted her. Or perhaps she was obliged to alert her ladyship. If one took the rumors about the Empress Dowager at face value, it seemed likely to be the former, but Mao Mao had no way of being sure. As far as it went, she looked very good-tempered. Princess Lingli at first ignored her grandmother, but soon grew accustomed to the gentle Empress Dowager. Mao Mao tasted the food for poison, but, before she could leave, the Empress Dowager said, "You, dear, you're the attendant Jinshi sent, aren't you?" How does she know that? Mao Mao wondered. And why was she condescending to speak to a mere food taster? Mao Mao wanted to ask but knew it might be rude, so she only said, "That's correct, ma'am," and bowed. Suiren told me. She said she'd finally found a girl worth the effort, but that she was going back to the rear palace. Suiren was Jinshi's personal lady-in-waiting, a woman just entering old age. She'd never seemed like the affable type, but apparently she was old friends with the Empress Dowager. She was once my own lady-in-waiting, you know. That would explain it. It was common for the daughters of officials to serve as ladies-in-waiting or nursemaids. Then her ladyship glanced at Gyakuyo. The perceptive consort appeared to take her meaning immediately. "I'm so very sorry, Lady Anchi, but might you excuse me for a moment to put the princess down for her nap," she said. Hong Niang was holding Lingli, who looked tired from playing with her grandmother. She was largely weaned by now, but it would do well enough as an excuse for Gyakuyo to leave the room. Hong Niang went with her mistress. So it was that Mao Mao found herself in a room with the Empress Dowager. "She does know how to take a hint, doesn't she?" her ladyship said, sounding a touch amused. At that moment, she seemed less like Gyakuyo's mother-in-law and more like her slightly older friend. Mao Mao wasn't sure what she was supposed to be doing, so she stood politely and watched the Empress Dowager for any clues. Her ladyship noticed and gestured to Mao Mao to sit in a chair. "It seems you've helped resolve a great many problems for us," she said. She clasped a glass full of ice to cool her palms. The ice was a gift she'd brought. Consort Gyakuyo couldn't let her body get too cold, but she could put the ice in her mouth and enjoy it while it melted. The princess, meanwhile, had been devouring treats made of shaved ice with fruit juice on top. Mao Mao replied, "I've only offered what knowledge I have that happened to fit the situation." Mao Mao wasn't spectacularly imaginative. It just so happened that the truth sometimes lurked among the things she knew, which were little more than a window into what her father had taught her. If they were to ask him directly, she believed he would have solved their problems in half the time it took her. It would have been easy to take Mao Mao's words as contrary, and indeed the lady-in-waiting standing beside the Empress Dowager, a woman of something past 40 who exuded experience, was frowning. It was only the three of them here in this room. Possible misunderstanding or no, however, Mao Mao wouldn't be comfortable unless she prefaced the discussion with that disclaimer. She had no interest in overselling her own abilities, and she wanted the other woman to be clear about that. Some might say she was selling herself short, but this was one of Mao Mao's tenets, and she would live by it. "That's enough for my purposes," the Empress Dowager said. Her eyes went briefly to the ground, and it seemed to Mao Mao she couldn't be sure that the kindness in them was replaced for an instant by something dull and vacant. "Whatever you're able to do will be enough, but I want you to investigate something." The lady-in-waiting was watching the Empress Dowager, who slowly shook her head as she looked at Mao Mao. "Do you suppose I've been cursed by the former emperor?" It was quite a question for the Empress Dowager to ask. Quite a question indeed. Chapter 14, His Former Majesty. The simple truth was that one rarely heard good things about the previous emperor. A foolish ruler, he was called, a pathetic prince, the puppet of the Empress Regnant. Yes, he was called many things, but there was one name above all by which he was known in the rear palace: pedophile. It was the only fitting term, considering that the Empress Dowager and the current emperor differed in age by only a scant 10 years or so. It was true enough that in this world, very young women were sometimes given as wives. Sometimes these were political matches, or else intended to pay off a debt. But this was the rear palace, where women of marriageable age were plenty, yet the former emperor had seemed to focus almost exclusively on the handful of younger girls. It proved he was a pedophile, that much was fact, no matter what else one thought of him. The Empress Dowager had spoken of a curse, but Mao Mao wondered if it really benefited her to think that way. On her ladyship's belly was a scar left when she had given birth to the current emperor. The birth canal of her still developing body had been too small, leaving no choice but to cut the child out of her. And the one who had been made a eunuch specifically to help with this procedure was Mao Mao's unfortunate old man. Perhaps the sacrifice had been worth it, for the boy who would become the reigning monarch grew up spirited and strong, and despite the surgery, the Empress Dowager went on to bear another child, His Majesty's younger brother. At this point, however, Mao Mao had a thought. A terribly rude thought that might get her slapped in the face if she were to voice it. Namely, was the imperial younger brother indeed the son of the prior emperor? The younger boy, as Mao Mao understood it, was a year older than she was. That meant the Empress Dowager would have been in her late 20s at the time of his birth, no longer a young girl by any stretch. Mao Mao didn't care to pursue the matter, she felt that knowing anything about it would only make her life here harder. "I'd like to talk somewhere else, if possible," the Empress Dowager had said, and thus Mao Mao now found herself outside the rear palace. They were still within the inner court, however, which was principally the residence of the emperor and his children and queen. At the moment, there were upper consorts in the rear palace, but His Majesty had no proper spouse. Of course, Mao Mao could hardly be there alone. Perhaps her ladyship had been planning this all along, because she'd arranged a tea party that would bring together all four of the upper consorts. It was quite a sight. Mao Mao had even spotted consort Li Shu around, but nervousness seemed to be getting the better of her, and she shambled about like a clockwork doll. Mao Mao mentally put her hands together and prayed for the consort's good luck. "What exactly do you think is going on here?" Yinghua asked with a sigh. She was wearing an outfit that was nicer, but not too much nicer, than her usual clothes. Mao Mao had done the same. She and Yinghua were both present as ladies-in-waiting to consort Gyakuyo, as were Hong Niang, Giwen, and Alan. Gyakuyo had left her most trustworthy eunuch bodyguards to look after the Jade Pavilion. Good question. The upper consorts had each been given a room. Although they hadn't gone very far, a tea party was always a place where women competed in glory, and Gyakuyo was accompanied by 3 eunuchs who all had their hands full wrangling baggage. That was evidently enough for her, but Li Hua had brought 5 eunuchs, and Lulan no fewer than 8, a dizzying number. Incidentally, Li Shu was accompanied by only 4 baggage carriers, a state of affairs her ladies-in-waiting seemed to find intensely disagreeable. The room Gyakuyo had been given was pleasant, open to a cool breeze, and stocked with juices and luscious fruits for dessert. Once Mao Mao had taken a bite and confirmed the food was safe, everyone dug in. She hardly imagined the Empress Dowager would do anything as ridiculous as poison the snacks, but it was her job to check. What's more, it would have been rude not to eat what had been prepared for them, so Mao Mao dutifully ate a little more. The food was delicious, as might have been expected of their hostess. Juicy grapes snapped delightfully in their mouths, maybe they'd been cooled with well water. Since there was still time before the tea party started, Consort Gyakuyo instructed her ladies to relax. As for the consort herself, she took the opportunity to doze a little. Tiredness was common in the first stage of pregnancy, but with Gyakuyo it seemed to be going on longer than usual. She slept sitting up so as not to disturb her hair, but a rounded cushion was placed on the chair for her comfort, and a pillow stuffed with cotton was set at her neck. Hong Niang was ready with water to wake her up and tools to touch up her makeup. Happily for all of them, the princess was sleeping soundly with her mother. The point of Yinghua's question seemed to be that it was strange that the Empress Dowager would invite Gyakuyo to a tea party knowing full well that she was pregnant. I know she'll probably try to be considerate about it, but still. Gyakuyo's pregnancy was by now an open secret, but actually having to sit there and drink tea with the others might invite some uncomfortable questions. Consort Li Hua probably won't be an issue, and I guess we don't have to worry about Consort Li Shu either, Mao Mao thought. Li Hua and Gyakuyo had avoided antagonizing each other largely by avoiding each other, period. Li Hua was too proud and dignified to sink to humiliating another person, and Gyakuyo was wise enough to know that picking a fight with Li Hua, whose blood was more noble than her own, was not a good idea. Then there was Mao Mao's strong suspicion that Li Hua herself was pregnant as well. The consort wouldn't want to talk too much about Gyakuyo's pregnancy lest she draw attention to her own. As for Li Shu, she could barely make a peep even in front of Gyakuyo, she was unlikely to be a problem now. If anyone in her party was apt to cause trouble, it would be her ladies-in-waiting, but only each consort's chief lady-in-waiting was to attend her, and Li Shu's her former food taster, who had since been promoted, would probably keep her mouth shut. That left only Lulan, who was still an unknown quantity, and the Empress Dowager herself, whose motivations for calling this get-together remained mysterious. There were no particularly interesting rumors circulating about Lulan, other than the talk of how gaudy her outfits were. Even Li Shu had at least one good story going around, which claimed that she'd once collapsed with a spontaneous nosebleed while reading some book. When she'd heard about it, Mao Mao had only hoped that nobody would ask too many questions about what kind of book it had been. Mao Mao, Hong Niang called. Yes, ma'am. Don't worry about doing the food tasting for the snacks at the tea party today. I'll handle it. You understand what I'm saying, right? Yes, ma'am. In other words, it was imperative that they not imply that they even thought it might be possible there would be poison in the food served by the former queen. Bringing along a formal food taster would send the wrong message. However, that left the very real question of where responsibility would fall if there really was something in the food, so as a compromise, the chief ladies-in-waiting were to be served the same things as the consorts. It could hardly have been more annoying and roundabout if they'd tried. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager herself wants to borrow you for something. Hong Niang was looking straight at Mao Mao, a slight frown on her face. Do they want your help with some kind of problem again? Mao Mao didn't say anything for a moment, unsure whether she could or should do so, but her silence appeared to be answer enough for Hong Niang. It doesn't matter. I don't suppose you could tell me, anyway. However. Here Hong Niang strode up to Mao Mao, who involuntarily backed away until she was pinned against the wall. Kindly don't do anything to betray Lady Gyakuyo. I wouldn't dream of making an enemy of you, Lady Hong Niang. Good enough, she said, backing away again, an uncommonly gentle smile on her face. I do so want to stay on good terms with you, Mao Mao. Yes, of course. Hong Niang was well and truly fit to attend consort Gyakuyo, Mao Mao thought. The other 3 girls might be a little flighty, but so long as the chief lady-in-waiting was here, all would be well. She'd just seen that firsthand. If you'd come with me, please. The woman who appeared to summon Mao Mao was the same middle-aged lady-in-waiting who'd been with the Empress Dowager on her visit to the Jade Pavilion. Mao Mao followed her through a covered walkway, until 6 pavilions came into view. Distinct wings fanned out from them, the position of whose windows and pillars showed that they were carefully delineated. This was what served as the rear palace before what we call the rear palace today was built, the middle-aged woman said, as if she knew what Mao Mao must be wondering. I see, ma'am. So the 6 pavilions must have been the consort's quarters, while the wings were where the other palace women had lived. They walked in silence after that, passing between the pavilions toward a wing at the center. The area seemed unoccupied, yet the place looked clean. Mao Mao absently ran a finger along one of the windowsills and came up with not a speck of dust. The building faced the central courtyard. The gravel in the dry landscape garden showed signs of having been raked recently. Mao Mao thought she saw the lady-in-waiting glance venomously at it. This is it. They arrived at a room slightly larger than the others in the center of the structure. The lady-in-waiting slowly opened the door. The moment she did so, a distinctive odor reached Mao Mao's nose. She frowned instinctively, but then peeked into the chamber. There was a strange air in the tidy space. The cover on the bed was still pulled back, almost sliding off. There was a collection of brushes on the table, though some of them had fallen to the floor. And on the floor there was an odd stain. Next, Mao Mao glanced at the wall. It was slightly distended, seemingly having been patched over with wallpaper. The lady-in-waiting didn't so much as walk through the door. Even taking a single step into the room would probably have sent dust everywhere. The exterior was so clean, yet inside it was like this. Maybe no one had entered in order not to disturb the traces of whoever had once been here. What's this? Mao Mao asked. In the time of the emperor before last, a woman who rose from mere palace woman to lower consort lived here, the other woman replied, her gaze remaining cold and her tone flat. It was the chamber of the woman known as the Empress Regnant, the room where his former majesty was raised and where he died. Suddenly, Mao Mao understood the woman's distaste for the place. After that, the lady-in-waiting took them to a different but equally empty room, through whose window they could watch the Empress Dowager at her tea party with the other ladies. If anything happened, they could go running to her immediately. The woman began to explain to Mao Mao that in the twilight of the former emperor's life, he and the Empress Regnant had spent much time shut away in that room. Perhaps it was the emperor's weakness of character, the woman speculated, that caused him to cling to that room as if to his memories. After the Empress Regnant died, the former emperor quickly gave up the ghost, almost as if he were following her. And all in that room. The Empress Regnant had looked vivacious to the very end, but she could well be said to have died old and full of years. The former emperor hadn't quite reached the same age, but he was long-lived compared to many people. Among his subjects, particularly the farmers, anyone who reached the age of 60 would be considered a venerable elder. What about any of this, Mao Mao wondered, could be considered a curse? I told her there was no curse, the middle-aged lady-in-waiting said seriously. The Empress Dowager, however, had only shaken her head and repeated that she must be cursed. Every night, she wished she could just disappear. Does she have any specific proof that she's cursed? Mao Mao asked. The other woman's expression darkened for a moment. Apparently there was something that fit the bill. After his soul departed, his former majesty lay in his mausoleum for an entire year. It wasn't unheard of for a mistake to be made about a death, and for someone to come back to life. Mao Mao thought of the woman who had eluded them all with the thorn apple. That might be one reason for the long wait, but more fundamentally, there hadn't been time to complete the former emperor's burial site during his life. Leaving his body for a year would give them plenty of time to finish it up. That next year, His current Majesty and Lady Anshi went to retrieve the body for burial, but they discovered that the corpse lay untouched by any insects, had not desiccated, and indeed looked almost exactly as it had on the day of the Emperor's death. Mao Mao arched an eyebrow. So it hadn't decomposed. That's right. The mausoleum stays cool in summer, but even taking that into account, it would have been one thing if they had put the dead monarch on ice, but at room temperature, insects would inevitably gather, and the flesh would rot and dry out. Yet none of this had happened to the former emperor's body. His Majesty appeared quite perplexed. He even wondered if perhaps the body had been replaced with a very well-made doll, but in truth it was certainly his former Majesty. When they went to retrieve the former Empress Dowager, they found her in an unspeakable state, but that's normal. I see. All that had really happened was that the body hadn't decomposed, but that could certainly seem very strange. All people return to the earth, be they commoners or nobles. Mao Mao firmly believed that being born to a different social status didn't mean being made of different stuff. That building is scheduled to be demolished soon, the middle-aged woman said. We'd like you to investigate the matter before that happens. It had been something like 6 years since the former emperor had passed away. His corpse was in a grave far away somewhere, and that building could be said to be the last place left with any significant links to him. If the issue wasn't resolved before it was destroyed, the Empress Dowager would be left to wonder for the rest of her life. Truth be told, Mao Mao already had an inkling of what might be going on. Ma'am, might it be possible for me to enter that room? Well, it didn't appear to be a decision the woman was authorized to make on her own, but she said, I understand. I'll ask about it. She never took her eyes off the tea party as she spoke. That night, Mao Mao didn't return to the Jade Pavilion, but for the first time in quite a while stayed at Jinchi's residence. It would put her in the best position to go back to that dusty room the next day. They would need the Emperor's permission, but if the Empress Dowager asked him, there was every chance he would agree. Jinchi facilitated the discussion, and soon things were clicking along nicely. She wondered if Suiren had been part of the talks. To be quite honest, Mao Mao was afraid of how the chief lady-in-waiting would receive her when she did get back. I think she's been taking it easy on me so far. As Gyakuyo's chief lady-in-waiting, it was Hung Niang's primary duty to protect the consort. She wasn't like Mao Mao, who on some level served both Gyakuyo and Jinchi. And no doubt she wasn't thrilled that Mao Mao was forever running off to the Crystal Pavilion as well. Even Mao Mao wasn't always sure exactly what her position was. At the very least, she certainly intended no harm to consort Gyakuyo. But that didn't mean she was willing to help try to bring down another consort. Someone else was in the room Mao Mao used to occupy, so for today she found herself in Suiren's quarters. She was a little scared of the old lady, but kept telling herself that she meant no harm. Here's a change of clothes. Suiren handed her an unbleached robe, and she obediently changed into it. Suiren's quarters consisted of 2 adjacent rooms in a corner of Jinchi's residence. A cot had been brought in, and there were pretty furnishings all around. Overall, it was a step up from the rooms of the ladies-in-waiting at the Jade Pavilion. I would have been perfectly happy sleeping on a couch or something. But then I would have spent all night worrying about you. Mao Mao had nothing to say to that. Suiren was reading a book by a brightly burning candle. How indulgent. Reading in the flickering light would make her eyes go bad, but she was so obviously enjoying herself as she flipped the pages that Mao Mao thought it might in fact be cruel to stop her. "You're welcome to read something if you like, Mao Mao. Just pick something from the next room." "Thank you, ma'am." Books were precious, so she ought to seize the chance to read when she had it. She went into the next room, hoping there would be something that interested her. If the room with their beds had a unified cuteness, this one was packed with all manner of things, though they were diligently sorted and stored. The bookshelf was in one corner. Mao Mao started flipping through things, careful to keep the light at a safe distance lest the pages catch fire. Then she shut the book with a bang. Let's just say that no matter how she sliced it, it simply seemed that she and Suiren had different tastes. "Look at this stuff," Mao Mao thought. She must be awfully young at heart. She was about to go back to the other room when a small box caught her eye. It looked pretty old, but fine gold thread was embroidered around the edge, and it had been carefully daubed with persimmon juice. Interested in that? Mao Mao turned back at the sound of Suiren's voice. "It's all right, ma'am. I wasn't planning to steal it or anything." "I know," she said, laughing as she came closer and picked up the small old box. She carried it into the next room, set it on the table, and opened the lid. Inside was a collection of children's toys. These were Master Jinshi's favorites. He had lots and lots of toys, but he would only ever play with the ones he really liked. She picked up a carved wooden doll nostalgically. It was carefully sculpted, parts of it worn with use. How much it must have been played with to get like that when the hands that held it had never known dirt. As fond as Suiren's smile was, it was also sad. "What do you think of Master Jinshi, Mao Mao?" she asked. That set Mao Mao back on her heels, but only for a second. The answer came to her quickly. "I think he's an excellent employer. In the sense that he gives me rare medicines. Is there nothing more beyond that feeling?" Mao Mao shook her head awkwardly. Suiren put the doll back in the box, apparently accepting this. "You know, this toy. Once, Master Jinshi had gotten to where he would play with this and only this. So we quietly hid it from him, but that only sent him into a storm of tears. He was inconsolable. Gao Shun ran himself ragged trying to find something to replace it." "Why did you feel compelled to take it from him?" Mao Mao asked. Suiren's eyes drifted to the ground, and she smiled again, genuinely sad this time. "Because when he gets fixated on something, it becomes the only thing he sees. But he was not born to a position where that could be allowed. We had to push him to grow up, even if it was painful. That was what Master Jinshi's honored mother wanted." Mao Mao didn't say anything immediately, but she felt one of the mysteries that had nagged at her had been solved. The oddly childish side that Jinshi was increasingly showing her was part of who he truly was. Mao Mao had heard that being raised in a repressive environment could affect a person's spirit. Maybe that was why Jinshi's heart remained, on some level, that of a young boy. The strangest thing was that in spite of it all, everyone around him treated him always and only as the gorgeous eunuch. Mao Mao gazed at the items in the box. Among them was a folded piece of paper. She took it and opened it. It appeared to be a drawing of a person, but Suiren plucked it out of her hands. "Ah, that," Suiren said. "So that's where it went. I was told in no uncertain terms to get rid of it." She almost sounded like she was talking to herself, and conflicting emotions played across her face. Finally, she put the paper away somewhere else. "I wonder what that was all about," Mao Mao thought. She got herself together and looked back at the toy box. One of the items inside was awfully primitive for a toy. It looked like a stone, but the surface was polished, it shone with a gold luster. "May I touch this?" Mao Mao asked. "Go ahead. Incidentally, you wouldn't happen to have any paper or a handkerchief, would you? Will this do?" Mao Mao took the square of paper Suiren offered her, cradling the rock with it and closing one eye to get a good look. "I do wonder where he got it," Suiren said. He was never in the habit of collecting pebbles. She was smiling again, but Mao Mao's expression grew harder. You took it away from him immediately. Yes. A stone from who knows where, well, it can't be very clean. You're right. And you did the right thing. Mao Mao returned the stone to the box, still wrapped in the paper. She took a deep breath and then said, "It's toxic." Good heavens! Suiren said, sounding uncharacteristically out of sorts. Her face went pale and her eyes got wide. I'm very curious to know what's going on, myself. How he got that thing. Even as she spoke, though, a hypothesis was forming in Mao Mao's mind. But she wanted more proof before she said anything about it aloud. When he was very young, did Master Jinshi ever enter the inner court? She asked. Yes, once in a while. The answer sounded ambiguous to Mao Mao, but she nodded. What is it, Mao Mao? What's the matter? Suiren asked. I'm afraid I can't say anything yet. We'll get to the bottom of things tomorrow. Just wait until then. Suiren looked like she was about to argue, but then she silently accepted it. Without another word, she climbed into bed and put out the candle. Mao Mao likewise got into her cot and extinguished her light. It was decided that the next day, Mao Mao would be allowed into the room in the company of Jinshi and the Empress Dowager. Frankly, she wasn't eager to make a big to-do out of it, uncomfortable with the possibility that her speculations might be wrong, but she was hardly in a position to refuse. When the time came, Mao Mao bowed her head respectfully and entered the dusty room. White powder puffed up with every step, and a distinctive odor reached her nose. Part of it was mold, but there was something else. The brushes on the floor looked odd, the tips were all flat and hardened. Points to one obvious thing, Mao Mao thought, and then said, did His Former Majesty have an interest in painting? The others looked at each other, seemingly puzzled. The Empress Dowager, however, narrowed her eyes and said, he painted me. Just once. She placed a hand on her chest as if sifting through old memories. He claimed it was a secret to be kept in this room alone. That if the others knew, it would all be taken from him. Everyone else was left dumbfounded. Jinshi in particular seemed to think he was maintaining his usual expression, but his fingertips were trembling, a tic of his that Mao Mao had picked up on recently. Mao Mao knew nothing, not really, of the man who had been derided as an idiot, dismissed as the puppet of the Empress Regnant. Nor did she especially wish to know. But in order to discover the truth of the curse, as she had been requested to do by the Empress Dowager, she was going to have to find out. So this was where he did his painting? Mao Mao asked. No one answered. It seemed this was the first that most of them were learning of the former emperor's secret hobby. I can't be certain, but I can tell you that after he started coming to this room, he was always attended by the same man. The response came from the lady-in-waiting who served the Empress Dowager. Would it be possible to summon him? Right away. Mao Mao asked. I believe he still works here, the woman said. Gao Shun asked her for the details and sent a subordinate to find the man. Meanwhile, Mao Mao asked, may I touch these brushes? Go ahead, the Empress Dowager replied, and Mao Mao picked up one of the brushes and touched the tip. The bristles were harder than she'd expected. She sniffed at them and discovered that same distinctive smell. She noticed some small, semi-translucent shards on the floor, like hard candy. She stared at them intently. Then, there, a trail of discolorations on the floor as well. It looked like someone had tried desperately to wipe them away. She studied those, too, and began to think it looked like there were more of them closer to the wall. She stared at the wall, then reached out and touched it. Huh! She was taken aback to discover the wall was springier than she expected. Could there be some kind of thick paper pasted over it? It had been covered liberally with paint, perhaps in hopes of strengthening the surface. The reason it came across as so plain was because the wallpaper, which was often used to help maintain a consistent temperature in a room but also had a prominent decorative function, was unpatterned and had begun to curl with time. Mao Mao stared at the wall. At the wallpaper. Could it be? She was beginning to think she knew what the former emperor's curse really was. In fact, she was feeling pretty sure, but she was also feeling like it was leading her to another fact she would have happily ignored. "I've brought him, sirs and ladies," Gao Shun's subordinate said, as he ushered into the room a hunched, elderly man, so old that he appeared to have one foot in the grave already. It seemed odd somehow that many years ago, a man like this had been entrusted to serve in the room of one of the most noble inhabitants of this palace. The Empress Dowager looked at the old man, who half closed his eyes and bowed slowly. "There's something we'd like to ask you," Mao Mao began, but the Empress Dowager shook her head gently. "This man was once a state slave," she said, and Mao Mao promptly understood. State slaves were, as the expression implied, servants owned by the government, under a system that had existed in this country until just a few years before. With enough work, state slaves could earn their freedom, so on some level it was closer to the system of contractual servitude under which the courtesans worked than to the popular conception of slavery as such. But even so, many of those under the system had suffered terrible treatment. "He's unable to speak," her ladyship said. Sometimes those who could not talk were chosen as servants, especially by nobles who lived their lives under the watchful eyes of those around them. "There's something we'd like to ask you," Mao Mao repeated. The old man was hunched over, but he looked straight into Mao Mao's eyes. "When you cleaned this room, were there any paints around?" The man didn't react to the question, only continued to stare at Mao Mao. "We think something happened here." Still no reaction. Maybe he was indicating that he had no interest in the chatterings of a little girl. No, Mao Mao thought, that's not it. She thought he was hiding something. She could see the faint trembling of his wrinkled fingers, a shiver much like Jinxi's earlier. She didn't miss it when his eyes darted ever so briefly toward the wall. "Is there something in the wall there?" she wondered. Mao Mao approached the wall once again. She felt over its surface, and as she did so, she noticed something. "May I peel off this wallpaper?" she asked. It was the old man who reacted. He took a step forward, clearly somewhat in spite of himself. "May I? If you believe it will help you understand, then go ahead," the Empress Dowager said. She knew the place was only going to be demolished soon anyway. The man turned hollow eyes on Mao Mao, as if begging her to stop. "Afraid I can't." She had water and a brush prepared, then began to dampen the wallpaper. She took hold of a corner where it was already peeling and slowly began to pull it away. As she went, shock grew on the faces around her. That would explain the springiness, Mao Mao thought. There was another piece of wallpaper under the one she had pulled back. "What's this?" Jinxi said, studying it closely. The newly exposed sheet of paper was in a terrible state from having had wallpaper put over it, but even so, it was clear it hadn't been designed to adorn a wall. It was a painting, discernible even despite its faded colors. In the center was what appeared to be an adult woman, surrounded by younger ladies. Even in its sorry state, there was something about the picture that tugged at the heartstrings. It wasn't the materials the artist had used or even the technique he had employed, it seemed to hold a message within it. It looked strangely familiar. That was it, the picture she'd glimpsed the night before. Suiren had snatched it away from her before she got a good look at it, but the way the figure was drawn was very similar. Mao Mao couldn't have cared less what kind of person the former emperor had been. She was thinking only about how, by simple virtue of the fact that he stood at the zenith of his country's hierarchy, he had died without the chance to exercise his true vocation. The paintings made it impossible to deny. When Mao Mao had finished peeling away the wallpaper, she inspected the surface of the picture. "I knew it." She could see daubs of golden paint. It was a brilliant color, also much like something she'd seen the previous night, the stone in Jinxi's toy box. This paint here, I suspect it was made by pulverizing a rock that has the toxic qualities of arsenic. There was a kind of stone known as orpiment, which could be crushed to produce a striking yellow pigment known as orpiment gold. Paints were made by mixing the pigment source with liquid, and at first Mao Mao had thought perhaps his former majesty had been unwittingly exposed to some toxic substance used in the wallpaper. But when she learned that a young Jinshi had found an orpiment stone in the palace, and then when she had seen the strange shape of the brushes in this room, she'd begun to entertain a different possibility. Either way, the former emperor hadn't suddenly ingested a large dose of the toxin, rather, his body had absorbed it gradually over time. Arsenic has a preservative effect. It prevents rotting. At the time of the sovereign's death, his body had probably been full of the stuff. The doctors would have been aware of the possibility, but they wouldn't have known exactly where it had come from. They didn't have the authority to tell the emperor what he could and couldn't do, they could only confirm it hadn't been mixed into his food. Painting pictures would be viewed as a base pastime for one who stood at the top of his nation's hierarchy, at least by many. So this man, who was treated like an idiot already anyway, had chosen to hide his hobby, even taking on a mute slave to guard the room where he engaged in it. Mao Mao let her hand brush the wall. There was still a certain springy quality even though they'd removed one layer of wallpaper. Most likely, each time the emperor had finished a picture, he'd pasted it in here under a layer of the stuff. There must be quite a few more works here. Mao Mao still had a question, though, about the emperor's painting supplies. The surface of the wallpaper was coated with glue or the like to help pigment adhere easily to it. That accounted for the clear shards she'd found earlier. Likely, he'd been dissolving them to make his paints. As for the brushes, as long as one had access to animal hair, one could make one's own brushes, but what about the reams of paper and piles of stones, the ingredients for pigments that would be necessary? They couldn't be found just anywhere. Mao Mao stood looking at the faded golden hue of the orpiment and thought. It seemed to her that everyone here would know who the subject of the painting was, this one adult woman. He'd hardly ever looked at a grown woman, even as a shadow at which he was unable to gaze for long loomed behind him. The Empress Regnant must have known, Mao Mao thought. Must have realized that her own son wasn't fit for the throne. That was why she'd consolidated power into her own hands and worked hard to protect him. To keep safe her child who had all but stumbled into leadership. It was how she had become known practically as an empress in her own right. How ironic it would be, then, if her last gift to her son had been this place and those painting supplies. Mao Mao didn't say any of this, but quietly left the room, glancing at the former slave to try to confirm what she was thinking. He, though, had his eyes closed, his head bowed as if in prayer. Perhaps he had been the one who received the supplies from the Empress Regnant and brought them to His Majesty, neither of them knowing that the gifts were poisonous. The Empress Dowager, in contrast, was gazing up into the sky, as if putting a question to someone somewhere beyond the sapphire vault that arched above them. Maybe she had a sentimental streak that inspired the gesture. Mao Mao shook her head. She bowed in deference. I've told you all I can. Anshi slowly reached out toward the wall, still covered haphazardly with pieces of paper, a self-recriminating smile on her face. This palace woman, Mao Mao, had given her ample explanation and more. Indeed, perhaps she had led her to things that would have been better left unknown. Anshi knew perfectly well who the woman was in the middle of the painting on the wall. Though her image was faded, her presence was undiminished. Which one was she? Maybe she was one of the young women surrounding the central figure, but then again, she might not even be among their number. Maybe she'd been nothing more than transient for him, someone simply passing by. The thought made anger surge within her. She touched her belly, the scar she knew was there. It was this scar that had made her what she now was, mother to the country. People regarded Anshi as an object of pity, or occasionally of amusement. Some expressed sympathy for her, the poor little girl His former Majesty had just happened to get pregnant. It was true, he had impregnated a young woman. But Anshi had been aware of the ruler's sexual proclivities in advance. Her father had been a civil official, and Anshi his illegitimate daughter. It so happened that she'd had her first period sooner than other girls her age and that she had always looked younger than she was. Her father had simply seen a convenient tool and used it. She closed her eyes and remembered the day. One of her relatives had been a eunuch at the rear palace, well versed in the emperor's behavior. Once every several days he would visit the rear palace and make the rounds of the upper consorts. Sometimes he visited the middle consorts as well, but never did he stay the night. He might take a meandering walk through the gardens, but sooner rather than later, he would leave. Anshi entered service as a lady-in-waiting to one of the middle consorts, an older half-sister of hers. The older woman knew nothing of Anshi's father's plans and spent all her time pining away, hoping His Majesty would come to her. And indeed he did, giving Anshi her chance rather sooner than she had expected. Guided by a eunuch, the sovereign came to see his newest middle consort. Even at her young age, Anshi could see he wasn't very interested in the visit, although her half-sister, whose every thought was of attracting the emperor's attention, appeared oblivious to the fact. She didn't remember how exactly it had started. Just that suddenly, the emperor was shoving her sister aside, causing her to tumble to the ground. He himself leaned against the wall, his face cast down. The proper thing for a lady-in-waiting to do in such a situation would have been either to go to comfort her mistress, or else to apologize to the ruler for whatever impertinence had provoked him. But Anshi did neither. Instead she said, "Are you quite all right, sir?" This might have been considered improper in its own right. Indeed, the eunuchs around His Majesty told her forcefully not to touch him and pushed her away. She thought she might be punished along with her half-sister, but things turned out quite differently. All her half-sister had tried to do was to touch the emperor, and only gently at that. She'd dreamed of the rear palace, and now she was there, and her sovereign was more beautiful than she had ever imagined. Raised to be a butterfly, to be a flower, Anshi's half-sister had simply gotten carried away. Anshi, though, had caught a glimpse of the emperor's expression as he stared down at the ground. His willow-like eyebrows were knit together and tears poured from his eyes. It must have been his left arm her half-sister had touched, because he was rubbing it vigorously as if to get rid of the sensation. This was not the image of a man who stood at the top of his nation. It was a weakling terrified by a middle consort who could barely pull herself up off the floor. And who should approach that timorous man but a heedless 10-year-old girl? Time passed, and as Anshi ceased to look like a little girl, the emperor stopped making any effort to visit her. Perhaps she, too, had now become the object of his fear. Anshi's half-sister had been driven mad by jealousy. She had ultimately been married off to get her out of the rear palace, and what became of her after that, Anshi never learned. She'd heard that years later, her half-sister had died of illness, but by then Anshi was already Empress Dowager and in mourning for her husband, so she was unable to attend the funeral. She was hardly the last little girl to arrive at the rear palace with the task of drawing His Majesty's interest. Many came after her. The rear palace grew swiftly, and 3 new zones were added. The segment constructed when her husband had acceded to the throne was now the southern quarter. Anshi found her life threatened many times. It was her good fortune that her child had been a boy, and that its grandmother, the Empress Regnant, had acknowledged it. Once, the emperor had refused to acknowledge a daughter born to one of his ladies, leading both the child and the medical officer thought to be its father to be banished. Until then, medical officials had been the only men exempt from castration while serving in the rear palace, but after that event it was declared that even doctors would have to be eunuchs. It pained Anshi to know that this was why the physician who had operated on her belly had had to be castrated. When the emperor had been doing his paintings here, she supposed he'd been thinking only of his mother, the Empress Regnant, or otherwise of girls who wouldn't challenge him. She had no place in such imaginings. The sovereign had become as terrified of her as he had been of her half-sister who had tried to touch him. Perhaps even more. When her second child was born, there were those who thought it must be illegitimate, but Anshi only laughed. That could never be. She'd never seen His Majesty so scared. He was nothing more than the Empress Regnant's puppet, a pathetic man who was overwhelmed by adult women, able to engage only with little girls. To be forgotten by the likes of that, it was unbearable. The feelings had exploded when she'd seen the Emperor pass her by completely to go be with his new favorite playmate. Anshi had confronted him with the scar on her belly, tormented him as he begged for forgiveness. Yet to her it felt like nothing compared to what he'd inflicted on all those little girls. In bed she'd continued to whisper spiteful curses to him, as if to wound him more than he had all of those children put together. So that he would remember her, more than any of the girls he had hurt and was still hurting, more than his august mother the Empress Regnant. What kind of picture had that been? Just once, the Emperor had painted Anshi. He'd looked so at peace as he worked away with his brush. Painting. His little secret. She'd cherished the painting, but had later told her lady-in-waiting to throw it away. Anshi had no more need for the former emperor. Just as he'd had no more need of her. When she had realized her child might be in danger, she'd acted quickly and decisively. Let people say he was illegitimate, or a changeling, she loved him just the same. It was then that she began to realize something she hadn't understood clearly before. Anshi took a step back from the picture on the wall. Outside the room stood the lady-in-waiting who was always with her, turning her glance to one side and occasionally fidgeting. There on the wall was a face so beautiful it could only be called superhuman. It resembled someone Anshi had once known, someone who had astonished even her with their beauty. But that person was gone, and the painting was from decades ago. There would be few left who could identify the image. I recall he came to visit us once, did he not? Yes, said Anshi. How many years ago that was? With her was a man by the name of Jinshi. He was referring to something that had happened more than 10 years ago. It must have been around the time the former emperor had begun to shut himself up in this building. He was already losing his grip on reality by then. Anshi didn't wish to pursue the question of why. The Empress Regnant had come quickly, she remembered, comforting her beloved son and taking him away. That was when I picked this up, Jinshi said, showing her a golden stone he held in a handkerchief. I'm given to understand it's called orpiment. She was impressed by his detachment. So the poison had been ravaging his former majesty even then. Suiren finally gave it back to me just this morning. Precisely as Anshi had once instructed her, all those years ago, if he plays too much with one thing, take it away from him. So that was what they had done, never understanding how cruel it really was. Each time the boy had looked up at her, seeking to judge her mood, she'd reflexively avoided his gaze. It was a terrible thing she had done. Perhaps that was what had caused him to grow up so fast, while a child's heart still beat within him. I seem to remember having seen one of his drawings once. It depicted a young woman in delicate colors. Perhaps this color sparked a memory in me because of that picture. So Suiren had quietly kept the painting Anshi had told her to throw away. You always did like to wear yellow, Jinshi continued. It was only happenstance. Her family had produced a great deal of turmeric, and the clothing she'd worn had therefore naturally included much yellow. She'd simply never stopped wearing it. Finally he asked, is the woman in that picture indeed the Empress Regnant? I certainly don't know. What do you suppose he was trying to communicate at that moment? I certainly don't know. Nor was there any way to find out now. It was her choice to not even ask the question. I see you've found yourself quite an interesting palace woman, Anshi said in an attempt to change the subject. Someone who's quite useful. It was true, she could hear it in his voice, but she could also tell it wasn't everything. She'd fought and survived on this battlefield far longer than he. How many years did he think she had been watching him? I see. She half closed her eyes, feeling she had to communicate this much at least, but if you don't take care to hide your favorites, someone might hide them from you. And with that, Anshi returned to her own room. Chapter 15, Scary Stories. The long-promised new palace women finally arrived. 3 of them came to the Jade Pavilion. Everyone but Mao Mao seemed to know them already. Mao Mao observed the 3 newcomers and immediately thought, their names don't match their looks. Mao Mao only really remembered things that interested her, so it was hard for her to start conversations with the new girls for a while. Well, she'd never been that much of a talker to begin with, so a simple "hey, you," would work. There was a bigger problem to address. "Mao Mao, it's time for you to go back to your room," Yinghua said, her hands on her hips. "I was told this was my room." Mao Mao replied, all but clinging to the small storage shed that she'd been given in the Jade Pavilion garden. She'd stocked it full of tools and dried herbs. She'd finally finished moving them all from her former quarters. That was just a joke, obviously. Why would you take it so seriously? What kind of example would this set for the new girls? Yinghua wanted to know. "It's no problem. Just let me stay here." "You can't. Come on, the girls are looking at us." They made quite a sight, Mao Mao clinging to a post in the shed and Yinghua trying to detach her from it. Chief Lady-in-Waiting Hong Niang would never stand for 2 of her subordinates making such a display. Mao Mao and Yinghua both took a good smack. Mao Mao moved back to her old room, in the end. When she saw the scads of equipment and ingredients in the storage shed, though, Hong Niang seemed at last to accept the reality, she reported the matter to consort Gyakuyo, and the consort, ever partial to interesting things, laughed and said Mao Mao could do as she wished with the shed. She had to sleep in her quarters, but otherwise she could do what she liked. Mao Mao marveled at what a fine boss she had, but Yinghua, predictably, looked put out. Now she watched as Mao Mao gleefully began working in the little building. The tea party was over, and they had no more obligations until dinner. With the 3 new girls, the amount of work any one of them had to do had plummeted. Sigh. This won't do. That remark Yinghua had made Mao Mao didn't really think it was any of her business, but she'd said it out of concern for Mao Mao, probably in hopes that she would start getting along with the newcomers sooner rather than later. At snack time today, she'd likewise tried hard to get Mao Mao and the new trio all involved in the conversation. Yinghua was thoughtful that way. Mao Mao set down the polyporaceae mushroom she was holding and looked out of the storage shed at Yinghua. After a moment she said, "I'm sorry. I know I've been a bit self-absorbed." "It's all the same to me," Yinghua said, her lips still pursed. Mao Mao watched her, not quite daring to come out from behind the wall. "I mean, you can do what you want." "But," Yinghua turned so the wall was between her and Mao Mao, and then she said, "I'm going to borrow you this evening, all right?" Then she grabbed Mao Mao's hand and grinned a rather intimidating grin. "Yipes! We're the only ones who are free tonight, Mao Mao. It's perfect timing." She shook Mao Mao's hand vigorously, obviously really enthused. "She got me," Mao Mao thought, heaving a sigh and staring at the shrewd lady-in-waiting. Mao Mao found herself brought to a dilapidated building in the rear palace's northern quarter. She'd worried that Hong Niang wouldn't give them permission to go out so late at night, but she'd been surprisingly willing. A person ought to be a part of that sort of thing from time to time, she'd said. That sort of thing? Mao Mao wondered what was going on, but she'd followed Yinghua nonetheless as they walked by the light of a small lantern. The breeze was overwarm and uncomfortable, and she kept hearing bugs buzz around her ears, but she didn't complain. They stopped at the entrance to the building. "Here, Mao Mao, put this on." Yinghua held out a thin cloth. "Isn't it going to be hot?" "Don't worry, you'll cool down soon." "Kmen." Mao Mao was perplexed but did as she was told. Yinghua rapped on the door, and a palace woman appeared from inside. "Welcome." "Two participants, yes." "Yes, thank you. A pleasure to have you." Yinghua bowed, and Mao Mao followed her lead. The woman who'd met them smiled and gave them each a small flame, but asked them to put out their lantern. She was beautiful even by the dim light, but perhaps a little older than the average inhabitant of the rear palace. The inside of the building looked every bit as weathered as the outside. Not so much like it had worn over time, but as if it had declined rapidly after people had stopped using it. It had been minimally cleaned, but some of the fittings were poor and the floor creaked. This building was used in the time of the last emperor, the woman informed them. As populous as the rear palace looked now, there had actually been more women here during the reign of the previous monarch. Women gathered from all over the nation, shut away in here to bear a son for the sovereign. Now, with fewer ladies, this place went uninhabited, though at moments like this it might still be used. But what was it being used for? When they arrived at a large room at the end of the hallway, about 10 other people were already there, sitting in a circle, their faces mostly covered with pieces of cloth. Each held a flickering flame, giving the place an eerie ambience. What were they doing here? What else did one do on a summer night? Very well. Let us begin. The woman who'd greeted them sat down. It appeared she was the hostess. Does everyone have their story ready? She produced a handful of twigs to serve as lots. Tonight, she said, we shall savor 13 tales to chill the blood. The way the light danced across her grinning face made her truly unsettling. Evidently, Mao Mao was in for a night of scary stories. One woman sat at each of the 4 points of the compass, with 2 more in between each of them. Mao Mao held back a sigh as she sat there with a cloth over her head, half hiding her face. The first woman to speak seemed a little nervous, delivering her story in such a halting manner that it was hard to take it seriously. The story itself amounted to little more than one of the various rear palace rumors, hardly enough to make the blood run cold. As the second storyteller was about to get started, Mao Mao felt a jab from her right. It couldn't have been Ying Hua, who was sitting to her left. Evening, a sweet voice whispered. Hello, Mao Mao said. She recognized the other woman, even with half her face covered. It was Shisui. In the low light, she hadn't noticed her until now. Shisui sleepily offered something to Mao Mao. She thought she caught a whiff of the seashore, then realized it was dried squid. Want some? Shisui asked. Yes. Mao Mao took a big bite, chewing slowly so as not to make any noise. The second woman told a perfectly unremarkable scary story, but at least it was a scary story, unlike the first woman's attempt, and she managed to spook a few of the attendees. Indeed, the cloth slipped from Ying Hua's face, and from time to time she could be seen peeking out from between her fingers. That was her business, but she would also occasionally cling to Mao Mao. She was awfully strong for her relatively small size, and a couple of times Mao Mao was almost strangled. So she's a scaredy cat, but she still enjoys this, Mao Mao thought. It wasn't that unusual. She'd probably invited Mao Mao along because she was afraid to come alone. Mao Mao wasn't particularly fond of storytelling get-togethers like this, but they seemed to be widely accepted in the rear palace, where there were so few amusements. After all, even Hong Niang had agreed to let them come here, and Shisui was present as well, although Mao Mao had the feeling Shisui would have managed to show up with or without permission. And so it went, until half the women had told stories. Each time one of the tales was over, one of the lights in the room was extinguished, so that now there was half as much illumination as there had been at the beginning. The seventh woman's turn to tell a story came. Mao Mao listened vacantly, chewing on a mouthful of squid. The woman's flame flickered on her pale face as she began to speak. This is a story from my hometown. There's a forest there, which everyone has always been told not to go into. They say if you do, you'll be cursed, and your soul will be consumed by ghosts. One time, though, there was someone who didn't listen. Someone who went in anyway. See, that year, the harvest had been especially bad. Not quite bad enough to starve, but there was one house where the breadwinner had just died, leaving only a child and its mother. No one had enough extra resources to help them, and the child was constantly hungry. One day, the child went into the forbidden forest, thinking maybe there was something to eat in there, and in fact they came back with all kinds of nuts and berries, which they showed their mother, smiling. "There's lots to eat in there," they told her. She tried to prevent the child from saying any more, but it was too late. The village chief summoned them and reminded them not to go into the woods. After that, they had no choice but to stay away from the forest. After all, otherwise they would have been ostracized by the entire village. It didn't matter how much food there was in there, they just had to give up on it. But then something very strange happened. That night, some people saw a flickering light floating near the house of the mother and her child, and come the next morning, the woman and her child had collapsed. The villagers, fearful of the curse, wouldn't go near them, and before long they died. The child went first. Before the mother died, however, she said, "Listen. I have something wonderful to tell you." She smiled as she said it, and as she attempted to tell them whatever it was, she died. Even today no one in my village knows what she wanted to say, but everyone stays away from those woods. Well, almost everyone. Once in a while, somebody decides to go in anyway. And when they do, that night, a little dancing flame visits their house and steals their soul. Huh, I get it, Mao Mao thought, listening to this basically quite common story as if it all made sense to her. In her mind, it didn't exactly have a real scare in it, but everyone else was shivering as they listened. It was probably the atmosphere in the room, it was designed to cause that sort of reaction. She finally swallowed the dried squid, which had gotten nice and soft, and a new piece was promptly offered to her. "You look awfully calm," Shisui whispered to her. Like Mao Mao, she showed no sign of having been unsettled by the story. "I guess." "Why?" "I'll tell you later." Revealing the secret behind the story here and now would only spoil things. But often, such stories contained a kernel of truth. Mao Mao listened as the tales rolled on. Yinghua continued to grip her hand tightly, grabbing onto her anytime anything remotely frightening came up. In due course, it was Shisui's turn to tell a story. Mao Mao rubbed her eyes. She was feeling lethargic and tired. Not only had they packed more than 10 people into a small room, everyone was wearing copious perfume, maybe self-conscious of any body odor. Mao Mao, with her keen nose, was getting a little tipsy on the aroma. Shisui, meanwhile, slid the cloth off her head and held her flame up near her face. She'd always looked young for how tall she was, but her balanced features took on a certain imposing authority in the dancing light. "This is a story that comes from a country far to the east," she said, lowering her girlish voice for effect. Gradually, she ceased to sound like a young woman and began to remind Mao Mao of a veteran storyteller. In this land there was a famous monk. One day, the lord of the neighboring province died, and the monk went to perform the funeral. This story is about his journey home. There were 2 mountain ranges the monk had to cross on his way back to his own temple. The journey was impossible to make in a single day, so the monk would be obliged to find lodging for the night. The going had been easy. The weather had been fair and the distance had passed quickly, and finally the monk had decided to stay the night at the temple of another monk he knew. Thinking that the return journey would be just as pleasant as the way over, the monk was surprised to find his feet felt oddly heavy on the way back. The sun was already sinking before he had covered 2/3 of the distance he'd expected to, and he was nowhere near the temple at which he'd planned to spend the night. This monk was observing particularly rigorous strictures, so he had no attendants and no horse. "Looks like I've made a misjudgment." He was on a wide plain full of pampas grass, and he could hear wild dogs howling in the distance. If he tried to camp out, they might attack him. So the monk picked up his pace, and soon he came upon an old peasant hovel with a thatched roof. He hurried up to the door and knocked. "Pardon me. Is anyone home?" From the hovel emerged a young couple. The monk explained his situation and begged them to let him stay the night, even if he had to sleep in the corner of a storeroom. "My, but you must be tired from the road." The young wife received the monk most hospitably. She offered him eggplant and cucumber, and although she claimed they were nothing special, he found them quite delicious. The husband, for his part, watched the monk with suspicion. And who could blame him, with an unknown traveler suddenly arriving at a young couple's home? The monk had few possessions, including only the scantest amount of money to pay for lodging. Yet the couple treated him as an honored guest, preparing a place for him to sleep in the next room. Deeply grateful for the soft bed, the monk wondered if there was anything he could do to repay them. About the only thing he could think of was to chant a sutra, and so that was what he did, sitting down and intoning a holy text. Normally, he was utterly focused while reciting the scriptures, but today he was oddly, acutely aware of the sounds around him. He could hear the wind in the grass, along with a noise rather like a bell. Insects, maybe. The monk continued to chant, but he listened closely, and then he realized that the bell-like sound was a person's voice. "What shall we do, dear?" It was the lady of the house. "Nothing to do. It's enough." Another bell, the husband's voice. The monk thought they sounded strange, but once he had begun chanting a sutra, he never stopped until he was finished. Now, dear, that will never do. I don't want to be left alone." The woman was raising her voice. They didn't seem to think the monk could hear them, but his ears were better than the average person's. He knew it was wrong to eavesdrop and tried to make himself focus on his chanting, but he couldn't stop the voices from reaching his ears. "You can think what you want." The wife again. "I'm going to do it anyway." "Do what, exactly?" The monk felt a shiver run down his spine. Should he stop chanting and intervene in the argument, or... No, he couldn't stop chanting. He had to continue reciting the holy text. He wasn't sure why, he just felt it. Yes, why? Why was his whole body trembling? He had goosebumps everywhere, right up to the top of his head, which had been shaven bald for so long. What is this? Come, let's do it. The unsteady sliding door hushed open, revealing the woman holding a hatchet, her eyes wild. The monk let his eyes shift to look at her, but with his mouth he continued chanting. "Where's that monk? Where'd he go?" The woman swiped with her hatchet just in front of the monk. Whoosh! But she seemed not to notice him. "Where is he? Did he run away?" The woman left the room, her shadow stretching out, forming strange shapes. Inhuman shapes. And then another bizarre shadow joined her. "Search, my love. We must find him. Or else. The woman was in a panic. Why was she panicking? Otherwise, you. There was a trying, like a bell. Then there came a munching, as of someone chewing up paper. The chewing went on and on. All throughout it, the monk never stopped chanting the Holy Sutra. The moment the sound stopped, he went outside. He didn't say his farewells to the young couple, didn't look at them, simply left the house. There, he found an insect's brownish wings lying on the ground. Trying. He heard the sound of a bug from the pampas grass, and then it faded. The monk brought his hands together in prayer over the tattered insect wing, and then, still chanting, he walked off into the night. Everyone listened raptly to Shisui's story. Mao Mao reflected on how important intonation and delivery were, usually so airheaded and innocent. When she was telling her story, Shisui sounded like a completely different person. She looked at, too, with the light of the flame flickering across her face. She almost looks familiar, somehow, Mao Mao thought absently as she regarded Shisui in profile, but then the other girl looked at Mao Mao and grinned. She blew out her flame, disposing of the wick and oil in the brazier in the middle of the room. "Okay, you're next," Shisui said, smiling guilelessly once more. Ah, yes, Mao Mao realized if she was going to come to a scary story convocation, she was eventually going to have to tell one herself. She nodded. What should I say? Mao Mao wasn't the type to believe in these kinds of tales, which made it hard for her to come up with anything compelling. Left without any other options, she decided to tell a story she'd heard from her old man. This happened some decades ago, she began. It was claimed that a small, floating flame, said to be a wandering human soul, appeared near a graveyard. Now that Mao Mao was the storyteller, Yinghua let go of her, pulling her cloth around herself until only her eyes were peeking out. Thinking it most peculiar, some brave young people decided to go find out the truth of the matter. And when they did, Mao Mao could see Yinghua biting her lip. If she was so scared, she should just cover her ears, Mao Mao thought. They discovered that the explanation was perfectly mundane. A man who lived in the area had been walking among the graves. Someone had just said the light was a restless soul. Unfortunately, the story she was telling wasn't quite the eerie tale everyone had been expecting. Yinghua let out a breath that seemed at once relieved and disappointed. He was just an ordinary grave robber. Yinghua's forehead struck Mao Mao's shoulder with a whack. Then she looked straight at Mao Mao and said, "Grave robber." Yes. He was obsessed with some bizarre curse, and was trying to make a concoction that was supposed to work on all kinds of illnesses. You grind up human livers, then smear them all over your body. Whack. This time Yinghua connected with Mao Mao's forehead. That's the story, Mao Mao said, rubbing her head. Yinghua was next, but her story was something less than coherent. Nonetheless, she got through it, and then there was only one light left. Holding it was the woman who had greeted them. Come to think of it, with a woman seated at each point of the compass, and two more in between each of them, that came to 12 attendees. But this woman had said 13 stories. Mao Mao wondered what was going on here. The last woman told a tale of the time of the former emperor. She spoke of a moment when the population of palace women had grown too large, when only a handful of them were His Majesty's bedfellows. Mao Mao just couldn't seem to follow what she was saying. Her head was spinning. She gazed vacantly at the brazier before them. Huh? The speaker came to some terrifying conclusion, sending a shiver through everyone else, but Mao Mao didn't really hear what she was saying. Now, as for the 13th story, their hostess was just about to throw the final light into the brazier when Mao Mao stood up and opened the window. Hey, Mao Mao! Yinghua tried to stop her, but Mao Mao wasn't about to let her. The wind rushed into the room, blowing everyone's coverings aside. Mao Mao took a deep breath of the fresh air and let it out again. No wonder I was starting to feel dizzy, she thought. The extinguished lights had all been put in the brazier. The brazier had charcoal in it, and the remaining wicks had caught again. Put a bunch of half-consumed charcoal fuel in a cramped room and close the window, and of course only one thing could happen. Mao Mao went over to some of the more alarmingly slumped ladies seated around the brazier and brought them over to where the airflow was best. Yinghua, belatedly catching on, started to help. Burning a flame in an airless space produces gases harmful to the human body. That was why she'd felt in more and more of a stupor as the night went on. I was too slow noticing it, Mao Mao admonished herself, wondering why she hadn't picked up on it sooner. At the same time, she realized her actions had been rather rude to the host. She turned to the other palace woman to apologize, but didn't see her. Bah, and I was so close too, she thought she heard someone say, but there was nobody there. So what was with that one story? Shisui asked. The meeting had broken up with everyone drifting away. Yinghua was giving Mao Mao a look as if to ask, who's this girl? Shisui still had her cloth over her head, seemingly happy that way. What one story? Mao Mao asked. Shisui meant the story of the flame in the forest. She hadn't forgotten that Mao Mao had promised to tell her the story's secret. The prohibition on going into the woods might have been a superstition, but that doesn't necessarily mean there was no good reason behind it. For example, suppose the forest was dangerous. Suppose it was full of food but also full of things that couldn't and shouldn't be eaten. That could have inspired the ban. And what then? Suppose someone new came to the area, someone who hadn't grown up in the village. By then, you mustn't eat what grows in the forest, for it will harm you, had, over many years, become simply don't go into the woods. And precisely because people had observed the restrictions so scrupulously, nobody knew how to distinguish what was and wasn't edible in the forest. All of this suggested the following: racked with hunger from the crop shortage, the mother and child tried to sustain themselves on the abundance of the forest. Knowing they were violating the village's customs, however, they did it secretly, when no one would see. They snuck into the forest in the brief moments of twilight, while there was still light but it was difficult to see anyone, and gathered mushrooms and berries. They returned home with the sunset, never knowing what they had harvested. "There's a fungus called the moonlight mushroom," Mau Mau said. "It looked much like the ordinary oyster mushroom. It looks quite edible, but in fact it's poisonous and induces nausea when eaten. As its name suggests, it has one unusual characteristic. Namely, the mushroom glowed after dark. The fruiting body was indeed quite delicious, so delicious, in fact, that she hadn't been able to help herself from chopping one up and eating a bit of it, whereupon her old man had forced her to vomit it back out, one of her most pleasant memories. In any event, the mother and child had gathered the mushrooms before they glowed, so they never knew what they had as they walked along that dark path. The glowing of the mushrooms in their basket might have looked to some distant observer like the floating flames believed to be wandering human souls. Meanwhile, when the woman and her child got home and lit a light, the fungus would cease to shine, looking perfectly normal as they emptied out their harvest and ate it. Moonlight mushrooms weren't ordinarily poisonous enough to kill, but what if they were eaten by someone who was severely malnourished? The child would die first, followed by their mother. Then there was the question of what the woman had tried to say at the end. Perhaps she'd tried to tell the other villagers there are delicious mushrooms in the woods or something of the sort. A little act of revenge toward the neighbors who had refused to help her or her child. So that's what it was. Shisui fluttered her cloth, looking satisfied. Then she said, "Okay, I've gotta go this way," and then she went pattering off like a little girl. She struck Mau Mau as quite a free spirit, and not especially interested in what anyone else thought, not that Mau Mau was one to judge. "Huh. So it's not so scary after all," Yinghua said. She was puffing out her modest chest bravely, very much the opposite of how she'd acted earlier. "I'll bet the other stories have explanations like that too." "Maybe," Mau Mau said. "I wonder." Together, she and Yinghua headed back to the Jade Pavilion. "Oh, you're back earlier than I expected," said Hong Niang, who was waiting for them. She was doing some stitching, making little adjustments for the fast-growing princess. "Yeah, things got a little wild at the end," Yinghua said. "I suppose so," Hong Niang said, as if this made perfect sense. "After the lady who always hosted those gatherings died last year, I was a little worried about who would take her place." Hong Niang set down her needle, sighed softly, and rubbed her shoulders. She was a thoughtful woman. "I owed a lot to her kindness, myself. I'm sorry it was all over for her before she even got out of the rear palace." Mau Mau studied Yinghua's expression. Her earlier bravado was deserting her, her face turning pale. About this lady. This is strictly between us, but she was one of the former emperor's bedmates. I don't much like get-togethers like that, but it was one of her few amusements, and it would have been churlish to stop her. After she passed last year, I have to admit I felt sorry to think of the tradition simply disappearing. I'm glad someone stepped up to keep it going." Hong Niang put her sewing tools away in a lacquered wooden box, and with another sigh she went to her bedroom. Mau Mau couldn't help thinking that Hong Niang's story sounded familiar somehow, and then she realized that it resembled the tale the hostess had told. She couldn't remember the exact details, but judging by Yinghua's bloodless expression, she was thinking the same thing. Mau Mau crossed her arms and puzzled over it. The world was full of things she didn't understand. In any event, she was glad the convocation had concluded before they had become the 13th story. Yinghua, terrified, insisted Mau Mau stay with her that night, leaving Mau Mau too stifled to get much sleep. Chapter 16, Beating the Heat. Mao Mao headed for the main room. They said she was wanted for something. When she got there, she found a eunuch draped across the couch. Mao Mao bowed politely, then went and stood before consort Gyakuyo. "Lady Gyakuyo, you asked for me." "Oh, it wasn't me," Gyakuyo said, taking a sip of some warm juice. She might normally have preferred some fruit wine with luxurious ice in it, but Mao Mao had advised her to abstain on account of her pregnancy. Hong Niang was trying to make up the difference by fanning her. "I'm the one with business for you," said Jinshi, his face as gorgeous as ever. Gao Shun was performing the same service for him as Hong Niang was for Gyakuyo, fanning industriously. That would normally be a task for some more menial servant. The fact that none was present suggested there were secrets afoot yet again. "What sort of business, sir?" Mao Mao asked. Jinshi looked at Gyakuyo and said, "I'd like to have her back for a few days." He was clearly referring to Mao Mao. As for having her back, she was technically on loan to consort Gyakuyo, to look after the consort's health until the child was born. One wasn't normally allowed to return to the rear palace after having left it, but it seemed special dispensation had been granted along with special conditions. Goodness! And what am I supposed to do for a food taster while she's gone? Gyakuyo asked pointedly. "You needn't worry about a thing. I'll lend you my lady-in-waiting in the meantime. She's quite experienced with poisons, if not quite so much as this young woman. I wonder, can I trust her?" "You wound me, lady." Gyakuyo had a mischievous smile on her face. When Jinshi referred to his lady-in-waiting, Mao Mao could think of only one person, the not quite elderly Sui Ren. Yes, she would certainly do well enough in Mao Mao's place. She was a shrewd one, if nothing else. But in that case, Mao Mao wondered, who would look after Jinshi? The grandmotherly attendant insisted on babying this otherwise adult man, such that Mao Mao wasn't even sure he could dress himself without her. "You said a few days," Gyakuyo said. "Are you planning to go somewhere?" "Indeed. I've been invited to go hunting." "Goodness gracious! Hunting, huh?" Mao Mao thought. What a very high society way to pass the time. Would there be hawks involved to chase down the quarry? "It's at Lord Shisho's invitation." Jinshi's smile was perfect, there wasn't so much as a crack in his facade. "Lord Shisho, huh?" Mao Mao thought. She recalled he was an important official consort Lulin's father. Was it just Mao Mao, or did this smell like trouble? She wanted to tell Jinshi not to drag her into anything that was going to be a huge headache. But then again, she wondered if a hunt might mean she got to eat some fresh meat. Maybe they would be hunting deer or rabbit. "If I had the choice, I wouldn't want rabbit meat as much as I'd want a rice cake made by a rabbit." An old fairy tale held that the rabbit in the moon produced medicine with a mallet. That sounds taxing. For both you and whoever accompanies you. There's a great deal at work here, you see. And you wish to borrow my Mao Mao for this? Yes. Borrow her back. Gyakuyo's eyes glinted the way they always did when she'd latched onto something that amused her. "Does it really have to be Mao Mao? We have plenty of perfectly nice girls here." "No, I've told you I'd like her back, and that's all." Maybe Mao Mao was just imagining the sparks that seemed to fly between Jinshi and Gyakuyo, or maybe not. In any event, Mao Mao took over fanning from Hong Niang, who was getting tired. Gyakuyo said. "Well, now, I wonder which girl I should lend you." "I've already told you which girl I want. All you need to do is give her back to me." Gyakuyo chortled merrily. "You keep calling her and that girl." "Yes? What about it?" Jinshi said, a bit peeved. "Say, Gao Shun. What is it you call Mao Mao, again?" Gyakuyo inquired of the reticent attendant, unabashedly enjoying herself. "Me, ma'am? Xiao Mao." Despite his serious demeanor, he called Mao Mao by quite a sweet nickname, Little Cat. In fact, he was such a soft touch that she'd sometimes known him to stop by the medical office just to play with the kitten. Gyakuyo looked back to Jinchi, seeing that her prey was cornered. So, tell me, what is it that you normally call Mao Mao? Jinchi didn't say a word. Surely you don't just say Mao Mao. She won't know if you mean her or the cat. Jinchi, looking less and less comfortable, glanced in Mao Mao's direction. Now that she mentions it, I don't think he's ever once called me by my name. She'd never noticed before. Not that I really care. Somehow, the extent of Jinchi's discomfort struck her as strange. Hong Niang jabbed her with an elbow, looking as if she wanted to say something, but Mao Mao didn't know what. It took another half hour of being needled by Gyakuyo before Jinchi got what he wanted, and by then Mao Mao's arms were tired from fanning too. To the north of the capital was an important grain-producing region. A great river rolled from west to east, and the landscape was dotted with towns and farming villages. Where the south cultivated wetland rice, the north grew wheat and jaliang, a type of sorghum. Farther north there were forests, and beyond that, mountain ranges. North of the forest was the territory of Shihokoshu, the Shi northern province, and there one began to leave the area of the country under the emperor's direct control. The region centered around the capital was known as Kashu, Ka province, and in addition, there were 3 other major provinces, along with a dozen or so smaller buffer territories among them. The name of the province gave an inkling of its role in things. Of course the official Shisho would come from Shihokoshu. Is this making sense? Basin asked, interrupting his lecture, which he was delivering in a bit of a self-important tone. He was a young man with a perpetually furrowed brow, perhaps a year or 2 older than Mao Mao. How did the nation's founding myth go, again? Mao Mao thought to herself. The country in which she lived was called Li. The name was only a single simple character, but it told a whole sprawling story of national creation. At the top of the character were a few strokes representing a plant, while below that the character for sword was repeated 3 times. The plant represented Ka, a name that literally meant blossom and referred to the imperial ancestors, specifically, to Wang Mu, the mother of the imperial line described in the old stories. The swords stood for men of martial valor. It was said that 3 warriors had accompanied Wang Mu, hence the 3 swords in the country's name. Mao Mao seemed to recall that there had been many more annoyingly detailed stories to go along with this, but she'd been fighting back yawns the whole time she listened, so she didn't remember them very well. The only other thing she seemed to recall was that there was a difference in the sizes of the swords. 2 of the swords sat at the bottom of the character and the other stood above them. The one on top was larger, while the 2 below were smaller. This also explained why the otherwise self-possessed emperor could hardly look Shisho in the eye. The north, which is to say the topmost sword, was summoning high officials, proposing a long, relaxing hunt. True, the emperor himself wasn't going, but plenty of perfectly important people were. All of this was being explained to Mao Mao by the warrior sitting across from her. Rattle, clatter, they were in a carriage, and they were on the move. A horse-drawn carriage traveling at a leisurely pace could cover about 12 kilometers in the space of an hour. Including rest periods and time to change horses, they'd been traveling for half a day already. My butt's getting sore, Mao Mao thought. She was tempted to let her real feelings slip and propose they do something to remedy their situation, but at least she had a cushion to sit on. Everyone else was in the same boat, so complaining wouldn't get her anywhere. Instead she looked silently out the window. Her hair was done differently than usual, making her head feel heavy. Her shoulders slumped. If they were going to be on the road this long, surely they could have done her hair later. Whether at Shisho's invitation or not, getting from the capital to Shihokoshu was no easy matter. It was too far away for a day trip or even an overnight jaunt. Shisho himself kept a residence in the capital. His family controlled the province of Shihokoshu. They were one of the clans alluded to in the founding myth, and for that reason they had the weight of history behind them, but the rumors one heard about them were less than favorable. After he'd finished his run-through of this information, which interested Mao Mao hardly at all, Basin crossed his arms and fell silent. The subordinate officials with them looked tired, knowing that they were all going to be stuck in the same carriage together for the duration. They couldn't fall asleep, though, because despite his youth, Basin evidently held a rather high station, and they could hardly nap in front of their superior officer. Jinchi and Gao Shun at least were in another carriage. A thread of drool was starting to dribble from Mao Mao's mouth, but that was just one of her charms. When Basin saw it, he clicked his tongue and said, "I don't know what my father sees in a girl like you." Father? That would explain why he looked so familiar. He must be Gao Shun's son. At first she'd been surprised by the idea that a eunuch like Gao Shun might have a son, but when she thought about it, she realized that of course he hadn't been a eunuch from birth. Judging by his age, it shouldn't have seemed strange if he had a couple of kids. In due course, a lake surrounded by buildings came into view outside the window. Basin relaxed his crossed arms at last, glad to have finally arrived, and his subordinates were clearly relieved. Mao Mao, rubbing her behind, absently watched the town approach. The colorful buildings stood against a backdrop of mountains. There were waterways too, and rows of large willow trees bending over flagstone paths. The buildings were reflected in the water as if in a mirror. The former emperor had visited this area every year. The altitude was high, which kept it cool, and many used it as a place to beat the heat. In his final years he'd stopped coming, and the current emperor hadn't been here since his accession either, but the place was well looked after by the Shi clan, a job made easier because they lived in the lands they governed. Mao Mao could see buildings even on the sides of the mountains, houses built like steps into the slope. They were arranged carefully, so as not to detract from the scenery. The carriage stopped in front of one of the most splendid houses in the entire town, more than lavish enough to host visitors from the capital, who would be accustomed to every luxury. The three-story building with its eye-catching red pillars had roof tiles sculpted in the shapes of beasts. Meanwhile, a moat ran around the mansion, filled with carp that looked like living damask. A black lacquered fence bore dragons and tigers in places. The craftsmen must have carefully soldered them on. It was distinct from the kind of decoration one typically saw in the capital. Mao Mao was studying it intently when she felt someone jab her in the side. She looked up to see Basin glaring at her. She obediently fell into step behind him. As soon as they arrived at their rooms, Jinchi flounced onto the couch. His and Gao Shun's quarters were in the same building. On this occasion, it seemed Gao Shun was present as an invited guest. Mao Mao figured Basin was thus here as Jinchi's attendant. A rather stuffy-looking colored cloth lay on the table, and after a moment Mao Mao realized it was a hood. I get it. It truly was a crime to be too beautiful. To think, he had to go so far as to wear a disguise when making a journey such as this. It was understandable. A mere smile from this man might stop the heart of an unsuspecting townsgirl. A troublesome face, it must be said. Judging by the layout of the house, the rooms they occupied were the finest available for receiving guests. From the furniture to the furnishings, everything was more than suited to even the most distinguished visitors. Still, Mao Mao couldn't help noticing how hot the room was with the window closed and candles lit. She was on the point of loosening her collar, but then realized that wouldn't be appropriate and that she was going to have to bear it. The makeup on her face, substantially thicker than normal, felt like it was going to peel off. Jinchi, for his part, had opened his shirt, so Mao Mao took the liberty of looking at him like a squashed frog for the first time in quite a while. The fact that she, Gao Shun, and Basin were the only others in the room seemed to make Jinchi think this show of leisure was acceptable. Was it only the candlelight that made shadows appear to play across Jinchi's face? He looked more tired than usual. And here? What name shall I use? Basin asked Gao Shun. It was Jinchi, however, who answered. Here in the room, my usual one is fine. Outside, Kuan. Understood, Master Kuan. Mao Mao shot Gao Shun a puzzled look. Gao Shun stroked his chin and looked at Jinchi, while Jinchi narrowed his eyes and looked at Mao Mao. Is there some strange plan afoot? Mao Mao inquired. Oh, it's Gao Shun began, but Jinchi held up a hand to stop him. I should be the one to explain. As for you, hold your peace. Of course, sir, Gao Shun replied, and almost physically withdrew from the conversation and left Mao Mao perplexed. Am I right that Master Gao Shun and Master Jinchi are both present as guests on this occasion? Mao Mao said. Normally, there was a somewhat more noticeable difference in station between them, but here they occupied the same building, even if they were in different rooms. For generations, the Ma clan has served Master Kuan's family, Basin said, a note of anger Mao Mao couldn't explain in his voice. His eyebrows were knitted together as if he were mentally working a puzzle, an expression that looked exactly like Gao Shun. So he is from good stock, Mao Mao thought, finding herself impressed. She shook her head, provoking further consternation from Basin. He trotted over to Gao Shun and said, Father, what is the meaning of this? Gao Shun looked troubled, then he looked at Jinchi before pulling Basin by the arm over to a corner of the room and holding a whispered conversation. Mao Mao could clearly see Basin's shock at whatever it was Gao Shun said. He then appeared to argue, but without another word, Gao Shun simply smacked him on the head. Mao Mao wondered what they were doing over there, but she wasn't especially worried about it. She set about tidying up the luggage instead. If she didn't stick to the job, she'd get a piece of Suiren's mind later. Aged or not, that attendant could be fearsome indeed. The hunt was to be held the next day. They would spend today at the mansion. An evening banquet was held in the garden, but Jinchi and the others showed no sign of leaving their rooms. They simply stayed in with the windows and doors shut tight, passing the time by reading books or playing Go. The chambers were warm and stuffy, but they requested ice to make things a little more bearable. It was brought to them from the ice house by a rider going at full speed in the middle of summer, truly the height of luxury. When Gao Shun spotted Mao Mao looking at the ice with utmost envy, he was kind enough to quietly slip a piece to her. What a really, truly thoughtful eunuch. Personally, Mao Mao thought they could solve most of their problems just by opening the windows. Finally, unable to help herself, she asked, why don't we open the windows? She'd been asking Gao Shun, but it was Jinchi who answered. Do the food tasting for our dinner, he instructed her, looking frustrated. He added that then, she would understand. Mao Mao was given a small sample plate of the dinner, and she tasted it just as she always did. There was a long pause. You see now? Jinchi asked, eyeing the sumptuous food but still looking exasperated. The dinner, which had been loaded onto a cart, appeared to include only the finest ingredients. Indeed, Mao Mao replied. Soft-shell turtle. The soft-shell turtle was renowned for never letting go once it had clamped its mouth onto something. Its blood was considered an aphrodisiac, and the meat could be presumed to have the same property. When Mao Mao tried a sip of the pre-dinner wine, she noticed that although it had been given some smoothness with fruit juice, in fact the alcohol was pretty stiff. It wasn't just the appetizers and the apéritif. The ingredients in the side dishes, the entree, and even the dessert all appeared calculated to make the eaters more energetic. Gao Shun dug through their luggage and produced some portable rations. It looked like they were going to have a modest dinner despite the gorgeous food sitting in front of them. Aren't you going to eat it? It's not poisoned, Mao Mao said. It may not be poisoned, but it's still not fit to eat, Jinchi replied. In fact, I'm amazed you can keep such a straight face when you've eaten that stuff. He and Gao Shun were both looking at her as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. In a corner of the room, Basin was boiling some water. And when it was already so hot. It tastes wonderful. It would be suspicious if there were any leftovers, so you don't mind if I eat it, do you? Fine. If that's what you want. Jinchi pursed his lips as he looked at the thoroughly satisfied Mao Mao. She, meanwhile, savored another sip of turtle soup. Jinchi watched her closely. How is it? Is it good? It is. I don't have particularly fond memories of soft-shell turtles, but this I can live with. What do you mean? Memories? Jinchi asked. He picked up the tureen of soup, beginning to look interested. Oh, nothing important. Mao Mao had been in the habit of helping her adoptive father ever since she was little. That included going to market to buy ingredients for medicines, and once, she'd run into an unsavory character on one of these trips. An exhibitionist who had undone his belt and opened the front of his robe. Needless to say, he hadn't been wearing his skivvies. He seemed to show up especially often in winter, and she always wondered if he didn't get cold. Mao Mao, startled, had made to run away, and in the process she'd dropped the purchase she'd been holding. It happened to be a live soft-shell turtle, and... Okay. Enough. I don't need to hear any more. Jinchi put down the tureen, a traumatized look in his eyes. Gao Shun and Basin, father and son, wore similar expressions. Apparently she'd slipped up again. Gosh, the courtesans always love that story. It made her realize afresh, as she set aside the empty plate, that she didn't even speak the same language as those of better breeding. Still, what a waste of a good meal. There are plenty of good things here besides the turtle. You're really not going to eat any of it? She urged the leftovers on them. It was far too much food for her to finish all by herself. There was no way that some dried meat, reconstituted with the hot water, and dried boiled rice would sate 3 grown men. There must have been a meal sent to Gao Shun's room as well. Mao Mao supposed he had refrained from eating it because it had the same sorts of ingredients. You're sure it's all right? Jinchi ventured after a moment. Be my guest. It would be such a waste to leave leftovers, Mao Mao thought. You're absolutely sure, he said, staring intently at her. She was puzzled as to why he was so insistent. But then Gao Shun intervened with a series of small shakes of his head. Jinchi nodded reluctantly. I don't need it. Basin, you're free to eat it. In fact, I'm ordering you to. If that is your wish, Master Kun. Basin sat down like an obedient servant, and Mao Mao passed him a cup of wine. He drained it slowly. Delicious. I'm glad to hear that, Jinchi said. However. Yes. Basin went completely still, and a thin line of blood traced its way down from his nose. His face was bright red, and he appeared to be waging an internal struggle against something. Jinchi looked him in the face, and Basin shuddered. How, he asked, is this girl still upright? He was looking at Mao Mao with a truly terrible expression, as if fighting back a force welling up from within his body. He was leaning forward as if to conceal a very specific part of himself. Ah, the trials of youth. No special reason, Mao Mao demurred. The answer was simply that such was her constitution. Basin, still struggling, tried to wobble his way to the next room, but fell down in the process. Are you quite all right? Mao Mao asked. Just let him stay there. I'll sleep in his room, Jinchi said. The facing room was supposed to be for his servant. It was less spacious than his own chamber, but plenty large enough to sleep in. Master Jinchi, I can help carry him to his room, Gao Shun said. I'm sure you're both tired. But, sir. If Jinchi said so, there was scant arguing. Gao Shun gave in and helped his son into the canopied bed. Mao Mao gave a helping hand where she was able. Thinking Basin looked awfully hot, she loosened his belt slightly, and his complexion improved. The blood from his nose got on the sheets, though, which was a shame. Jinchi slept in Basin's room, while Mao Mao used the room across from Gao Shun's. Perhaps it was a bit of consideration on Gao Shun's part that she had a room all to herself which would normally have housed several people. The bodyguards who'd come with them stayed with Gao Shun. It was some luxury to have a room to herself, Mao Mao reflected. It even had a bath, so she was able to soak and relax. Simple pleasures. Chapter 17, The Hunt, Part 1. The next day, Jinchi and the others rode off to the hunt. Jinchi wore his disguise, though he looked annoyed to have to do so, and continued to call himself Kun, the name it appeared he was going to use for the duration. The disguise was understandable. Having someone who looked like Jinchi wandering around would be an absolute distraction all by itself. This wasn't the palace, nobody here knew he was a eunuch. With the incident at dinner fresh in her mind, however, Mao Mao couldn't help wondering what exactly the eunuch was hiding. She chose not to pursue the question. She could only imagine what would have happened had Jinchi mingled freely during mealtime. No wonder he kept the windows shut. So it was that Mao Mao followed the hunters in a carriage. Indeed, the carriage contained several household servants, along with firewood, soup pots, and an array of other cooking implements. It seemed they intended to cook whatever they caught right on the spot. The carriage rattled its way past the Jialiang fields for a good half an hour, and then the mountains came into view. After that they traveled on foot up the slopes for another hour, until they arrived at a house built on an elevation with an astonishing view. The green all around was refreshing, and water could be heard in the distance. It seemed they were near a large waterfall. The servants, used to all this, set about preparing a fire. Several of them went with jugs to go fetch water. Mao Mao wondered if she should do something to help, but the entourages of the other officials with her weren't lifting a finger. They'd found a place under a canopy set up by some servants who had come early and were chatting together. The noble members of the party would eat in another location. Probably safer not to do anything, Mao Mao thought. All too often, people did more harm than good when trying to help and only earned the enmity of those around them. The servants were probably just as happy to be left alone. As she wandered, Mao Mao spotted a dog, one with a familiar keeper. So the mutts brought his mutt. It was Li Haku, who was something of a big, friendly dog himself. Wondering what he was doing there, Mao Mao went over and squatted beside him. He was busy rubbing the dog's belly, but when he realized someone had approached him, a suspicious look crossed his face. "Hello," he said. "Hello," Mao Mao replied. That voice. Oh. He clapped his hands and nodded. "Young lady, it's you. What are you doing here? And looking so much lovelier than usual too. So glad you finally noticed." Between the fact that she had no freckles and that she wasn't wearing her usual outfit, he seemed not to have realized it was her at first. He was a man who knew how to be rude, as ever. "Yet, but seriously, why are you here?" "I was personally requested to attend." "Huh, that's really something." One of Li Haku's good qualities was that he didn't think too hard about things. Mao Mao had spoken to him without really thinking about it herself, but maybe this wasn't the best time to be revealing who your acquaintances were. "You know, it was the same for me," Li Haku said. "Somebody asked for me by name to be part of the guard unit." He sounded somewhat put out about this, though he continued to stroke the dog's belly. The animal wore a collar, and Mao Mao surmised from the breed that it was a hunting dog. Unfortunately for him, they would be hunting with hawks today. The dog would just have to cool his heels. That must have been why he and Li Haku were here holding down camp instead. You just keep an eye on the dog," they said. Evidently, though he'd been asked for by name, the other bodyguards themselves, proud men, all had effectively ostracized him. Li Haku had been making his way up in the world lately, but the higher you went, the more fierce the resistance became. Li Haku pursed his lips, but not because he was upset. He was making some ridiculous FSSH sound, pushing the breath out of his mouth. He seemed to think he was whistling. "You're very bad at that, sir." "Yeah, thanks. Pipe down." He gave Mao Mao a smack on the head, then pulled at a string around his neck, producing a long, narrow tube that looked vaguely like a flute. Having given up on whistling, Li Haku put the cylinder to his lips and blew on it in the dog's direction. The animal jumped up and looked right at him. With a series of long and short blows, he could make the dog sit and stand on command. "He looks very smart." "Sure is. When I need him, I can get him to come running from kilometers away." Then he gave 3 short bursts on the whistle, followed by 4 longer ones. The dog came over and sat in front of him, wagging his tail. He's so smart, but they want to use that. He looked at the sky. Mau Mau couldn't help following his gaze, and above them in the blue she saw a tiny black speck circling. Personally, she thought when hunting in the mountains, which were full of physical obstacles, it was probably wiser to use a dog than a hawk, but maybe hawks carried more prestige. Mau Mau wouldn't turn down some wild rabbit, though she dearly wished she might have some boar meat instead. But they weren't going to catch a boar with a bird. Mau Mau contemplated what a good forest this was. A wide variety of trees grew here. And that likely meant a wide variety of fine medicinal herbs and mushrooms. I guess they probably don't want me going in there, she thought. She was feeling fidgety. She glanced around. Lee Haku was completely absorbed in playing with the dog. She didn't think anyone would notice her. But still. She started looking around, and almost before she realized it, the sun had passed its zenith. The air was full of the fragrance of sizzling meat. They were at the mountain retreat, where the wine flowed freely and women brought the cooked game around. About 10 officials sat in chairs, and a table nearby held more side dishes. The room had been designed for good airflow, and buckets of water had been placed at their feet. There were servants with large fans present, and every effort had obviously been made to relieve the stultifying heat of a summer hunt. Shihokoshu had a cooler climate, as befitted a place people went to beat the heat, but today the fine weather and the damp breeze conspired to make everything feel warm. Servants solicitously came by with food. Additional meat had been cooked to supplement the catch from the hunt, which wouldn't have been enough for everybody. Anyway, unlike fish, game wasn't necessarily at its tastiest immediately after being caught. Mau Mau stood behind Gao Shun, watching the proceedings with detachment. Gao Shun had a seat of his own. Attendant girls and palace women stood at attention behind the various officials. You know, now that I think about it. Outside of his master's room, Gao Shun didn't spend much time in Jinchi's company. Instead, Basin attended him, and Mau Mau naturally fell in with Gao Shun. A strange-looking man occupied the seat of honor. His face was hidden behind a mask, and he hadn't so much as touched his food. Nor the wine either. Basin stood attentively behind him. He has to wear that thing even here? Must be tough, Mau Mau thought. She didn't feel it particularly concerned her, though. The girls serving the alcohol kept stealing glances at the masked visitor who was, of course, Jinchi. However odd his choice of accessories might have been, he was the most important guest here. Becoming the mistress of some high official would almost by definition bring more security than to end up married off in some mediocre match. And all the ladies here appeared shrewd enough to know it. It wasn't just the women whose attention he commanded. The corpulent man sitting next to Jinchi was forever whispering to him. It was quite an intimate way of speaking, so maybe it was Mau Mau's imagination that made the tone of his voice sound faintly impertinent. Jinchi kept responding with quick little nods of his head. So is that Shisho? Mau Mau wondered. She'd heard his name but didn't know his face very well, or at least didn't remember it. The location of his seat, though, was a strong indicator of his identity. Wonder what they're talking about. Shisho stopped talking and leaned away from Jinchi. Jinchi's hand continued to tremble, and Basin's pallor had gone bad. Something he said? She leaned over and whispered to Gao Shun. She was well familiar with Jinchi's ways. Think what she might about his personality, his outward appearance was unflappable. It was very strange to see him acting that way. She told Gao Shun that she thought there might be something wrong with him. Gao Shun, though, only shook his head and instructed her not to do anything. Jinchi stood up, claiming he had a bit of minor business to take care of. Basin was about to go to him, but he was delayed by some high officials around him. Gao Shun tugged on Mau Mau's sleeve. It's time to trade off, he said. Mau Mau understood what he was getting at. She nodded, then called one of the other servants waiting outside the room. Then she followed Jinchi, who was walking unsteadily. He left the residence, taking care that no one should notice him, then headed toward the trees. Mao Mao was going to have to follow him, but first there was something she needed. She picked up a long-necked bottle full of water. "May I take this?" she asked a servant who was preparing food. "Sure, go ahead." The servant, obviously harried, answered without really looking at her. Mao Mao used a spoon to add a little something to the water. Then she took it with her toward the woods. Shortly after entering the trees, she spotted a figure leaning against one of the trunks. "Master J." She was about to say Jinchi, but clapped a hand over her mouth before the name could get out. She didn't know why, but he was using a pseudonym here. What was it, again? She tried to remember. "It's you," a strained voice said from behind the mask before she could call the name to mind. "You need to take this off," she said, and made to pry the mask off his face, but Jinchi resisted fiercely. "I can't." "Of course you can. There's no one here." Wasn't that why he'd come all the way out here? There was nowhere to be alone in the residence. Jinchi had his own quarters, to be sure, but palace women were always there, perpetually ready to meet his every need. But someone might come. Arg, this is so damn frustrating. Mao Mao leaned the wobbly man against her shoulder and began to pull him along. "If you're that worried about somebody seeing, then you just need to go somewhere nobody will." Deeper into the woods they went. She could see a cliffside now, with a beautiful, massive waterfall. The spray was captivating, it looked like a white feather cloak such as one of the gods might wear. The fall cascaded down several steps, forming a scene that must have been overwhelming even from above. Realizing this was where the water must have been gathered from, Mao Mao dipped her handkerchief in the river, then slipped it under Jinchi's mask, hoping to cool his face. Then the ground around their feet exploded. What? There was a noisy flapping of wings as birds scattered. It was Jinchi who reacted. He grabbed Mao Mao in his arms and started running. But again the dirt at their feet spat into the air. The breeze carried a distinctive sulphurous smell. Could that be a Fifa? Jinchi hissed, still moving unsteadily. He seemed strikingly calm in the face of what was obviously an unexpected development. The Fifa, meaning flying explosion, it was a weapon that utilized fire powder. It was sometimes used in hunting, but it would be very hard to claim that this particular incident was simply a mistake. Jinchi thought for a beat, then tightened his grip on Mao Mao. "Sorry. This is going to get a little dramatic." He started running with Mao Mao in his arms, then he leaped for the waterfall. "A little, my ass," Mao Mao thought as they plummeted into the spray. Chapter 18, The Hunt, Part 2. The soldiers serving as bodyguards were clearly distressed. The officials were discussing something amongst themselves, with occasional exasperated glances at Basin. It had now been 2 full hours since his master had left his seat. Well beyond a reasonable amount of time to answer the call of nature. Basin knew it was too late to regret his decision not to accompany Jinchi. Anyway, Jinchi had specifically told him to stay behind. Basin had seen his father give some sort of instructions to that maid who was always with them. Basin grunted and furrowed his brow. Everyone told him he looked like his father when he did that. At this moment, though, his father Gao Shun remained expressionless, simply observing what was happening. Basin was directly involved, but today, Gao Shun was a bystander. He was just acting like the other officials. Basin was desperate to ask his father what he should do, but he couldn't approach him under the circumstances. Instead, he tried to imagine where his master might be, even as he tried to ignore the distraction of the other officials' annoyance. He'd already sent one of his subordinates out to search, but truth be told, he wished he could have gone personally. Sickened to be stuck in a role that seemed purely formal, all he could do was wait for his man to get back. One of the servants claimed to have seen Jinchi leave the building, saying he was going to get some air. He'd told the guards not to follow him, but a petite lady-in-waiting had gone after him with some water. Basin knew who that must have been, and it only made him more certain that something had happened. He shouldn't have just waited here. At the moment, there were two distinctly different attitudes among those present, those who were worried about their missing master, and those who were openly amused that he had disappeared for so long with a serving girl. Basin was particularly furious at the idiots in this second group. He restrained himself from arguing openly with them. That would never happen. He wanted to exclaim, but the result was a compulsive tapping of his foot against the floor. The atmosphere at the banquet was quickly turning sour. Basin felt as if Shisho could have put things back on the right footing with just a word, but their host was too busy pouring wine into his portly, tanuki-like belly. Basin couldn't imagine what he was thinking. Shisho would never have gotten where he was without being who he was, but from that perspective, there was one man who might have been able to surpass him, the strategist, Logon. Yet it was widely understood that Logon had no such ambitions. The man people called eccentric, strange, bizarre. He'd recently bought out a courtesan, and he was shut up somewhere with her instead of attending this hunt. His absence wasn't particularly remarkable. What had the court chattering was the realization that the monocled eccentric had actual human feelings. All this being said, Shisho was the host of this banquet, hardly in a position to carry out any plots personally. Basin dearly hoped that nothing untoward would happen while he was the one attending his master. If anything did occur, he suspected it would be instigated by someone other than Shisho, that their host wouldn't be involved. It was then that a soldier, muscular and still young, ran up, his footfalls pounding on the floor. "Pardon me, sirs," he said as he entered the banquet hall and stood in front of Basin. It wasn't quite proper, but nobody stopped him. The soldier knelt before Basin, who bade him look up. "What is it?" Basin asked. In response, the soldier glanced around the room, then passed Basin a piece of cloth. He recognized the damp, shredded fabric immediately. He took in the soldier's expression. He was desperate to glance over at his father to see what he might be thinking, but he suppressed the urge, clutching the cloth tighter. "Is that?" An official reached out, but Basin hid the cloth from him. Not raising his eyes from the ground, he said, "A piece of my master's robe." Carefully expressionless, he looked at the soldier. The young man was looking at the ground again as he said, "I found it hanging on a rock in the waterfall basin." That set the room buzzing. So the missing guest had torn his robe. There was no one in the area, the soldier continued. The river is rapid there, however, and swollen by the recent rains. The people who had been snickering over the visitor's assignation with one of the ladies went pale. "Send out a search party immediately," someone shouted, but it was a little late for that. Guests began to pour out of the banquet hall until only a handful of people were left, including Basin, the soldier who had brought the report, and Shisho. The soldier glanced in the direction of those who had left, then stood. "If I may, sir, I'm going to go back where I found that and have another look around," he said, and then he left as well. Basin pretended not to have noticed that when the soldier looked up, he grinned. Basin left the residence, instructing two of his subordinates to stay behind at the banquet hall. Those who had shared Basin's concern for his master had already sent their men to search the first time Basin had asked, so that now it was only the scoffers who were stumbling over themselves to look useful. Basin heard some of the other guests shout to him, and he answered them offhandedly, but what he was really doing was looking around. He found the soldier who had reported to him. He was now accompanied by a dog that sniffed around, searching for something. It looked like a hunting animal tracking game, but then one of the officials passed in front of it and it began howling. "What the hell?" the man exclaimed, cringing to find himself the object of all this noise. "Ah, I'm very sorry, sir," the dog's handler said. "Just get him away from me," the man demanded. The soldier managed to pull the dog back, but now the animal started barking at the official's subordinate. The man and his underling moved off, clearly thinking what an ill-trained hunting animal they were dealing with. After another 30 minutes or so of searching, someone shouted from the direction of the waterfall, A bevy of guests were gathered downstream of the basin. There was a torn robe there, with dark red stipples and a broken arrow stuck through it. "What is going on here?" Basin said, but the discoverers of the robe shook their heads. The tear in the outfit perfectly matched the piece of cloth that had been found earlier. Water had caused the red stains to fade, but they were unmistakably blood, and they clearly traced back to where the arrow had struck. The owner of the robe was nowhere to be seen. If the robe had been carried to them by the current, then he must be upstream, but if the arrow had caught the outfit and the owner had wriggled out of it, then he might be downstream. There were no wet marks on the banks of the river, though, making it unlikely he'd climbed out here. Basin looked at the torn piece of cloth and frowned. "Show me the arrow." One of his men passed him the broken projectile. He inspected the tail feathers and the head. Then he turned toward the still-growing crowd of officials and announced, "I apologize, but we're going to have to search everyone's belongings." The arrow had been fletched with hawk feathers. Those were expensive, limiting the number of people who might have used them. However, many of the guests on this expedition, knowing that hawks were to be used in the hunting, had superstitiously brought supplies decorated with hawk feathers. What was more, each of the items had been painstakingly handcrafted by professional craftsmen. The highborn hated to see a design repeated, even when it came to consumables like arrows. They preferred to be unique. Each of them could be expected to carry arrows of exceptional construction and materials. Though obviously displeased to find themselves objects of suspicion, the guests reluctantly complied, each producing the hunting implements from his carriage, appearing confident that no such arrow was to be found among his belongings. "Can you explain this to me?" Basin asked icily. "Just what is that?" responded the distressed owner of the arrow Basin was holding. His name was Loen, a high official of the board that handled finance. But his title or station mattered little. At the moment, his abundant beard was trembling as he denied any knowledge of the arrow. "I don't own anything like this, there must be some mistake," he said, with much shivering and gesticulating. The onlookers started murmuring. Suspicious glances began to turn on Loen. Despite what the man said, the broken arrow in Basin's hand perfectly matched the ones in Loen's baggage. "Please, explain how it's a mistake," Basin said. "Somebody must have planted those there to frame me." Loen's face was drawn with panic, and his servants shared his distress. They were all obviously deeply shaken by this utterly unexpected turn of events. Loen's defense started the crowd talking again. It was true, they seemed to agree, that only an inordinately clumsy criminal would keep a quiver full of the arrows used in a crime. The soldier with the dog stood behind Basin, watching the scene as if he wanted to comment. Basin studied the shred of cloth again. Then perhaps the arrows that were switched out were thrown away somewhere nearby. His gaze took in the residence and all the scenery around it. "We've searched the river banks fairly thoroughly, so perhaps it's time to start looking in the woods." Somebody flinched at that. It was the slightest of movements, but someone who was watching carefully would have seen it. But would this person take the bait? "Shall we split up and search, then?" Basin asked. "I don't need everyone here. If about half of you could help me look for my master, that would be enough." No one dared object to this proposal. Loen and his party, meanwhile, were still recovering their wits. Basin let out a sigh and looked at the soldier behind him. The man gave him a friendly smile. This would do it, Basin thought. He looked at the torn robe, openly annoyed. The fabric bore familiar handwriting. The man looked around, panicked, wondering if anyone would show up. He was sure they couldn't possibly find it, but having everyone looking for you was an unsettling feeling nonetheless. They would never find it, he was sure, but the thought naturally led him to edge toward it. He was in the woods, with its piles of fallen leaves and soft soil. The leaves were neatly scattered, so it wouldn't be noticeable at a glance. If that bunch of determined men started rooting through the leaves and digging in the ground, though, that might be a problem. What to do? The man was flustered. Why had that been there? The question hounded him. Maybe that was what made him more panicky than usual. When he arrived at his destination, he breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing had changed. The ground was undisturbed, just as he'd left it. "Is there something there, sir?" The man flinched at a voice from behind him. He turned to see a young woman with sopping hair, holding a mud-stained, cloth-wrapped package. His eyes went wide. "Hey! That's..." The man reached out, but a large hand grabbed his wrist. He looked and saw the owner of the hand, a beefy soldier, the one with the hunting dog. For the second time that evening, the dog howled at the man. "Guess dogs don't like you much," the young woman said, asserting her grip on the package, her gaze cold. "I'm betting this is why you didn't want to hunt with them." From within the bundle, she produced a FIFA gun. Chapter 19, The Hunt, Part 3. Let's go back a bit, to the moments immediately after Jinchi and Mao Mao jumped into the waterfall. She felt firm pressure, first against her mouth, then her chest. "HRK," Mao Mao groaned, then coughed up water. She sat up, allowing herself to vomit out whatever would come up along with the remaining contents of her stomach. She felt someone gently rubbing her soaked back. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize you couldn't swim." No one could swim in that, Mao Mao managed in spite of her bloodless face and lips. Entirely without warning, Jinchi had grabbed her in his arms and flung them both off a cliff. He'd had a proper running start and had kicked hard off the ground. Somewhere in the middle of it, Mao Mao had thought she heard another blast of the FIFA. The cliffside had been nearly 50 meters high. Under any other circumstances, she could only have assumed Jinchi had lost his mind. "The basin here is deep," he said now. "So long as you manage to land in it, you should survive, assuming you don't drown." "Big assumption," Mao Mao replied. When he saw how angry she was, Jinchi found he couldn't quite look at her. Mao Mao stood and loosened her sash. Her robe was soaked through and very heavy. "What are you doing?" "I'm sorry I'm not pretty enough for you, but I'll catch a cold at this rate." "And so will you. Take off your clothes, Master Jinchi. I'll wring them out." Then Mao Mao began to do just that. Her robe was still heavy. Deciding she didn't care that much, Mao Mao proceeded to pull off her skirt and even her underrobe. There was a thump as bundles of medicinal herbs hit the ground. They were soaked ruined, she thought, sighing. She decided to refrain from removing the simple clothes that covered her front and her hips, at least. There might not be much to hide on her body, but she wanted to hide what there was. She picked up Jinchi's robe, tossed it on the ground with a thump of its own, and began squeezing the water out. "You can worry about mine later," he said. "Take care of yours first." He sounded oddly annoyed. Knowing she couldn't let him stay that way, however, she continued wringing out his robe. He practically snatched it back from her and began squeezing it dry himself. She figured that was just as well, he was stronger than she was and would do it more efficiently. She went back to working on her own clothes. She put her skirt and underrobe, still rather damp, back on, then finally took a look around. They were in a dim cavern. "Where are we?" "Behind the waterfall. Not many people know about this place." "But you do. An official who used to play with me here long ago taught me about it. I gather that going in here is sometimes used as a sort of test of courage." "I see." Mao Mao sifted through the inundated herbs, trying to decide if there was anything that could still be used, when she came upon some small bundles wrapped in bamboo sheepskin coverings. She held them out to Jinchi. He undid the monkey grass that tied the bundles shut to reveal boiled butterbur. They'd been packed in layers, and the ones at the center were relatively undamaged. "I'm sorry it's such poor fare, but I must ask that you eat this," Mao Mao said. The plant was seasoned to give it some flavor, and a bit of a soaking probably wouldn't hurt the taste that much, but nonetheless, it wasn't the sort of thing one would normally put on a noble's dinner table. "What is it? Some kind of medicine?" "No, "Sir, you appear to lack salt." The butterbur wasn't intended as a medicament, Mau Mau had brought it along as a snack to munch on in her spare time. The flavoring had appeared at breakfast that morning and Mau Mau had liked it, so she'd asked one of the maids to pack some for her. "Salt?" Jinchi asked, looking at Mau Mau. His mood seemed to have improved, but she couldn't forget how he'd been stumbling earlier. During their leap, she'd dropped the bottle she'd brought to give to him. She'd filled it with a mixture of water, soy paste, and sugar. When you wear a disguise like that on a day as warm as this, of course you'll start to overheat. I'll bet you were feeling lethargic and had a headache. It was clear why Jinchi hadn't been feeling well. He'd gone around with his face covered, not only failing to eat properly but hardly even getting any water. Even a lack of water alone, though it seemed such a simple thing, could lead to death in some cases. Dunking themselves in the basin had taken the edge off the overheating, but she wanted him to get some salt for good measure. Hence the butterbur. "So that's what you're thinking." Jinchi took some of the plant and put it in his mouth. Then he promptly took another bite. The salty flavor must have been better than he'd expected. At that moment, a rather embarrassing sound echoed through the cavern. It came from Mau Mau's stomach. It wasn't her fault Mau Mau didn't eat much, but that meant she got hungry all the sooner. And the servants didn't eat until after the guests had dined. Jinchi put a hand to his mouth, holding out some of his butterbur to Mau Mau. She was suddenly seized by the desire to glare at him, to bare her teeth and scowl. She managed to quash the impulse, of course. "Thank you," she said, although she worked in a bit of a pout as she said it, and then she plucked a bit of butterbur for herself and put it in her mouth. Defeated, Jinchi ate his helping as well. When they were left with only the wrapping, Jinchi licked the last of the salt off his fingers. Mau Mau was struck by how childlike it was, but anyway, she went ahead and cleaned up the bamboo wrapper. "What in the world was that earlier?" she asked, deeply uneasy. "That was a FIFA, a handheld firearm. The shots came fairly close together, so there's a good chance we were attacked by multiple assailants. The FIFA was designed for battle, but using it required packing it with powder and ammunition, then setting fire to it. That presumably explained Jinchi's choice to jump off the cliff rather than to try to hide in the forest. In the woods, he would have been running straight into his enemies' clutches. All the worse when they didn't know how many enemies there were. What's he done to get himself so hated?" Mau Mau wanted to berate him for dragging her into this, but if she was honest with herself, she could hardly complain. She was the one who'd followed him out to where they made convenient targets. The moment they'd entered the woods they'd made themselves vulnerable, but getting out of sight of the mountain residents had been the final nail in their coffin. Notwithstanding her misgivings, Mau Mau looked around at where they were. The roar of the waterfall filled the cavern, which was damp and full of moss. She could see the skeletons of small animals here and there, suggesting that they'd gotten in but hadn't managed to get back out. The cavern was darker farther in, but she could feel a breath of wind. "So you knew about this cavern? Do you know if there's a way to get out?" she asked. "Normally, one would simply swim out past the waterfall. Might be tricky for me." Mau Mau was not a gifted swimmer. Witness how she had nearly drowned earlier. "There's a hole in the ceiling up ahead," Jinchi replied. "It's connected to a cave closer to the residence." Those who had entered this cavern as a test of courage had been, it seemed, often extricated via that route. "Does Master Gao Shun know about this place?" Jinchi couldn't quite look at her. "He hated for me to play games like this." So they'd been doing it in secret from him. The air between Mau Mau and Jinchi suddenly seemed to grow more tense. "Basin knows about it, but I'm not sure if he'll connect the dots immediately." Unlike Gao Shun, Basin wasn't always the quickest thinker. If only there were some way to let him know where they were. Whoever had shot at Jinchi was probably searching the area around the waterfall now. And in Jinchi's current physical state, there were no guarantees he would be able to swim safely away, anyway. Mau Mau turned toward the interior of the cave. She could hear the wind whistling through the ceiling. It occurred to her that they might be able to shout for help, but Jinchi shook his head. They would have to be awfully close by to hear us. We'd be lucky if somebody noticed if we shouted all day. Mao Mao cocked her head as a memory floated to mind. She put her thumb and forefinger into her mouth and tried to whistle. But she hadn't done it for a long time, and she didn't get much of a sound. Should have known it wouldn't be that easy. Admitting defeat, she went over and looked up at the hole in the ceiling. It wasn't that far up, maybe 270 centimeters. Jinchi had to be at least 180, but he probably wouldn't be able to jump up to the hole. Jinchi watched her, seeming to know what she was thinking. He didn't say it, but she assumed he was trying to judge how heavy she was. Mao Mao preempted him, "I can't." He had probably been picturing her perched on his shoulders, and concluding that she might be able to reach the opening. Being who and what she was, however, Mao Mao simply couldn't agree to such a plan. If Suiren ever found out Mao Mao had put her feet on Jinchi, regardless of the exigencies of the situation, Mao Mao didn't want to think what might happen to her. What's the alternative? You underneath? I would crush you. But do it. When he put it that way, she didn't have much choice. Mao Mao went over to where Jinchi was crouching down, although she made a point to look annoyed about it. He was ready for her to get on his shoulders and, left with no other options, she did so. She held on to his damp head as lightly as possible as he stood up. You could stand to put a little weight on, you know. Surely this isn't the time, sir. She couldn't see the opening in the gloom, but was able to find it by feel. It was damp, and slippery in places. Somehow she managed to get a grip by the tips of her fingers, then pulled herself up so her feet were on Jinchi's shoulders. Seems promising, he said. Yeah, Mao Mao replied. Just as she was preparing to stand up, though, a moist-eyed creature landed square on her head. Ribbit, it croaked, and then jumped away again. A frog, Mao Mao thought. It was hardly enough to scare her, but it was plenty to break her concentration. Her fingers, which had barely been holding her up, slipped away. Oh, Mao Mao lost her balance, still only halfway to her feet. The motion caught up Jinchi below her. Hey, watch out, he exclaimed, wobbling. He could have simply let go, but he had the decency to try to hold on to Mao Mao. Unfortunately, the result was that he slipped on the damp moss and took a tremendous fall. He didn't say anything immediately. Mao Mao, meanwhile, felt no pain, but did find damp skin pressed against her cheek. It was noticeably warm, and she could feel a pulse in it. She also couldn't move. Two large arms were wrapped around her, holding her close. Vestiges of fragrant perfume reached her nose. Mao Mao felt her own heart rate increase. She worried that with their bodies so close, Jinchi would hear it, but she couldn't pull away even though she wanted to. As the blood pounded through her veins, Mao Mao found herself focused on just one thing. What is that? Mao Mao's left hand was caught between them, and something squishy lay against her palm. At first she thought it was the frog, crushed by the fall, but the size was nothing like that of the amphibian that had jumped on her head. What's more, whatever it was seemed to be covered in cloth. Had the frog jumped into Jinchi's robe? Without really thinking about what she was doing, Mao Mao groped about with her fingers, trying to figure it out. Jinchi grunted. His heart rate shot up. Mao Mao looked up to find herself staring at Jinchi's chin. She could see him biting his lip, hard. He seemed to be struggling, fighting with something. The frog in his robe shifted as if it were alive. I'm sorry, but, could you move your hand? It's making things rather difficult. Jinchi sounded like he could barely get the words out, and he refused to look at her. She even saw that for some reason, cold sweat was trickling down his face. His brow was firmly knitted, almost as if he were in great pain. Difficult. Mao Mao reflexively squeezed her hand, and Jinchi's expression grew dramatically more intense. Only then did it occur to Mao Mao to look at where her hand actually was. It rested somewhere below Jinchi's belly button. She didn't say anything. Something was there, something that should never have been there. Something that would be hugely embarrassing to have grabbed, yet which she shouldn't have been able to grab because it shouldn't have been there, it categorically couldn't have been there. Jinchi was a eunuch, an official of the rear palace. But, well, what was there, was there. Huh. Slowly Mao Mao moved her hand away and was about to try to extricate herself from Jinchi's slackened grip, but he pressed on the small of her back, keeping her where she was, straddling him. Jinchi brushed his bangs aside and let out a breath, then looked at Mao Mao. I suppose in a sense, this saves me some trouble. His face was that of a celestial nymph whose heart was beset by gloom. But he was no nymph. He had a countenance that could have brought the country to its knees with a single smile, yet he was no woman. And neither, it turned out, was he a eunuch bereft of the foremost symbol of manhood. Jinchi's robe had come open when Mao Mao had landed on him, but the body it revealed was not soft and indulged, instead it was all taut muscle, the product of discipline and training. His face might be that of a nymph, but his body was that of a warrior. Now it seemed inexplicable to Mao Mao that it had never occurred to her before that he might not be a eunuch. Perhaps she'd subconsciously avoided entertaining the possibility. There's something I want to tell you, Jinchi said. It's one reason I had you come along on this trip. Mao Mao found herself wanting to plug her ears. She understood instantly that she mustn't hear any more. But plugging her ears would only make it obvious what she was thinking. There was a man in the rear palace who wasn't a eunuch. What would happen if that fact got out? What if that man had ever laid a hand on any of the consorts, if seed that wasn't the emperor's had been sown in his garden? Mao Mao scowled at Jinchi. Stop, please. Don't drag me into this. Jinchi had frequently put Mao Mao to use before, and although sometimes more and sometimes less, it was always a headache for her. Even so, it had never seemed worth her while to get truly upset. But this was different. Once she had this knowledge, she would have to take it to her grave. And I'm not ready to follow you to my grave. Thus, instead, Mao Mao said, I'm very sorry, sir. I'm afraid I might have crushed a frog. She kept her face completely expressionless. A frog? Jinchi winced. Fine. Let him win, see. Mao Mao would overcome this situation by sheer force of will. Yes, sir, a frog. I apologize again, it dropped on me from above and made me lose my balance. You aren't hurt, aren't you? That squishy feeling thing had been a frog, she kept telling herself, just a frog. That was no. I'm terribly sorry, I know you took the brunt of the fall for me. Let's get out of here, quickly. She tried to stand up, but Jinchi wouldn't let go of her. Master Jinchi, would you move your hands? Who are you calling a frog? Jinchi sat up, still holding her in place, so that they ended up facing each other with Mao Mao almost on his knees. What with his legs spread and her veritably on top of him, the situation could hardly have looked more compromising. As Jinchi liaisoned closer to her, Mao Mao almost flinched away, but she was not going to be beaten now. She stared him down, their noses inches apart. If it wasn't a frog, what was it? She asked. It was just a frog, it was just a frog, she kept repeating, like a mantra. The squishy thing under her left hand had been a frog. A frog, and nothing more. Frogs were gross. She wiped her hand on her skirt. Surely a frog would have been smaller, wouldn't it? Jinchi asked, getting his face another inch closer to hers. No, sir, there are some decently sized amphibians around this time of year. Decent? Jinchi flinched again, looking shocked, and Mao Mao seized the moment to close the distance further, until their noses were practically touching. Yes, decent. And if it wasn't a decently sized frog, what decently sized thing could it have been? Decently sized didn't cover it, but that would do for now. Yes, decently sized would be enough. Hey, are you wiping your hand? Why did Jinchi seem so scandalized? Because frogs are gross, sir. Gross. This from the person who drinks snake wine. But frogs are slimy. Who's slimy? They glared at each other for long seconds, then almost a minute. Jinchi blinked first, so to speak, looking away from Mao Mao with his lips still pursed. Did I win? Mao Mao asked herself with a sigh of relief. No good ever came of knowing too much. And for Mao Mao, whose birth made her suited for little more than drudge work, it was best not to know anything at all. Then whatever happened, whatever her superiors might do, Mao Mao could say truthfully that she hadn't known anything about it. That had been her position thus far, and she had no intention of changing it now. Jinchi and Mao Mao were an official and his servant, nothing more, nothing less, and she need know no secrets to fulfill her duties. Jinchi's grip finally relaxed, and Mao Mao slithered out and tried to stand up only to find herself pushed to the ground. She hadn't been expecting it, and she collapsed, falling on her back. She looked down, and there was Jinchi. He shifted, crawling on top of her. A faint light, like a candle flame, danced in his eyes. Very well. He slowly set his hands behind her knees and lifted them up, putting the two of them in an even more compromising position than before. Want to find out for yourself? Jinchi was scowling. Mao Mao got goosebumps all over and started sweating profusely. She realized belatedly that she'd pushed Jinchi too far. Jinchi, for his part, looked lost for a beat. Seconds, then a minute, passed, and neither of them moved. At length, Jinchi seemed to make a decision. He bit his lip and leaned forward, his face slowly coming closer to hers. I wonder if I should give him a good kick, Mao Mao thought, her mind whirling, but then Jinchi stopped and looked up in annoyance. What's that? Mao Mao thought she heard a noise from the exit. What sounded like the howling of an animal could be heard from above them. Slowly, uncertainly, Mao Mao put her fingers in her mouth and whistled. She was answered by the barking of a dog. She whistled again, and then a ball of fur came plunging through the hole above them, landing square on Jinchi's back. While he rubbed his waist, Mao Mao scrambled out from under him. The furball was the hunting dog Li Haku had been playing with. Mao Mao gave it a big hug and a nice pat. Hey, what are you doing? Don't go running off like that, came the voice of the other big dog. He didn't sound terribly worried, really. Still rubbing his back, Jinchi looked up at the ceiling. Mao Mao, feeling like she'd escaped by the skin of her teeth, shouted Li Haku's name as loud as she could. How in the world did you get down there? Li Haku asked, looking flummoxed. He'd fetched a rope and pulled Mao Mao and Jinchi out of the cavern. As Jinchi had said, the hole in the ceiling led out close to the residence. And what are you doing with someone so important? He added, in a whisper to Mao Mao. Someone so important seemed to refer to Jinchi, who was now wearing his disguise. Presumably it would have been safe for Li Haku to see him, but then, perhaps one couldn't be too careful. Let's just say it's hard to explain, she said. Li Haku cocked his head at that, but with someone of Jinchi's status involved, he knew it was best not to ask too many questions. They'd told him only that they'd fallen into the waterfall basin and ended up in the cave. I must ask you not to tell anyone that I'm here, Jinchi said. He was seated on the floor of the upper cavern. He sounded like a different person from usual, maybe it was just that hard to speak with the mask on. As you wish, sir. Li Haku bowed his head respectfully. Maybe Jinchi wanted to see what the others would do next if they didn't realize he'd been found. Mao Mao was surprised, though, that he wasn't going to let Basin or even Gao Shun know. The dog was lying in Li Haku's lap, wagging its tail, he was patting its head and giving it pieces of dried meat. Mao Mao glanced at the animal. It had managed to follow her whistling, so it obviously had pretty good ears. Does he know any other tricks? She asked. Tricks? He can find a rabbit warren, I guess. That's about it. It was like she and Lee Haku were having a perfectly normal conversation. The dog came over and sniffed her. There was an intelligence behind the goofy demeanor. Mao Mao stole a glance at Jinchi. With what had just happened, she almost couldn't bring herself to look him in the eye. But what had to be said had to be said. Master J. Kuan, she began, remembering just in time to use his assumed name. Since he was wearing the mask, he probably wanted to go by his pseudonym. Yes? What is it? The voice that came from behind the mask was cold. He must have been angry at Mao Mao for getting him so worked up earlier. Why else would he be acting like this? And would it be unfair of Mao Mao to claim that she'd never seen it coming? It wasn't exactly as if he'd tried to deceive her. He might even have been trying to explain himself. But Mao Mao, flooded with a desire not to know anything, had come up with an outrageous cover. She could hardly blame him for being upset about that particular story. He had such confidence in his appearance, after all. And such a fine frog, no doubt. Mao Mao was at a loss for the right thing to do, but if nothing else, she had to start by saying this: I think I may be able to pinpoint who shot at us earlier. She gave the hunting dog a pat on the head. And that brings us back to the present. Mao Mao opened the dirty bundle. Inside were 3 fifa still redolent of fire powder. She had never seen a fifa before and was surprised by how small they were. Jinchi and Lee Haku had looked almost as startled as she had. They were supposedly the newest model, imported from abroad, not yet common in this country. They didn't use a fuse to light the fire powder like earlier models, but rather relied on a sophisticated construction that used a specially shaped metal part to create a spark to ignite the powder. Neither Jinchi nor Lee Haku had ever seen these most up-to-date fifa. They'd simply fired them once and their understanding of how the weapons worked went no further than that. These newest fifa had a unique odor, akin to rotten eggs, not pleasant by any means. The fire powder was typically made by combining charcoal with saltpeter and sulfur, so that when it exploded it had a very unique smell, a powerful aroma that made you want to cover your nose. If such a device had been used during the hunt, any dogs, with their excellent noses, would have reacted immediately. And indeed, when presented with the smell, Lee Haku's hound had led them directly to these fifa. Hunts were not conducted with fifa in this area. For one thing, the guns weren't accurate enough, and they weren't suited to the mountain environment, with all the objects that could get in the way of a shot. The reason they'd been used in the attempt on Jinchi's life probably had much to do with the fact that these were the newest model. The unique way of generating a spark increased their accuracy and range, as their test firing demonstrated. And yet even so, this man who had shot at Jinchi had missed. Lee Haku, just that good at his job, had the man's arms pinned behind his back and had put a gag in his mouth to prevent him from swallowing his tongue. I do feel a bit bad for making everyone suspicious of those old guys, Lee Haku said. Any trap required bait. At Jinchi's instruction, they'd chosen an official whose reaction was likely to be easy to read. The captive man's co-conspirators, which is to say the officials above him and the lackeys below him, were already being staked out so that they could be arrested at will. Now all that was necessary was to march this man away and get his confession. The hunting dog was running in circles around Lee Haku. That's right, you're a good boy, Lee Haku said, holding on to the captive with one hand and patting the dog with the other. They already had a pretty good idea of who the culprit was. Anyone who had fired a fifa would reek of it, and even if they thought they'd gotten rid of the smell, they couldn't fool a tracking dog. Mao Mao wrapped the weapons back up and followed Lee Haku as he pushed the captive along. Epilogue. She still didn't feel good about it. As with the case of Suirei, Mao Mao hated to leave things unresolved. But she knew that losing her head wouldn't serve any purpose. Gao Shun was attending the evening's banquet, which was being held on a boat out on the lake. That meant a minimum of bodyguards, and Mao Mao stayed home. She was in her room, enjoying the night breeze. Those fifa, she thought. They'd looked unusual. Someone had said they were the newest model. One could surmise they came from the West. The West. Mao Mao thought about the envoys who had come angling to make themselves the emperor's bride. What had they been doing when they went sneaking out of their rooms? Gao Shun had asked about women who carried secrets instead of children, but one might also carry out a plot. Mao Mao had thought that perhaps the women had been seducing court officials to turn them into co-conspirators, but there was another possibility. Every country desired the newest weaponry, but if one nation were to sell it openly to another, war could be the only result. The envoy's country thus couldn't sell arms openly. Yet neither could they sell them secretly, without going through the court, could they? Perhaps the bridge we're crossing is even more dangerous than I realized, Mao Mao thought. Then again, perhaps they had an even bigger and more powerful backer. There was no telling how much the men who had been arrested today would say, or even how much they knew. Mao Mao just hoped that whatever was going on would be nipped in the bud. She wasn't soft enough to wish for the joy and happiness of other people, but if things around her were peaceful, it meant she, too, could live in peace. She was just closing the curtain, thinking she might get some sleep, when there was a knock at the door. She jumped a little in spite of herself. Then she crept over and opened the door ever so slightly. She found herself confronted with the one person she least wanted to see at that moment. Gao Shun was at the banquet, and Basin was probably with him. Why was this man the only one not attending? You don't have to let me in if you don't want to. The lovely voice sounded subdued. Through the crack in the door, Mao Mao could see Jinshi turn and lean against the wall. I'm sorry for upsetting you. Mao Mao didn't say anything, but she leaned against the wall on her side, mirroring Jinshi. From the hallway she heard him sigh. Then came the sound of him scratching his head, scuffing his feet across the floor in frustration, and finally the sound of his hair hitting against the wall. Was he shaking his head? She didn't have to be able to see him to know exactly how he must look at that moment. He wanted to say something to her, but he couldn't find the words. Mao Mao felt the same way. She scratched the tip of her nose, a little annoyed. I haven't given it a second thought. In fact, I should apologize to you. She'd been so insistent about decently sized, after all. Anyone would lash out. Even Jinshi. Even at Mao Mao. On the other side of the wall, Jinshi grunted. I wonder what he's thinking. Mao Mao was borderline oblivious to people's feelings, partly because she had never been that interested in them and partly because of the way she'd been raised. The inhabitants of the Verdigris house had taken good care of her when she was a baby, but work always came first, and she'd often been left by herself. She could cry, but no one would come to help her until they were done with their job. She was told she eventually ceased crying much at all. Maybe she'd learned the lesson. Perhaps that was behind it all, and perhaps not, Mao Mao didn't know. But whatever the reason, she'd grown up not very sensitive to when people felt affection or, for that matter, hatred for her. It was what had allowed her to weather the storm in the Crystal Pavilion. She didn't enjoy it, of course, but it bothered her much less than it did most people. It also left her uncertain what to say to Jinshi, so she didn't say anything. She was thinking as hard as she could, searching for the words. Finally she said, "There's nothing to say. As far as I'm concerned, you are who you are, Master Jinshi." Shoot, she thought, shaking her head reprovingly at herself. She hadn't meant to use his real name. Nonetheless, this was her truest and most heartfelt response. So nobody stole the family jewels. So what? It wasn't like she was going to see them. She'd consider the entire matter irrelevant to her. As far as you're concerned, I am who I am, et. It was hard to name the tone in Jinshi's voice. He sounded thrilled and forlorn at the same time. Mao Mao heard a rustling, as of Jinshi digging through something. Then a hand reached through the crack in the door. Mao Mao involuntarily took a step back. Don't be afraid, Jinshi said. I just want to give this to you. So saying, he set a cloth bundle on the crosspiece. Mao Mao reached out for it, curious, and her fingers brushed Jinchi's. It was only for an instant, their hands had separated again almost before she had time to register his body heat. There's something I promised myself I would tell you when I finally gave this to you. You'll recall I started with that bare gall, Jinchi said seriously. Mao Mao, ever more intrigued, opened the bundle. Inside were several yellow stones. I'm all too aware that the knowledge may bring you trouble in the future, but I want you to know the truth. Jinchi spoke softly, but with conviction. These are. That's why I wanted you to accompany me on this trip. He sounded like he was squeezing out the words one at a time. But they fell on deaf ears. Oh. Ox bezoars. Mao Mao cried with a leap. So rare and so precious, the thing that had haunted her dreams, and now it was here before her. Her eyes watered and her heart pounded a wild rhythm. She felt her breath coming hard. Mao Mao threw open the door. Jinchi, taken completely by surprise, backed away. Thank you so much. Mao Mao bowed. Ah, yes, I finally managed to get my hands on hay. Don't close that door. I wasn't done talking. But Mao Mao slammed the door shut and threw the bar. She didn't want anyone to interrupt her. She twirled a little twirl as she admired her precious ox stomach stones. Her lips curled into an unusual shape, hoo-hee-hee. She thought she heard pounding on the door, but it sounded distant, trivial, compared to the bezoars. They made her so happy they almost carried away Jinchi's behavior that afternoon like a breeze. Mao Mao's heart was pounding so hard she could hardly hear anything else. She nuzzled her cheek against the stones as she dove into bed. Kicking her legs heedlessly, she rolled among the sheets, stroking the bezoars with her finger. Just looking at them made her feel like she had the energy to work for a month without rest or sleep. It was just a feeling, though. If she really did that, she would die. She couldn't have cared less whether Jinchi was a eunuch or not. Whichever it was or wasn't, Mao Mao had nothing to say about the matter. However, she wasn't so fickle as to be unmoved by a gift like this. She decided that if Jinchi should ever find himself cornered, his secret about to come out, then she would do the very best she could to help him. If and when that moment comes, she would make him a real eunuch. Quite apart from Mao Mao's private resolution, the pounding on the door continued, but in her ears it seemed only a faint drumming in the background. With the guest of honor safely returned, the afternoon banquet broke up in short order. The various officials made sure everyone knew how relieved they were, transparently toadying. One would never have guessed that a few hours before, they'd been making lewd jokes and snickering about having a little fun with a palace woman. Gao Shun was worried about Jinchi's obvious fatigue, but he knew he wasn't in a position to do anything about it at the moment. There was no reason for Gao Shun, who was the attendant of the eunuch Jinchi, to pay any special attention to the guest of honor. Gao Shun was, after all, merely attending in his master's place. It would be conspicuous if he were to act too interested. He had to trust his son Basin to help instead, but could Basin indeed be trusted to do a decent job? When Loen was formally cleared of suspicion, he made no bones about how indignant he was over the entire affair, but he was a simple personality. Currently, he was quite satisfied with a banquet to cleanse his proverbial palate. Publicly, the story was that the guest of honor had left the banquet on a whim, and then come back again with no further complications, but most likely, everyone understood that this was a fiction. One group of officials had vanished in the interim and probably wouldn't be seen again for some time. They had to get some kind of information out of them about these new FIFA. As for how that information would be obtained, Gao Shun preferred not to know. Anyway, he had work to do. Tonight's banquet was being held on a boat out on the lake. The seemingly endless supply of wine and the crowd of gorgeous women seemed inspired by the old saying about a lake of wine and a forest of flesh. Ugh, Gao Shun thought. He was a eunuch, at least as far as it went. He wasn't about to be beguiled by some woman, and should he let himself, the consequences would be dire. He need only think of his wife, the mother of his son Basin, to quell so much as the desire to lay a finger on them. Speaking of his son, the young man was slumped on the deck of the boat, whether sick from the rocking of the vessel, the quantity of wine, or the women's copious perfume, it was hard to say. Gao Shun sighed, the boy still had a long way to go. This must be a terribly tedious affair for a eunuch, said another guest who approached Gao Shun. He'd obviously noticed that Gao Shun's only pastime was sampling the wine. The women fawning over the guests on the boat were younger than his own son. It's simply dreadful to have something like this happen, and so soon after you incurred the wrath of the Empress Regnant. The wine seemed to have made the man garrulous and bold. His remark carried an undertone of mockery. It was true, though, Gao Shun had once possessed the clan name of Ma, the horse, but he had angered the Empress Regnant. He had been given one of the most severe possible punishments, castration, followed by service in the palace, and forced to abandon his old name and call himself Gao Shun instead. At this banquet, however, he was treated not as a eunuch, but as a member of the House of Ma. That was the position Gao Shun was currently supposed to occupy. All of that is in the past, Gao Shun said. Besides, there's such a lovely moon tonight to keep me company as I drink. That was all he said, then he looked up at the sky. The half-moon was indeed beautiful. He might even have enjoyed it, had it not been for the yammering, boastful men and flirtatious women. I must say, though, I'm a touch disappointed our gorgeous eunuch wasn't able to attend, the other man said. He was referring, of course, to Jinshi, and certainly not to the gentleman who was recuperating in his room at that moment. Officially, he has a cold. This time, the masked gentleman is here. Ha! Yes, I suppose such a lovely face could provoke problems all its own if he were to be present. This gentleman, who never took off his mask, had, it was said, suffered severe burns to his face as a child, and had rarely appeared in public since. And he never removed his mask where people could see, no matter how hot it might be. Whatever the case, I see he's not here tonight. I'm sure he must be tired. So it would appear, Gao Shun said blandly, taking care not to let his emotions show on his face. The evening banquet would go ahead without its guest of honor. Gao Shun poured his wine into the water, plug plug plug, watching the waves lap at the side of the boat. He wished the banquet would hurry up and end. The guest of honor wasn't the only one who looked a little off. So did another member of Gao Shun's party, the young woman who had come as his attendant. It would be understandable if an ordinary young lady who had been swept up with an important personage in an attempt on his life were to find herself feeling rather cowed, but that young woman was made of sterner stuff than that. Anyway, she'd been acting a little strange, but not quite like someone who was afraid for her life. She was always courteous, albeit not too courteous, to the guest of honor, but now she appeared more distant toward him. Had he managed to tell her, then? She was a smart young lady. It shouldn't be surprising if she took that attitude toward him, in light of what it meant for her own future. In fact, the change was subtle enough that anyone who hadn't known her for some time might have missed it. Passing marks for her. It had been necessary to let her know, considering what might befall the guest of honor in the future. Gao Shun felt bad for the young woman, but it should also have shown her how useful they found her. The more cards one had in one's hand when things turned ugly, the better. Let people say that the way those cards were gained sometimes required cruelty. He could live with that. The emperor himself must worry, with him being who he is. And now all that's happened here, the official ran his fingers through his beard and sighed. There was a tacit understanding of who had done what. It wasn't a wise subject to bring up, but maybe it was the wine talking. With him as the next in line for the succession. The man hardly sounded reverential as he spoke. But who could blame him? The imperial younger brother almost never left his room, and any time he did appear in public, he wore a mask. No one considered him fit to conduct politics. And it was the emperor's younger brother who was the guest of honor at this hunt. Many of the officials gathered here had probably come in part out of morbid interest, drawn by this chance to get a look at the prince who was so rarely seen. Not, of course, that they had seen or would ever have seen his actual face. No doubt they now regretted their interest, in light of the attempt on the guest's life. The fact that the banquet was in full swing despite his absence spoke to how desperate everyone was to dispel their despondence. One suspected there had been a desire to ascertain exactly what kind of person the royal successor was. And now, this official had determined that the answer was incompetent. Reactions to the obvious deception tended to be twofold: either one decided incompetence was the only explanation, or one chose to watch further. Having settled on the former gave this official a pretext to speak to the eunuch Gao Shun. "Have none of the consorts become with child since the passing of the imperial heir last year?" he asked. This, Gao Shun realized, was what he was really interested in. Who had gotten pregnant, which consort it was, and whether she gave birth to a boy or a girl, could have a seismic effect on palace politics. Gao Shun slowly shook his head. "No, sadly. But there are a great many consorts, and I'm sure one of them will become pregnant sooner or later." I see. Should that happen," the official glanced at the bower amidships. There could be seen a portly court official, the host of their festivities, Shisho. It was hard to say whether he was enjoying the guests or simply contemplating everyone around him. No relatives of the other high consorts were present. It only made sense, this being Shisho's hunt. The other official left Gao Shun alone, his apple polishing done for the evening. Gao Shun let out a long sigh and poured himself more wine. Even as he drank a sip, enjoying the company of the lovely moon, he wondered what the guest of honor, Jinshi, or rather, Kazi Waigetsu, was doing at that moment. Kazi Waigetsu. The number of people in this country who could boast the character Ka, flower, in their name was limited. In fact, at the moment, there were only two of them. One was the man who stood at the very apex of power in this nation. The other was his younger brother.